Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
One, Death and Rebirth. Where am I? I found myself in a void full of darkness. I don't know how I ended up being here, but I've been here for so long and it is not good or funny. You are dead, young one. I heard a voice so loud that it echoed through the void. I asked the voice, who are you and what do you mean by I'm dead? I am what you call God, young one, and when I said you died, I meant you are literally dead. What? How can I die? I don't even remember how I died. All I remember is that my name is Victor from Nigeria and something called TV shows and movies with some light novels I usually read. Well, with that out of the way, I will grant you a second chance to be reborn in another world of your choosing with 5 wishes and some perks. I remembered to have read something about reincarnation like this in those light novels. Thinking about it I became excited. Said, I wish to be reborn in the originals as Niklaus' elder identical twin brother. That can be done, now to your wish. I thought about what to wish for and decided to make me and the Mikaelson up, but me being the strongest original, who wants to be lonely at the top alone. So I stated my wishes. First, I wish to be the first tribrid, and Cole the first heretic. Second, I want 10 learning speed while the rest of my siblings have 5x learning speed. Third, I want us to be truly invincible, nothing can kill us. Fourth, I want you to save Henrik after his death, or you could find a way to keep him alive. That's my wish. Can I keep the last wish for later? I asked, not having Ganather thing to wish for. Yes. As for your third wish, there is going to be a slight problem. Before he could continued, I said, well, for that only you can kill us. How about that? You cheeky brat. Alright, but I'm going to give you only one perk. I thought of the perk I would need and I couldn't think of anything, and if I can let the perk affect my siblings also. Since I'm giving only one perk, then I will allow that. Great, then I want a perk that will increase our strength by 5 times every 10 years. Okay, for besting me in your third wish and caring for your siblings and not just overpowering yourself, I will grant you and the Mikaelsons a system, but not your typical system, but to keep progress of your abilities and just to see your stats. There won't be missions and reward for, and you can also make your wish through the system and it will be activated after the Brotherhood arc. Then finally I will prepare a surprise for you. Now go, a new world awaits you. Elsewhere. Wah, 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 cries of a baby sounded through the building. There was a woman holding 2 babies in her hands while looking at them with love. A man with dirty blonde-haired man walked in and took the babies from her and said, these are fine lads. I will name the first Victor and the other one Niklaus. They shall grow up to be fine warriors. The mother smiled, called her other children, Finn, Elijah, come look at your younger siblings. 2 young boys walked into the room, the older one being 9 and the young one being 5. Elijah, mother, what's their name? Esther, Victor Mikaelson and Niklaus Mikaelson. What do you think, boys? Finn, I like it. Elijah, me too. Mikael, alright boys, leave so that your mother and the lads can rest. Finn and Elijah, yes, father. Unknown to them, Victor, now named Victor, understand everything they were saying. Victor, damn it, I should have asked him to give my memories when I'm little older. Now I have to relive my childhood all over again. 10 years later. A lot has happened in 10 years. Me and Niklaus grew up being identical twins. After the year we were birthed, mother gave birth to Cole. The following year she also gave birth to Rebecca again. Damn, she is just like a breeding machine, and 4 years after Henrik was born. I and Nick are 10, Cole being 9, Rebecca 8, little Henrik 4, Finn and Elijah, 19 and 15 respectively. Due to my wish, the Mikaelsons' children were held as geniuses in the settlement, but I didn't become a warrior because of the curse, and mother did not allow Niklaus when he offered to join them for raids despite offending Mikael. Cole and me studied magic and spellcraft from our mother. Due to our talents in magic, we learned everything she has to offer, shocking both her and Ayana. I can even see the gleam in her eyes when we show our magic potential, which I deduced to her trying to use to get back at sister, but I won't let that happen. Elijah and Niklaus still has a love rivalry because Tadia, which annoyed me greatly. What did they even see in her anyway? Everything went as the show when Tadia finally chose Elijah, leaving Nick heartbroken, who just moved on. I tried to bring Finn and the rest closer so that we won't strain away when we turn. I started practicing the immortality spell, which I stole from Ayana and made a copy for it. I wanted to boost the spell, granting us the elemental powers of blood and shadow exclusive to us originals and our direct sire bonds. Now I'm waiting for everything to kick off while we the Mikaelsons sharpen our skills. 9 years later. I'm now 19 and Henrik is 13, meaning the birth of the originals is around the corner. On a faithful night, I was resting on a tree looking at the full moon when I had bad premonition. I knew it was today, the day that will mark the birth of the new originals. 2. The new originals. Michaelson's compound. Nick was crying while carrying a lifeless body with him, all the other Michaelsons present with tears. Victor is holding a crying Rebecca and giving her comfort while Michael is questioning Nick. Michael, what happened boy? Niklaus, it was the night of the full moon and I want to see the men turn to beast and Henrik decided to join me. After they turned, they attacked us, despite fighting them off. One got to Henrik before I could save him. Esther hearing Niklaus fighting the wolves she got agitated and asked, boy did you kill any of them? Nick, no mother, they were stronger and faster, I was just able to push them back, I'm sorry mother, I failed you. Esther heaved a sigh of relief when she found out he didn't kill anyone afraid of triggering the curse. Nick is better than his counterpart in the show because of Victor's wish but still because of the necklace Esther gave to the twins. Nick still receives the burnt of Michael's wrath albeit a little less than the show and Victor was able to escape because of his talent in magic. He could have removed the spell used on the necklace but he doesn't want to draw Esther's attention to himself until he turned. Michael in fit of rage struck Niklaus, saying he was a disgrace to him and for not saving his brother. Niklaus was just sitting on the ground not minding Michael hitting him when Rebecca ran to shield her brother. Rebecca, father, please stop, I beg you, please stop hitting him. Michael looked at his daughter, then took Henrik's lifeless body and left, Esther following him leaving the Michaelson siblings alone. Victor, Nick, get up, let's go pay our last respect to little Henrik. Elijah, Victor is right brother. Niklaus, I'm sorry, I caused the death of our brother because of my foolishness. Rebecca, look at me brother, don't blame yourself, nobody knew what will happen. Cole, as much as I hate to say it, she is right brother, it's not your fault, if you want to blame someone, then blame those damn beasts. When Nick heard them say those words, he felt a little guilt-free but now with a newfound resolve, to get stronger than the beast and take revenge for his brother. Finn, let's go. The Michaelsons gathered together to pay respect to their late brother in their courtyard. Victor and his siblings gathered together to comfort one another and more Niklaus because he was the only one who witnessed Henrik's death. Michael and Esther were together having a discussion. Victor glanced at them and came to a speculation of what they were talking about. He sighed and got ready for tonight. Victor POV. After we took care of Henrik passing rites, father called us for dinner and when we got there everyone was silent perhaps still mourning. Then I thought of my fourth wish wondering how is he going to come back when I heard a voice in my head. Young one, Henrik is safe, I will resurrect him when you leave the settlement, he will meet with Freya when she will come look for you and together meet up with you guys also he is going to be a vampire like you guys. Damn it, can't he just bring his voice down, well it's better that way. While I was in my thought I heard father voice. Michael, eat and drink in memory of Henrik, may Odin bless his soul. Everyone, may Odin bless his soul. I saw everybody ate their food and joined them, we ate to our fill when suddenly I felt sleepy and I knew the drug had kicked in, I looked at my siblings and saw them dozing before everything went blank. General POV. Michael, alright woman, everything is ready do your thing. Esther, what we are about to do is going against the natural way of things, are you sure Michael? Michael, how more of our children do want to see die before we can be sure, I lost Freya and Henrik, I can't lose another one, woman. Esther started working on the spell she would use on her children and husband unknown to her son. Victor has already made an upgraded version of the spell, dividing it into two parts. He used the first half on him and his siblings that very day after the burial rite for Henrik. He kept it at a dormant state, and will make Esther cast the last part which will trigger the complete while Michael will only have half the spell used on him. After she was done she looked at Michael who looked back at her and gave him the go-ahead. Michael took his sword and walked to his first child and killed him and to the next with an expressionless face. After he was done he killed himself. Victor POV. I woke up, feeling a little thirsty but I know it wasn't for water but for something else and that's when I noticed a tear at my shirt. I looked at my chest, it was completely fine and looked around and saw some of my siblings awaken. That's when the door bust open which Michael walked in with someone in his hands and gave me. Michael, drink boy. He brought the person close to me and that's when my bloodlust started rising. I didn't even know when the sclera of my eyes turned blood red, dark veins appear under my eyes as the blood pumps forcefully through them, and my canine teeth extend into razor-sharp fangs. I took her wrist and bit into it. To say the truth, it was like the most delicious wine back in my home world. It was heaven. I now know why Cole was an addict but before I could enjoy myself I was bashed aside by Michael. Michael, enough boy. Shit, thank the old gods he stopped me otherwise I would have killed her and triggered my curse. I tested my new strength and to say I was impressed was an understatement. I could also feel my magic, so I asked Cole if he could feel his which he nodded happily making him the first heretic to grace these world and me the first tribrid. I don't have any weakness like in the canon where sunlight burned them or the white oak and vervain, only Michael experienced that making Esther looked at us weirdly. Weeks later, we have pretty much gotten familiar with our strength, speed and mother has made a daylight ring for Michael who also burned down the white oak tree. I could also feel my manipulation over blood and shadow albeit only for a limited time meaning I can't use it for now. Well it's not like I'm in a hurry. It should be time for Niklaus to get his first kill. I must make sure to save him from being cursed. 3. First kills. Nick, brother what's happening to me? Niklaus was screaming in pain while a lifeless body lay on the ground. His bones were breaking in an unnatural way and his eyes turned from the usual red to gold yellow. Michael, and hearing the scream of Niklaus, rush over to him. Elijah, Niklaus. Niklaus, ahhh, what is happening to me, brother? Michael, seeing Niklaus like that, he stopped Elijah after coming to a conjecture of what he was. Niklaus, father, it hurts. Niklaus called out onto his father begging for help while suffering in pain. After some times, Niklaus finished his transformation and looked at the duo. Michael, he is a beast, an abomination. Elijah, look after Niklaus while I have a talk with your mother. Elsewhere, Esther was busy doing a daily chores, when she saw a furious Michael coming towards her. Michael, woman, explain yourself about the twins this instant. When Esther heard the words of Michael, her perception of time stopped, the biggest secrets of her life, her infidelity. She didn't know what to do. Michael, answer me. Esther, after Freya passed away, you distanced yourself from me and I needed comfort. Michael, so you decided to lay with a beast, a monster who is also responsible of the death of our son. I'm sorry, Esther said while crying. Michael left with rage in his eyes and went on a massacre. He mutilated an entire pack of wolves. He went home bloody and forced Esther to put a curse on Niklaus, suppressing his werewolf side, and went to look for the other twin. Victor POV. I saw everything that happened and I cannot let anything happen to Niklaus, so my first cause of action is to get rid of the doppelganger, Tadia, whose blood was an ingredient in the spell. Besides, Elijah is going to kill her anyway, so to save him the stress and trauma, I will help him and trigger my curse. I vamped speed to Tadia's house and saw her resting on her bed. Tadia, what are you doing in my home and my bedroom? She asked me while feeling confused on who she is talking to, whether is Niklaus or Victor. Victor, and this is nothing personal, love, I said as I rushed to her and my vampire face appeared, scaring the living daylight out of her. I brought my face to her neck and bit her. After I drank her to the last, I threw her lifeless body to floor. Doppelgangers are sure troublesome, I said while thinking of Katrina and Elena. As I was in my thought, I felt pain I've never felt before. I quickly cast a silencing spell in the room to keep my screams from going out. After what felt like eternity, I felt a surging newfound strength through my body. I grinned finally. I'm a Tribrid, the first one. I looked to the Michaelsons' compound and disappeared from my spot. General POV. Michael, Elijah, hold him down. Niklaus, brother, don't let them do this to me. Elijah was torn on what to do. On one hand was his little brother while on the other hand was his father. Michael, seeing his son hesitating, yelled at him. Michael, do it now boy, now. Elijah finally moved, obeying his father. He held Niklaus while Michael tied to the wooded cross. Niklaus, whispering, help me. Niklaus begged, but no one heard his plea. When he was about to lose hope, his salvation came. He saw the silhouette of someone running towards them before hitting Michael and Elijah, separating them from Klaus. Klaus, brother, you came. Victor, of course, I will never abandon any of my siblings. Michael, there you are boy, decided to come out of hiding, huh? Victor, who said I was hiding from you? Michael, no matter, the both of you must undergo the ritual. Victor was wondering how the hell did his mother still have a doppelganger blood. Did she do what Klaus did in the TVD series, where he drained Elena of her blood, while making sure she is still alive? He looked at his father knowing fully well, he can't win against Michael right now due to the fact that Michael is a warrior and a full-grown man. When he turned further, augmenting his strength further. The spell that he used to turn was just to remove their weakness to the sun and vervain, given that the white oak stick couldn't be used against them, while adding the abilities to manipulate blood and shadow. But he can use magic. Thinking about this, a grin appeared on his face. Elijah, brother, leave, I will take it from here. Victor, didn't you hear me when I said that I wouldn't abandon any of my siblings? Elijah. Michael, Elijah, how dare you side with them? Elijah, they are my brothers, so I'll side with them. Victor, knowing he can't win against Michael with brute force, he decided to use magic. Me ne de qual surenta. He chanted the incantation for the spell. He used the famous neck-snapping spell on Michael, who instantly fell on the ground. Esther, seeing this, wanted to cast a similar spell on them but was rendered unable to speak. Victor was surprised because he wasn't the one who cast the spell, so he looked around and saw Cole smiling triumphantly. Cole, was I late? No, brother, you right on time. He returned the smile back and continued Phosmato Somnus, which put Esther to sleep. Victor, let's go. The spell won't last long, especially the one I used on father. He has a very strong willpower that might shorten the duration of the spell. They vamped speed out of there while going to meet up with Finn and Rebecca. They explained about everything that happened that day. Rebecca punched Elijah for being an accomplice in wanting to help their parents suppress Nick's werewolf side. Back at the Michaelsons' compound, Esther woke to see Michael and someone she wasn't expecting to see, Ayana, her friend and mentor. Ayana, I told you that what you are going to do will unleash a plague to the world, but you refused. Now see what kind of creatures you made. The spirits are giving you a chance to correct your mistakes. I hope you heed my advice this time. 4. Showdown. At the boundary of the settlement. Cole, what are we going to do now? Finn, we'll wait until father and mother calm down, then we talk to them. Niklaus, are you even listening to your own words, brother? Victor, Nick, calm down. I'm not sure about that, brother. Father has already labeled I and Nick as a beast and abomination. Elijah, so what are you suggesting we do, brother? Cole, I say we run. They all looked at Cole while Rebecca made her way to the edge of the settlement but discovered that it was blocked. Rebecca, not to bust your bubbles, Cole, but I think we are trapped. Knowing her mother, she would do something like this thinking they will run away. Victor, a boundary spell, but I don't know which one mother made. Cole, this is a good time to test my new ability. Finn, what do you mean new ability? Cole, oh, after we were made this way, I discovered that I can absorb magic from other sources with magic, pretty good, right? Victor, what, when did you notice it? Cole, when I absorbed the magic from Nick's necklace. Victor was shocked to find out that Cole became siphoner after he became a vampire and decided to check if he was also one. A smile appeared on his face when he siphoned the magic out of his necklace. He wondered if this was the surprise that the old man was talking about when he had a voice in his head. Brat, who are you calling an old man? Forget it, that was my surprise for you. You and Cole are different from the other siphoners, because you can cast spells and do any magical stuffs without siphoning magic from any sources. You have your own magic, and you can also siphon from others. Victor grinned and looked at Cole. Let's give it a try, brother. Elsewhere. Michael, are you going to listen to her, woman? Esther, I have no choice, Michael. They are also different from you, they don't get burned under the sun and I'm not even sure if what I'm about to do will kill them. Michael, kill them? Are you even listening to yourself right now, woman? They are our children. Esther, I know, that's why I'm preparing a resurrection spell for them, the only problem is that is not perfected. Also I told you before we did what we did. Michael, do whatever you want, but mark my words, if anything goes south, I will kill you myself and that Iana bitch. Esther wasn't sure what she planned to do will work, but she has to do it. The spirits are angry with her, she brought monsters to the world and she is the only one who can stop them, after all she is their mother. As Esther finished her preparations she felt the boundary spell she used on the settlement weakening and panicked, wondering what her children were doing. They shouldn't know the spell she used because she and Iana were the ones who created this new boundary spell, but now is getting weak. She looked at Michael and said, we have to go now. The children, they doing something to the spell. Michael held her and vamp speed from their location, not seeing Anya coming. Iana, I hope you do what you should, Esther, or you will force me to use the spells she used to make the first immortals to hunt your children. At the boundary of the settlement. Victor, we are almost done. Cole. After he found out that he and Cole can siphon magic, they began to siphon the boundary spell magic. Michael, not so fast, boy. Esther waved her hands and Victor and Cole were flung to the side. Rebecca, what are you doing, mother? Rebecca said as she ran to her brothers. Finn, mother, father, what is the meaning of this? Michael, stay out of these, boy, I just need Victor and Niklaus. Elijah, you will have to go through us, father, if you want to get to them. Rebecca, absolutely. Rebecca and Elijah stood in front of Klaus, Cole and Victor to defend them. Rebecca was just like her counterpart who wanted to kill her own father for maltreating Niklaus in the original series. Michael, hiding like the cowards you are, I see. Niklaus, I was never afraid of you, father. Michael looked at his children and looked at his wife and said, woman, are you sure what you plan to do will work? He didn't want to see his children die and worse at his own hands. Even if Niklaus and Victor weren't his, he was still the one who named them and it wasn't their fault that they were born out of their mother's affair, but it pains him for they will always remind him of that and his pride as man won't let him accept them easily. Esther, I'm sure. She lied, Victor could see it, she was doing it to save her skin, those bastards must have threatened her so she must kill them. Victor looked at Michael knowing fully well he can't best him in a fight, if they were still human he might have a chance, but now they were newly turned vampires and they won't receive their perk until 10 years later. Michael can beat him now, but he has the numbers and Michael is alone. Victor, is this the only way, mother? Esther just looked at her son and closed her eyes and began chanting her spell but was distracted by Rebecca who wanted to stop but instead Esther snapped her neck. Niklaus rushed to Rebecca but before he could get to her Michael got to him first and used a white oak stake he kept for safekeeping which Esther has powered and staked Klaus's heart. Elijah, Cole and Finn were terrified knowing the stake could kill them but what they saw left them aghast. Niklaus didn't show any sign that he was dying. Michael, it's not working, woman. Esther, it was supposed to work, the stake was powered by my magic. Iana, what atrocities have you created, Esther? They all looked at Iana who came looking surprised because it looked like the one she used when she made the first immortals. Luckily she also made a cure. She looked at Michael and came to a firm stand to use him. Esther, I don't know why it didn't work, don't tell Victor, you did something. Victor, I just tweaked the spell a little. Iana decided to use one of her last resort to kill them. Iana, since you can't die, I will have to imprison you all for eternity. Iana lied trying to throw them off, give her the chance to cast a protection spell on herself and desiccate Michael to make use of him for she can't beat these monsters that can't die. She looked to Esther and said, forgive me, my friend, but you brought this on yourself. As she snapped her fingers, Esther became lifeless, her body fell to the ground. The Michaelsons were shocked and eyes burned in hatred looked at Anya, especially Niklaus who was loved by his mother dearly despite their recent altercations. Niklaus, what have you done? Niklaus said as his eyes turned gold yellow. 5. Always and Forever, Birth of the Original Vampire Hunter. Niklaus, what have you done? Niklaus said as his eyes turned gold yellow. Ayana, I will need a sacrifice for what I'm about to do, so your mother is the only one who can die among you. Cole, how dare you? Cole vamped speed to Ayana, but someone beat him to it. Michael, what gave you the right to kill my wife, Ayana? Ayana, this is what I was hoping for. Ayana was glad that Michael was the one who came for her as she used the desiccation spell on him. Elijah, seeing his father at the mercy of Ayana, rushed to her and snapped her neck. Ayana died, but Victor felt something was wrong. She died too easily, but he couldn't pinpoint it. The Mikhaelsons took their parents and left to the Mikhaelsons' compound and buried Esther close to Henrik. The Mikhaelsons all gathered around each other when Rebecca spoke. Rebecca, I know you think she hates us, especially you both, Victor and Niklaus, but she did not. Silent for a moment, she was just afraid. I'm sorry she turned her back on you, but I will never do that. Elijah, nor will I. Everyone looked at Elijah as said that as Rebecca continued. Rebecca, we stick together as one, always and forever. They all held hands together and they made the vow on the very ground they buried mother to always stand by each other and be there for one another always and forever. Cole, so what are we going to do with father? They turned to Michael, whose body lay desiccated. Finn, let's take him with us. After all, we don't have anything to do here in the settlement, so let's just leave and take him to us. Elijah, I'll agree with Finn. Victor wanted to agree with them, but then he remembered the old man said that Freya will be coming to the settlement. She and Henrik will join them in their journey. Then if they left Michael and Henrik is resurrected, then they all will meet up together later, and only Freya can melt the hardened heart of the current Michael. Victor, I say we leave him here. Rebecca, why should we abandon our father, Victor? Niklaus, he must have his reason and I will stand by him. Everyone looked at each other and Victor and Niklaus, waiting for Victor to explain. Victor, I don't know how to explain this, but it will better for everyone if what I planned happened. Finn and Elijah weren't liking the idea of leaving their father here, but after everything that happened, they should give some space. After all, he is a grown man, he can take care of himself. The Mikhaelson siblings decided to leave their father and move on with their lives, so they left the settlement to open a new beginning. Back at the boundary of the settlement, Ayana woke up with a gasp after she experienced death. Good thing she used a protection spell on herself, if not she would have died for sure. Now to next plan of action. She went to the Mikhaelsons' compound and found out that the siblings had left, but they didn't take Michael with. She smiled when she saw this. Ayana, foolish children, they left their father in settlement thinking I'm dead. I never wanted to do this, but I have to for the greater good. It takes only a monster to hunt a monster. Ayana plans to use the spell that her ancestor used long ago to make the first immortals. Even if she herself will go against nature, she will, because she can't let the Mikhaelson siblings to roam about as they like. They are a plague in this world and they needed to be purged. She used a memory creation spell to give him a fabricated memory, making him think it was Victor and Niklaus who killed their mother out of anger when she tried to suppress their werewolf side, depriving them of their true heritage. Then she used the immortality spell on Michael, making him a true immortal being that can't die from any harm. At first she wasn't sure if she'd do it because she didn't have the cure of this immortality spell she used, but she has an inkling to where she could get it, so she took the gamble and used it on him, and since he was dead it wouldn't cause a doppelganger effect. When she was done with Michael and went to Esther's grave. Ayana, I'm sorry for what I did, but it was for the best. Your children are monster that can't die, so I have to turn your husband against his own children. Even at that I'm still not sure if he will succeed, but I'm willing to take a gamble. She used the preservation spell on Esther's body after she dug out her body from the earth and placed in remote cave which she sealed. Ayana, this is the best I can do for you, my friend. After a few hours passed, Michael woke up and looked around him. His face turned into a frown and anger when he saw Ayana. Michael, where is my wife's body? Ayana, I took care of it. I know you must be feeling devastated about what happened. Even I'm devastated that my friend had to die to her own children. That's why we must work together to end them. They are plagues that need to be purged. Michael did not even listen to her. He was so angry with Victor and Niklaus. How dare those beasts kill his wife and turned his own children on him. He can't let them be. He must kill them. Michael, where are they? Victor and Niklaus, where did they go? Ayana, they left the settlement. I don't know where they are now, but with time you can get to them. Michael, good. What did you do to me, Ayana? Ayana, I made you a true immortal. Your children are dangerous than you think. What could kill you cannot kill them, so I made you unkillable so that you might stand a chance against them. Since they can't die, I will tell you where you might be able to find a cure to turn them into normal humans, depriving them of their immunity to death and you yourself. Michael and Ayana talked for some time, after which Michael left the settlement in search of his children. 6. Southern France, 1002. Year 1002, Southern France. Cole, who is ready for the next course? Finn, Cole. Cole, I know, I'm just joking. Rebecca, sigh, such pretty clothes, what a shame they will go waste. Elijah, Rebecca, we discussed this. Rebecca, no, you discussed this. None of us have a say in the matter. This lots are traveling somewhere, their cart is full of silk and jewelry, 5 of them, ops, 6 of us. Wherever they were going to, why don't we just go in their stead? Elijah, first of all, Rebecca, there are 6 of us and 5 of them. Second, we don't know the custom of these people. How are we going to fit in? The Mikhaelsons just looked at the bickering Rebecca and Elijah. When Niklaus smelled someone, due to his werewolf heritage not being suppressed, his senses were heightened more than others except from Victor. Niklaus, shhh, I think I smelled someone. Victor, hearing his brother, remembered this scene. He looked at where the famous Lucien castle hid himself. He walked there and removed the coat covering him. Lucien, being discovered, tried to run away but was surrounded by the Michaelsons. Rebecca, aren't you a handsome one? Cole, all I see is dessert. Lucien became scared silly when he heard Cole. Lucien, wait, please, I can help you. Victor, and how, if I may ask? Lucien, I am the personal servant of the Count de Martel. I heard what you were talking about. I was supposed to escort them to the castle of the Count for a lengthy stay. I know their customs as well as their court habit. If you suppose to pose as the people you slaughtered here, I can help you fit in, please. Rebecca, please let us keep him. Elijah, Rebecca, no, what's our most important rule? Rebecca, never leave alive someone who. Cole and Rebecca have seen what we are. Elijah, thank you, a practice that has served us very well indeed. Finn, she has a point, he may be of use to us. Cole, a proper family squabble. Niklaus, perhaps we should put it into a vote. All those in favor of letting him live. Rebecca and Finn raised their hands when Cole said. Cole, those inclined to gut him. Cole and Elijah raised their hands, leaving Victor and Niklaus to vote. Victor, I say we let him live. We can't continue to live like this, like animals. We should at least behave like normal people for once, even if we are not normal per se. Cole, Nick, what shall it be? Niklaus looked at Lucien, which the latter did the same. Niklaus, I say we keep him. Victor, all right, that's done. Now to the most important matter here. There are 6 of us while they are 5 of them. Lucien, I can get you something to wear when we get close to the castle. Victor, all right then, let's go. They made their way to the Count castle while learning the ways of nobles from Lucien. When they got close to the castle, Lucien went to get a clothes from God knows where and brought it for Victor, who took it and changed. After a few minutes, they arrived at the ballroom. Lucien, here, you see the Count de Martel. You address him as your grace and all the other nobles as my lord, and when you speak to the Count, you should speak of hunting. He loves his horses and his hounds, and how deep my lady Rebecca. He also relishes a healthy cleavage, and for God's sake all of you should stop looking up. The Michelson siblings were looking around them. This is the first time they've seen a castle. Even though Victor was a reincarnator, this is also his first time seeing one in person, not to talk the least of entering one. Lucien straightened Cole's dress, which Cole did not take well, and whispered to Lucien's ear. Cole, touch me again and I will rip your arm straight off your show. Finn, behave, Cole, or I will bury you under the ground to rot. Rebecca, this isn't going to work, is it? Lucien, calm down, just do as we practiced. I know that you look lovely, my lady. Elijah, Niklaus and Victor were at the back of the group. Niklaus, are you worried, brother? Elijah, we placing our trust at the hands of a complete stranger. Niklaus. Victor, don't worry, brother, everything will work out fine. Elijah, if you say so, brother. They got to the Count, whom Lucien bowed to. De Martel, Lucien, you are supposed to fetch the Count Tequesta. Lucien, indisposed, your grace. Gout, may I present his children, the Lord Finn, Elijah, Victor, Niklaus and Cole, and of course the lovely lady Rebecca. The Count looked at the Michelson siblings, never hearing about them before. He stood up to address them. De Martel, your father has never mentioned you to me before in any of our dealings. Victor quickly replied, not wanting to make it awkward like in the series. Victor, your grace, do forgive us, our father has always distanced himself with all his travels, we were mainly raised by servants. Elijah, however, I do know that he would be very pleased if we were introduced to society by your noble hands, your grace. Niklaus, your grace, I look forward to hearing tales of your hunting escapades. May I present our sister? Rebecca moved forward to introduce herself. She bowed low enough for the Count. Rebecca Tequesta, at your service, your grace. The Count looked at Rebecca, trying to get a good view of assets. Victor thought in his heart to kill this man before they leave his castle. How dare he look at his sister indecently? Everything went fine as everyone went about doing what they felt like doing. Niklaus and Lucien. Niklaus, you've proven to be of immense help. Lucien, of course, my lord. Niklaus, though I'll say you don't seem at all disturbed leading us to your master's home. Lucien, my master is cruel drunkard who torments his minions for sports, beggars who seek supper, vassals who cannot pay a debt like my own father. All this gentle folk behind their silks and jewels, they are slavers, killers. Whatever evil you are all among greater evils to him. What do I care if you kill a lot of them? Niklaus smiled when he heard Lucien's word. Everyone's attention were drawn to the 2 individuals walking into the ballroom. Niklaus turned to look who they were. Niklaus, who are they? Lucien, they are the Count's children, the Lord Tristan and his sister, Lady Aurora. Niklaus, she is exquisite. He looked at Aurora with a new light in his eyes as he was fascinated by her beauty. She also looked back at him and smiled. Lucien, yes, as her brother is wicked, might suggest that you stay away from them completely. Niklaus, oh, would she really be such a threat to someone like me? Lucien, the Lady Aurora doesn't need teeth to tear a man's soul out. One need only stare at her eyes and be lost. Victor saw all this from a corner and just shake his head when he saw his brother's love-struck face and that of Lucien, wondering what they saw in her anyway. 7. First Sire. Victor POV. Over the year of our stay in France, I was hoping Freya and Henrik would be here by now, but I was wrong. Damn, what was taking them so long? I've gotten pretty good with my vampire abilities such as compulsion, the mind-related abilities like dream manipulation and most importantly blood manipulation. I can't do major things with the blood manipulation like Quinn in my vampire system, but I'm getting there, and I might even surpass him due to my 10 years increase in strength. Niklaus and I have also shifted to our werewolf forms, and what we became baffled us. We were as big as the wolves in Twilight, unlike the wolves in this world. In my wolf form, my furs are black with red eyes while Klaus's is brown with gold-yellow eyes. Also, we've also discovered to be able to turn like the teen wolf forms, meaning we have 2 wolf forms, but the problem is we can't turn someone into a wolf, which I assume is due to the world law. After we showed our siblings our werewolf form, Rebecca has always pestered me and Klaus into giving her rides, which I took the liberty of indulging her. My siblings have also know about their abilities to manipulate blood, and I assume the shadow manipulation will awaken later. My siblings have not found out about the ability of compulsion, and I don't want that to happen, because either I or Elijah will have to compel a certain Yandere, and I don't want Nick to find out she was compelled. Now, we are attending an event held by the Count. I sat down with Niklaus, who is having a chat with Lucien, who was giving Niklaus a letter for his lady Aurora. Niklaus tried to dissuade him from pursing Aurora, but Lucien did not listen to him. After he gave Nick the letter he left, and I saw Nick having a contemplative face. I sighed as I said, "You have to tell him, brother, you can't hide it forever," to which Nick replied, "I know, but I can't just tell him, Victor. He is in love with her for years, and I just come out of nowhere and steal the heart of the girl he loves. I wanted to tell him that she isn't right for him, but I just kept quiet. I am just waiting for Henrik and Freya to come, and I will be out of this hellhole they call the castle, after which I will kill a certain count." General POV. Late at night, Niklaus and Aurora were making out in a corner of the castle. "Niklaus, I have something from Lucien." "Aurora, forget about him, let's enjoy our moment," she said as she discarded the letter sent to her by Lucien after Niklaus gave it to her without even reading it. While they were making out, someone came and saw them making out. With a devastated look he cried out, drawing their attention. "Lucien, what are you doing with him, Aurora?" "Aurora, keep quiet, I told my brother I was going for night prayer." Lucien could not believe his eyes. The woman whom he loved and desired to be with is making out with a man she doesn't even fully know. "Lucien, do you know what kind of a man he is, Aurora?" "Niklaus, Lucien my friend, please." Lucien interrupted him. "Lucien, and you, I trusted you and you betrayed me." All the shouting drew the attention of Tristan, who came with his personal guards, but before he could get to them Niklaus has already left on behest of Aurora. Tristan, seeing only Lucien and his sister, was infuriated that he didn't listen to Lucien's plea. Elsewhere, Elijah and Victor were outside feeding when Nick came to them. "Niklaus, I need your help." "Elijah, and how may we be of help to you, brother?" Niklaus explained everything that happened to them, and Victor frowned, knowing that the Count children are trouble. If it wasn't for his wish which made them completely immortals, he would have killed them early, including that Lucien who created the beast serum, but now they aren't worth the effort. In fact, he will allow Lucien to create the beast serum just to humor him. "Victor, I knew they were going to be troublesome." "Niklaus, this isn't the time for lectures, brother, we have to save him." They vamp speed to Tristan torture chamber and saw what the bloody psychopath have done. He already scarred Lucien's face. "Victor, I guess we are late." Niklaus, aggrieved by what has happened to Lucien, looked at Tristan with anger. "Tristan, what are you going to do? He is a mere servant. What gave him the right to even try to have an affair with my sister?" Tristan does not know about them like he did in the series, because Cole isn't as bloodthirsty as his counterpart due to being a heretic, making him have control over himself. "Victor, why don't you say that again? I'm itching to have a go at you." Now that they don't have Michael coming for them, he can just kill this Tristan guy and let Aurora be alone all by herself after he kills her father. That will be a very good motivation for her to desire revenge, which he assumed Lucien would gladly help her with just to win her affection, and what happened in the series when Lucien created the beast serum might happen, and there will be no need to compel her. He laughed in his heart when he thought of his plan as a grand plan. "Tristan, what can you do to me? Remember, you are in my father's castle and I can do whatever, even if it is to kill you." "Victor, I like this. There is going to be a massacre very soon." "Elijah, brother, there is no need for threat, we can deal with this like gentlemen." "Victor, how long have you known me, brother? I'm never a gentleman when it comes to uprooting weeds." Elijah talked with Tristan before he left while Klaus pulled Lucien down from his torture to try and comfort him. Lucien stabbed Klaus in a fit of rage, blaming him for his torture and for his affair with Aurora. Klaus proved that he couldn't be killed by the blade and turned it on Lucien with his blood still on. The blade cut Lucien's hand, mixing Klaus's blood into the wound. To Klaus and Lucien's surprise, the cut and wounds on his face healed almost immediately, revealing that Klaus's blood had healed him. Believing that he was now a vampire, Lucien stormed out of the dungeon with the knife and tried to murder Tristan, but was stabbed in the back and killed by one of the guards. Elsewhere, the Michaelsons can be seen in the middle of a forest holding a burial rite for Lucien. "Finn, who you said your blood healed him, Niklaus." "Niklaus, yes brother, but it can't bring back the dead." "Finn, then we can save lives with this." Before Finn could dream about philanthropic dreams, Victor spoke. "Victor, Finn, I will advise you against that, and besides this, Lucien is a fool, just having healed from his injuries from Nyx. What makes him think he is like us? Even we had to die to be." Victor paused, making a fake expression as if he was thinking of something when he looked at Lucien, knowing he is going to wake up soon. His siblings also looked at Lucien when they heard Victor's word, after which Lucien woke up with a gasp, proving their theory. 8. Henrik and Freya. The Michelson saw Lucien waking up, confirming their recent theory: when a human dies with their blood in their system, they become like them. Victor turned to look at Finn and said, "Are you still thinking of helping people with your blood, brother?" "Finn, I think I'll pass." The siblings laughed at that. Then they looked at Lucien, who was looking at them confused. He was dead not too long ago and now he is alive. Then it hit him, he should be like them, that's why he didn't die. While he was ecstatic, he didn't notice his surrounding until Elijah asked him a question. "Elijah, Lucien, how are you feeling?" "Lucien, I've never felt better." Victor just looked at Lucien like an experimental subject. He was wondering how the vampires of this current world would differ from the series, since they, themselves, are different from the series. "Cole, alright, if he is like us, then he will have to feed to complete his transition like we did, so who is going to show him the rope? I for one, I have better things to do. Niklaus, I will be responsible for him, after all it was my fault all this happened. Victor, I can take care of his training." Victor said, wanting to torture Lucien a little and try to find out what is difference between the one the current them turned and the ones turned in the series. "Elijah, alright then, it is settled. Niklaus will show him how to feed while Victor will teach him about his newfound strength." The Michelsons dispersed and they went to their business. Niklaus and Lucien were left there. Niklaus led Lucien to the chapel, which was the only place where Lucien could feed without being disturbed. Lucien fed on women in a chapel, completing his transition into the first non-original vampire and first member of Klaus' sire line. He then thanked Klaus, telling him he was no longer mad at him because he had given him the gift of immortality and saying that they were as close as brothers now. Klaus then showed Lucien how to properly feed. Aurora appeared, catching them feeding. Lucien tried to approach her but was stopped by Rebecca, who showed her own fangs. Aurora ran in fear. "Rebecca, don't you guys know how to look at your surroundings before you act?" "Niklaus, I should go after her." "Rebecca, never mind, she is my friend, I will go after her myself." Rebecca vamped speed to Aurora's room to check on her while explaining what happened, for she believed Lucien to be dead and now she saw him drinking an innocent woman's blood while also telling her about her family. Just like that, weeks passed and Victor have gotten his results from Lucien. He found out that Lucien cannot die from normal wood, which made him to theorize that only the White Oak State could kill those they sire directly. Lucien is like an original in the series. The only difference is that he isn't an original, which means he does not have a sire bond with the ones he will sire, and also he can be compelled by them. Victor made him a daylight ring for serving him well in his experiment. After Rebecca met with Aurora and explained everything, she became less afraid around Niklaus, but there was a problem. Her brother Tristan, he found out about her having an affair with Niklaus and told her to end it, but she couldn't. Aurora begged Niklaus to turn her like he did to Lucien, but he couldn't. He told her the disadvantages that Lucien have, but she was adamant, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Aurora, suffering from profound grief and from the demons in her mind, slit her wrists. Rebecca found her and gave her some of her blood, telling her to cherish her human life, not knowing it was a ploy to get Rebecca's to give her blood. She was healed by the vampire blood in her system. However, moments later, hoping to be reunited with Klaus, she committed suicide by throwing herself out a window in an attempt to become a vampire, just as Lucien had. Her suicide with Rebecca's blood in her system led to her transforming into the first vampire of Rebecca's sire line. She revealed her transformation to Klaus, which he didn't take well at first but gave in after a while. With the Michelsons. "Cole, what's with you guys going around turning people you like into? Damn it, we need a name for ourselves." After Niklaus told the rest of the Michelsons about Aurora turning into vampire, they gathered around to discuss how to manage two more beings like them. "Victor, I think vampire will be a nice name for our new species." "Cole, I'll say, it has a nice ring to it. Vampires, how did you come up with that name, brother?" "Elijah, please, we should leave that for later and discuss our current situation." "Victor, I agree with Elijah. Now we've been here for over a year now and we haven't heard any rumors about our existence, but ever since Lucien became a vampire, rumors has been going around about a demon who comes at night to feed on people's blood, and now we have an extra," cared to explain Rebecca. "Rebecca, brother, I swear I never knew she was planning all that just to become like us." "Elijah, well, since you are the one who turned her, then you have to take care of her, do you understand, Rebecca?" "Rebecca, I do, brother." "Niklaus, I will assist Rebecca with Aurora's case." "Cole, aren't you a lover boy, Nick?" "Finn, enough Cole, now with all the rumors, we can't linger around here anymore and I think we've overstayed our welcome here." "Elijah, I agree with Finn on that note, we should get ready to move after the Count's birthday party." "Rebecca, hi, I will have to say goodbye to all these once again." "Cole, finally, I can go look for some witches and learn spells from their grimoire." "Victor, you know they won't just hand it to you, right?" "Cole, I can be persuasive, brother." The Michelsons dispersed and got ready for their journey. Niklaus and Rebecca taught Aurora what they knew about their abilities as vampires. Niklaus also told Aurora about their departure, which Aurora told him that she will come with him. On the night of the Count's birthday party, the Michelsons gathered around having their usual family squabbles while laughing at themselves when two individuals walked in, one male and the other female. The female appeared to be older than the male. they both had curly blonde hairs. The Michelesons were surprised because they knew that the male with her was dead while they don't know the female not until they heard Finn's voice. Finn, Freya, you are back and you too little Henrik, you are alive, but how? They all looked to their long-lost sister and dead brother and also turned to Victor when he asked, Victor, where is father? 9. Henrik and Freya final part. Flashback. After Esther turned her children into vampires, two things happened. 1. In a certain location lay two beds, which housed two individuals sleeping in it. One of the said person's eyes opened looking around confused. She was supposed to be asleep for 100 years to wake up for 1 year, but why did she awaken this soon, or has the 100 year passed by so soon? She then looked at her aunt who were still sleeping in her bed. She wondered why she woke up this early. She decided to wait if her aunt would wake up shortly after, if not then she will run away and find her way back to her family. Seeing no sign of her aunt's awakening, she decided to run away, never looking back. That's how she started her journey back to her family. The second thing that happened was a boy who should have died woke up in a void full of darkness. He looked around him trying to figure out where he was when he heard a voice. Fret not, young one, you were supposed to be dead, but I made a deal with someone to keep you alive. The boy asked the voice who wanted him alive. You are not permitted to know that, but just know you will be here for a while, so I grant you the privilege of watching your family till you wake up. As the voice said, he was teleported back to his family but could not commutate with they when he tried, which left him saddened. He watched as his siblings fought with their parents, how Iona killed his mother and turned his father against his children. He couldn't do anything but just watched all this happen to his family. He vowed to get back at that Iona when he comes back alive. Just like that, a month passed by. A woman with a curly blonde hair walked into the settlement. She made her way to the Michelesons' compound but found out that it was empty. Before she came to the new world, she has gone to their previous home in Norway, but she couldn't find anyone, so she used a locator spell and came here, but it was still void of anyone, so she decided to ask around, which led her to Iona. Iona, how may I help you, young child? Sorry that to disturb you, but I'm looking for my family. Iona looked at her for a moment. She has a slight resemblance to the Michelesons. Iona, and who are you, if I may ask? Sorry once again, my name is Freya Michaelson. Iona felt another headache coming her way. She was happy with her life when the Michelsons left the settlement, but now another one came. Little did she know that is the least of her worries. Iona told her what happened, from how Henrik died to when her mother turned her children to monsters, to how Victor and Niklaus killed Esther and framed their father after they found out that they were not his sons, how Michael in his rage decided to hunt his children. Freya was saddened by what she heard about her father and her siblings. Heck, she didn't care about what happened to mother. Her mother died when she gave her up to Dahlia. She decided to pass her respect to her late brother before going in search of the rest of her siblings. When she got to Henrik's grave, she noticed something weird when suddenly a hand bust out. She quickly ran to his aid knowing it was her brother's grave, but before she could get to him, someone jumped out of the grave and stood in front of her, completely different from what she thought. Her brother was supposed to be 13, but now he looked to be 18 to 19. Freya, who are you? Henrik looked at his sister before he looked at himself. He has grown a lot this past month. Even he didn't know what happened but just assumed it to be caused by the voice he heard in the void. Henrik, sister, it's me Henrik, and Iona lied to you. She was the one who killed mother and framed Victor and Niklaus. Then she changed father's memories into thinking that. Henrik said as veins started appearing around his eyes. Freya saw his eyes and decided to suppress the anger building in her. Freya, what's happening to your eyes, Henrik? Henrik, I guess I'm like our siblings now, and I am thirsty. Freya, let me go get you some water. Henrik, oh, not water, I need blood and I know just the person to drink from. Henrik said as he vamped speed to Iona's house. Seeing his direction, Freya knew where her brother was going, so she decided to follow him while also surprised by his speed. When she got to Iona's house, she could see Henrik looking at Iona with fury in his eyes. Iona, how is this possible? You were dead, we all saw you die, how can you be alive? Freya walked to her brother and looked at Iona with anger. Freya, you were the one who killed my mother. As if that wasn't enough, you manipulated my father's memories into thinking that my brothers were the ones who killed her and also destroying my family in the process. All for what? Freya said as she slammed Iona to a wall with magic. Iona, cough, cough, your siblings were monster, they are an abomination. I thought it was the spell Esther made, but I think it has something to do with you Michelson's children. Iona said as she looked at Freya and Henrik, cursing at all the Michelsons for refusing to die. Henrik, now with all the questions out of the way, time for my meal. Henrik said as he rushed at Iona and drank her dry. After he was done, he and Freya decided to look for their siblings, which Freya has already used a locator spell to find their location. Flashback ends. The Michelson siblings all listened to Henrik and Freya's story when Cole said, Cole, so you are saying that Iona didn't die when Elijah killed her, and now father has been brainwashed into thinking Victor and Niklaus killed our mother and put the blame on him, making his children turn against him, and when you died you heard a voice saying something about our family making a deal with him. He brought you back but not completely, which enabled you to see all that, and when you did come back to life you became like this. Henrik, yes. Cole, damn, how does that even make sense? Elijah, nothing makes sense in our family. Cole, now that we know father will be coming for us, that's more reason we should hasten our departure, so I suggest we move tonight. 10. Leaving France. In the middle of the night, there were 8 people on a rooftop, standing together. Victor, we can't run like this from father forever. I'm not against moving from one place to another, but not because we are running from someone, especially father. Victor said, not wanting to indulge his siblings into running away for 1,000 of years from their father like in the series. Freya, I agree with you, but we can't kill him, he is our father. Cole, am I forgetting something? But didn't Henrik said something father being immortal now? Henrik, yes, Ayana made him immortal, and she also talked about cure for immortality, saying she had an idea on where she could find it. Victor looked at Henrik when he heard that Ayana had an idea on where the cure for Silas was. Even himself only knew where that Silas was imprisoned in an island. Well, she might know, after all it was her ancestor who made it. Elijah, for you are saying that there is a cure for our immortality. Henrik, I don't think so, brother. Elijah, why did you say that? Henrik thought of what Ayana said before she died. Henrik, Ayana said our immortality had nothing to do with the spell mother cast on you guys, she said it had to do with us Michaelson's children. Cole, what's so special about us anyway? How will they be able to know that their immortality didn't come from the spell their mother used to turn them into a vampire, but from a single wish made by someone? Victor, since the cure can't affect us and we don't know where the cure is, we will just have to get father, find a way to give him back his memory, but for now let's just leave this place, and we are going to need a diversion from father, so we have to turn 5 more people into vampires. Henrik, vampires, and what do you mean turn? Rebecca, that's the name we made for ourselves, impressive right, and we can also turn people into vampires by giving them our blood and killing them. Victor and the rest went to look for the ones they can turn into vampires and compel them to act like them to distract Michael for a few centuries. By then they would have been so powerful to defeat someone like Anadu, so Michael will be a breeze for them. Elijah, I already have a person in mind. Finn, do we have to do this? Isn't there a better option rather turning some other people? Victor, a better option is to face father head on, which the current us don't want to face right now. Freya, we might be able to defeat him, but we can't get back his memories back, which will not be good but a burden to us by dealing with his rage towards Victor and Niklaus, so we have to find a way to reverse the spell Ayana used on father to make him remember what happened. The Michaelsons agreed on what to do and they went for their respective targets to turn. Later that night, the Michaelsons were ready to move when Aurora came to join, but was stopped by Elijah, who asked her what she wanted. She told Elijah her decision to join them, but Elijah refused, saying it was a family matter and that she isn't family. Aurora refused to back down, but Elijah looked her in the eyes to persuade her but accidentally compelled her, which he noticed as she didn't argue back, making him continue to compel to forget about her love for Niklaus and stay with her family. With that, Aurora left, never looking back. After a while, all the Michaelsons gathered together when Niklaus came back with a dejected look. Everyone saw him alone and knew what happened, so they could only console him. Cole, don't worry brother, you will find another person who will love you more than this Aurora, but I got to say you really are not lucky with women, first Tadia and now Aurora. Finn, Cole will stop your nonsense, and Nick is going to be okay, just take it as a phase in life. They all gave him a word of encouragement which boosted his spirit a little. Niklaus, thanks, all of you, but let's just go away from here. The Michaelsons embark on their journey after Victor compelled all those that they have turned to believe that they were the Michaelsons and draw Michael's attention to them. At the outskirts of the southern France. Rebecca, so where are we going now? Cole, we don't even know anywhere to go. How can we know where we going, sister? Finn, oh now we are wanderers once again. Freya, we just have go with the flow, guys. Henrik, I'll say we make it fun. Elijah, how? Henrik, we race it. Victor, are you forgetting that not all of us are vampires? Victor said as he looked at Freya. Victor, actually, I'll take her with me, he said as he transformed into a big black wolf with red eyes. Henrik, whoa, you are big compared to the ones that attacked me, and why are your clothes not torn? Niklaus, well actually, Victor made us a ring to make our clothes remain intact after we transform into wolves. Freya, that's pretty convenient, so should I get on top? She asked Victor in his wolf form, which he nodded as a reply. She got on top of him and felt his soft and smooth black fur, which she caressed gently. Rebecca, no fair, I wanted that ride. Rebecca said as she complained about being the one who should ride Victor, but Freya got the chance, so she turned to her alternative, Niklaus. Niklaus, don't even think about it. Niklaus said as he got ready to run. They all laughed at these as they raced one another to their next destination. I know this chapter is a little short, but I just wanted to write this part and end their stay in France and move on to their next journey, the Brotherhood of the Five, and also I will be adding some of their abilities from the book series. What do you all think? Also please write your reviews on what you think of my work. I will really appreciate it if you do. See you tomorrow with another chap. 11. Brotherhood of the Five. Italy 1114. In a center of a town, there gathered a crowd as they watched someone on the platform, a man who was telling them about the creatures of the night, the vampires. These demons live among you, passing as human, so witness with your own eyes. As he said this, he opened a coffin which was placed at the center of the platform, which housed a person who tried to come out but couldn't because he was going to burn under the sun, but he still came out, which made him get caught on fire, making him scream and fell to the ground rolling. When the man who was telling them about the vampires saw this, he was happy and feeling proud about his accomplishment. In midst of the crowd stood 3 originals vampires. Elijah, he's putting on quite a show there. Niklaus, that's nothing, I could eat him for sports. Elijah, still, you should heed the warning between you here and Cole in the east, you should keep things discreet, stories about the original vampires are spreading. Niklaus, I will welcome such infamy, but if you are worried about discretion then you perhaps should wrangle our sister. Victor, sigh, she easily falls in love with men she deems handsome and pose a risk to her. Victor said as he remembered about her love escapades in the series. The 3 brothers looked at their sister playing lovey-dovey with the hunter who just put on the show for the crowd not too long ago. The original siblings have lived for over a century now and they have had many upgrades for up to 11 decades now and their abilities have been enhanced so much that they can be called demi-gods in this word. They have also awakened their shadow ability not too long ago, so these pesky hunters isn't even something they should worry about, all they wanted was that the originals remains in dark for now. Rebecca came to them with smiles which Niklaus took upon himself to destroy as he said with a smile. Niklaus, you do know, we might have to kill him one of these days, Rebecca, so don't get too attached for your heart's sake. Rebecca, come on brother, he is a handsome and a lovely fellow, why do you have to kill him? Victor, first, he is a hunter who is trying to kill us off which is a futile effort, secondly, he might not even love you and he is just trying to use you to get to us which I will say again is a futile effort. Elijah, I have to agree with Victor on this one, Rebecca, even though we can't die, we don't want you to experience a heartbreak in your early immortal life. The 3 brothers persuaded her from pursing this hunter guy but due to her stubbornness she refused. She walked out on them going her way. Later at the Michaelsons' temporary residence. Freya, why don't we invite this guy over for a dinner, what was his name again Rebecca? Rebecca hearing what her sister said replied with a beaming smile on her face. Rebecca, his name is Alexander, sister. Cole, so you have already fallen for him so quickly, damn such a shame he will have to die. Finn, shut up Cole, we know he hunts our kind but that does not mean we will attack him just like that, if he attacks first then that is a different story entirely. Rebecca sat there as she listening to her brothers while contemplating on what to do if Alexander truly targets her family. Elijah, enough you guys, as Freya said we should invite him over a dinner and see his motives for her if he is truly targeting our family, then I assure you guys I will end him myself. Elijah said as he looked at Rebecca and the rest of his siblings with conviction in his eyes. The Michaelsons agreed and they all decided to invite him tonight. Later at night, the Michaelsons all gathered around a table for a meal while waiting for Rebecca and Alexander to come join them. Henrik, what if he has ulterior motives? Victor, then we will kill him. Finn, why are all you thinking that he has ulterior motives? We don't even know if he knows about our existence as vampires, so we should just wait until he comes. Freya, I agree with Finn, we should give him the benefit of doubt for now. As they talking, the man of the hour arrived, with a beaming Rebecca. Rebecca, everyone, this Alexander, Alex, these are my siblings, Freya, Finn, Elijah, Victor, Niklaus, Cole and Henrik. Alexander, whoa, you have such a big family. Hello, my name is Alexander and I've heard a lot about you guys from the lovely Rebecca here. They all sat that and got ready to eat when Victor called the maids they compelled to serve them. Alexander, thank you, I have to say, I am unaccustomed to such luxury. Elijah, that's the least we can do to repay for opening our eyes to the truth, I'm curious to hear more about your order, the crusade. Alexander, we are but 5 men, bound by fire and the last breath of a dying witch to a single cause, the destruction of all vampires. After he said that all the Michaelsons looked to each other subtly when Klaus spoke. Niklaus, and how do you hope to achieve this? Alexander, we have the ultimate weapon which no vampire can survive. Victor, what is this ultimate weapon if you don't mind my question? Alexander, I would have loved to tell you but I cannot due to certain reasons. Victor, well that's bad, but just so you know you are always welcome to our home. Alexander, thank you. They all ate to their fill, and they called the maid to come clean the table after which the Michaelsons and Alexander said goodbye to each other. Alexander left with Rebecca who accompanied him. Cole, he definitely knows something and I can see that he also has an idea about us. Did you see the way he looks at us when he says the word vampires? Freya, I agree with Cole, he knows about our family, which would be dangerous if what this ultimate weapon he talks about can really hurt you. Finn, so what are we going to do now? We can't just attack him not knowing what or where the weapon is. Rebecca, I will get it from him, rest assured, I won't let anything harm my family. They all turned to look at Rebecca who walked through the door with a solemn face. 12. The Creation of the Five. Flashback 1110 AD. In the middle of an unknown forest, there were 6 people, 5 men and a woman. The 5 men stood with their chest bare in a pentagon pattern around the woman who stood in the middle of the 5 men while chanting. Phasmatos Sinta Corpora, e it ariro, quest ero immortalis. Phasmatos, victories, e incipio exa namoris. Syntasia Sinta Corpora, quest ero immortalis. As she was chanting her spell, she held a bowl which was on fire and lightning could be seen flashing in the surrounding forest. After she was done with incantation she raised the bowl towards the sky and lightning struck the bowl of fire which she placed on the ground making a fire which spread to the 5 men who also held a sword making the sword have a new appearance and also powerful. Tattoos also appeared from their right hands up to their left chest. Flashback ends. Alexander, that's how we became hunters, we were stronger and faster than normal humans, we are at the peak of human capabilities. That's how we're able to stand toe-to-toe with some vampires. Alexander said to Rebecca, who lay beside him on a bed. Rebecca, oh, what's the meaning of the tattoo on your body? I bet it has a meaning seeing that it was made of magic. She said as she run her hand on his body that was tattooed. Alexander, these are maps. Rebecca, maps, how do you read them, the symbols? Alexander, the maps took my brother and I a long time to translate, the sword is the key to reading it. Alexander took his sword from the table close to the bed and showed Rebecca for her to see. Alexander, have you considered my offer to come with me when I leave to follow the map? Rebecca, I have, and I would like that very much. Rebecca said as she smiled and kissed him passionately. As the act was going, Rebecca lay her eyes on a dagger on the table. Rebecca, what's that? Alexander, oh that's a very special weapon for a very special unique vampires. When I and my brothers achieved our destiny, these monsters will cease to exist. Until then, we have the daggers. He said as he twirled the dagger in his hands. Rebecca, do you really believe they are all so evil that they must be put down? Alexander, let us not talk of such evil, let us do this. Alexander said as he kissed her while reaching for the dagger. Alexander, and this. He stabbed the dagger to Rebecca, who was caught unaware. Rebecca looked at the man she has taken a liking to betrayed her. She should have listened to her siblings. If she had listened, all of these would not have happened. She looked at him as she reached her hands and grabbed his neck and threw him off her, which made a loud noise alerting the Michaelsons. Rebecca removed the dagger from her chest and looked at Alexander, which eyes were filled with disbelief. The dagger didn't work as it was intended to. He decided to flee, but that was too late. As he was about to run away, he was sent back by a punch. Henrik, well, that was not what I was expecting from you, Alex boy. Henrik looked at his sister, which clothes were stained with her blood. Henrik, should we kill him, sister? Rebecca, no, not now. He said something about a cure, we have to get rid of it. Alexander has already given up on his life. He wanted to commit suicide and hope for his brotherhood to leave here since they did not get his signal and find a way to get the cure and rid this world of their existence. Freya, I don't think that would be necessary. The cure might not work on us and Victor has already gotten the map, so you can kill him, Henrik. Henrik, great. He said as his true vampire face appeared and wanted to go for the kill when Alexander spoke. Alexander, wait, what do you mean he got the map? The map is divided into 5 parts and I never show anyone my tattoo until tonight, so how did he get it? Freya smiled as she looked at Alexander and said, you were compelled to tell him everything about you and your mission, and you even told him about your plan tonight, which by the way led to their death after we got the map. Alexander's eyes widened when he heard that he was compelled. He has immunity towards compulsion, so how did he get compelled? That's when he knew that he has messed up with the wrong family. Alexander, if you kill me now, you will be haunted with a curse, the hunter's curse. Henrik, I will take my chance. After all, my brother has killed the other 4, which means he knows how to deal with, so say goodbye to your pathetic life for playing with my sister. Henrik said as he used fear inducement to enhance Alexander's fear, which he found amusing, and after having his fun killed him. Freya, now that this is all done, we should get ready to move and find father, we've waited long enough. They all left to join the rest of their family. Victor, after my questioning of our friend, Alexander, I discovered that the Brotherhood of the 5 were created by dying Bennett Witch, who supposedly gave them a mission to eradicate vampires and find a cure for vampirism, and after tracing the origin of our mysterious witch, I found out that we have more in common. They all looked at him as waiting for him to continue his findings. Victor decided not to keep his siblings waiting. Spoke, she is a descendant of a certain witch, Ayana. Henrik, so even in her death, her descendants still wouldn't leave us alone. Finn, who you mean to say that the cure she talked about when she made father into a true immortal, is the ultimate weapon which Alexander spoke of? Victor nodded as he brought out the map he compiled from the hunters. Victor, this is the map, and I have to say that there is more to these place, because when I tried to use a divination spell on it I was blocked, I could not get any information on it. Victor said while thinking of her, she was able to seal someone in an entire island and also created a place for the supernatural. She truly deserves the title of the most powerful witch in the TVD series. While he was in his thought, he heard a ding sound in his head which made him look up and saw the confused faces of his siblings. 13. The system. Ding. System initializing. 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. System installation complete. Victor has totally forgotten that he was going to receive a system. Well, he didn't ask for one, instead he was given to him by God. Finn, what is this weird box in front of me? Elijah, it says it is a system, but I don't know what it is used for. Victor saw the confused look on his sibling's face and decided to explain what he knew about systems based on the novels he read back at his old world. Victor, from what I've seen here, it say that it can show us our stats, our abilities, and guide us on how to make good use of them. He explained what he knew, and also he knew that the system isn't a leveling system but system to view their stats and abilities. Cole, what is a stat anyway? Freya, just say status screen and you will understand. Freya said after learning about from her system. Cole, status screen. Ding. Name, Cole Michelson. Title, The Wily Fox, Original Vampire, Vampire Progenitor. Age, 130. Species, original heretic, vampire plus witch. Skills. 5 learning speed. Sword fighting, LVL max. Hunting, LVL max. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 90. Deception, LVL max. Blood manipulation, LVL 40. Shadow manipulation, LVL 5. Illusion casting, LVL 0, new. Abilities. Fear inducement. Magic. As a heretic, the host is able to use magic despite being a vampire. The power to utilize supernatural forces to potentially achieve any effect one desires. Siphoning. The host possess a rare power that allows them to siphon magic from other sources and use that magic for their own purposes. Mind compulsion. The supernatural ability to control and manipulate the body, mind, and soul of an animal or person. Weather control. The supernatural ability to influence meteorological energy patterns, such as creating rain, wind, hail, lightning, snow, sleet, fog, and temperature changes. Animal control. The supernatural ability to control the behavior of any kind of wild or domestic animals. However, a vampire can typically only control one species at a time. Healing factor. The supernatural ability to heal all infections and injuries at an accelerated speed. Immortality. The supernatural ability to possess eternal life and youth. The host is unkillable and not even death can claim the host. Super senses. The supernatural ability to hear, see, smell, and also taste beyond the human limit. Shape-shifting. The supernatural ability to alter and change the physical form of oneself. Super speed. The supernatural ability to jump, move and run at superhuman velocity. Super strength. The supernatural ability to possess abnormal physical strength, which can be used to single-handedly lift even an overweight grown man high off the ground by the throat and hurl him across a long room with enough speed and force to send him through a wall. Super stamina. The ability to indefinitely go on without sustenance, such as food or liquid for a long period of time. Telepathy. The supernatural ability to communicate mentally with other vampires and other supernatural beings without physical contact and over long distances. It also allows one to probe the minds of others. Perks. 5 increase in strength every 10 years. Cole. Well, that is a lot of information. Most of these things written here are things we don't even know we could do, and I am a Willy Fox. Victor. You are always the sly fox brother. If you can hear me, then that means the telepathy ability is working just fine. Even Victor was confused about most of the abilities he saw on the screen, so he decided to try out the telepathy ability. As a tribute, his stats are slightly different from the rest. Status. Name: Victor Michelson. Title: Reincarnator, the strongest Michelson, original vampire, vampire progenitor. Age: 131. Species: original tribrid, vampire plus werewolf plus witch. Skills: 10 learning speed. Sword fighting, LVL max. Hunting, LVL max. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL max. Acting, LVL max. Blood manipulation, LVL 60. Shadow manipulation, LVL 10. Illusion casting, LVL 0, new. Abilities: werewolf transformation, partial werewolf transformation, fear inducement, magic, siphoning, mind compulsion, weather control, animal control, healing factor, immortality, super senses, shape-shifting, super speed, super strength, super stamina, telepathy. Perks: 5 increase in strength every 10 years. Victor looked at his stats and nodded and decided to add more skills to his skill tap later. Freya checked her stats also. Name: Freya Michelson. Title: Michelson Witch, original witch. Age: 142. Species: immortal witch. Skills: 5 learning speed. Magic combat, LVL max. Abilities: immortality, healing factor, peak human physical condition. Magic codex: the host has all knowledge about spells, rituals, runes, potions and curse ever made or will be made. The host can access whatever you need in your mindscape. Perks: 5 increase in strength every 10 years. After she checked her stats, she felt a surge of information flow into her brain. She felt like she knew every spell, ritual and curses in the world, even ones she have never heard of. She decided to look at what this mindscape thing is about later on. Freya: well, that was unexpected. After a while all the Michelsons checked their stats. Niklaus: well, I am an original hybrid, and my title is the wildest Michelson. What about you, brother? Victor: original tribrid and the strongest Michelson. Everyone was silent when they heard him. Henrik: that's to be expected, you are a witch, vampire and also a werewolf, so technically you are the strongest of us all. Elijah: that makes sense, my title is the noble one. Niklaus: how are you noble? I say this might be scam. Rebecca: it's not a scam, Nick, after all I'm these family's original sister. Cole: if you do not know, then I will have to tell you, we have an older sister. Finn: I am a devoted acolyte. What does that even mean? Freya: alright, enough with all this titles, and whatnots, let's start moving. I now have everything I need to recover father's memories, she said while thinking about the magic codex in her mindscape. Henrik: where to, dear sister? Freya used a locator spell and discovered where Michael is. Freya: he is going to the island where the cure is. Victor: I guess we will be going to Nova Scotia. Victor said while thinking. Since the Brotherhood failed, she decided to use Michael to do their job for them. Well, since I will be heading there, I might as well help, but I will still have to imprison Silas until he is born. Silas can't die yet, if not he would not be born. After all, nature created doppelgangers for them to die in their stead. This chapter is just to list their abilities, titles and skills. For those whose stats I did not show, if you wanted I can just put it in an auxiliary chapter and to tell there is no different from their stats except Cole, which is a heretic, so the magic, without the magic that is the stats of the rest, and same goes for Niklaus. Also I will not be using the system often, just when I want to update new abilities or skills. Thank you, rate my book if you enjoy it. Love interest for the siblings. Rebecca plus Stefan. Freya plus Stefan. Rebecca plus Marcel. Elijah plus Catherine. Henrik plus Bonnie. Finn plus Caroline. Niklaus plus Caroline. Niklaus plus Camille. Finn plus Sage. Elijah plus Haley. Cole plus Davina. These are my list, you can add yours and chose from mine. 14. Nova Scotia. Rebecca, how are we going to cross this water? Cole, we'll just have to compel the locals to let us their boats. Henrik, let me do it. They allowed Henrik to do his thing and waited for him when Cole asked Freya a question. Cole, so sister, you are not a vampire, so all our abilities are different, care to tells us yours. Freya, sigh, well I have peak human physical condition. Victor, so you mean, you have the strength, speed, stamina of a human but at the very peak. Freya, I guess that's it. Victor, if that is true then, you can go toe-to-toe with vampires of the 3rd generation, and within some centuries you might be able to manhandle a vampire of the 2nd generation, which I will call First Blood. How is it? Victor said after hearing what Freya said. She is like the Captain America of this world, and she is going to even surpass him in few decades thanks to their perk. Elijah, First Blood, that is a nice name. Niklaus, I agree with Elijah, the vampires we turn will be called First Bloods, the 2nd generation of vampires, and the ones they turn afterward will be the 3rd generation, and so on. Victor, so Freya, is that all or you have more? Freya, I also have a magic codex in my head. Cole, what, you have something like that in your head? Freya, yes. Finn, I'm sorry to intrude, but what is this magic codex you are talking about? Victor, a magic codex is like a grimoire, but it can be said to be amalgamation of all known spells and unknown spells. Freya, Victor is right, but it also include runes, potions, rituals, and curses. Cole's eyes glittered when he looked at Freya as if she was a treasure. Cole, you will have to teach me everything in that magic codex after we are done here, okay? Freya, no, I can't teach you everything, but only few spells. Cole, at least it's better than nothing, I'll take it. Freya nodded as she joined the rest of her siblings that were waiting for Henrik to come back. After a while, Henrik came with a smug smile. Henrik, guess what? Finn, what? Henrik, sigh. I told you to guess what, not ask what, whatever. I spoke to the locals, here, and they told me father was just here yesterday after I described him to them. I know I'm good with gathering information, you don't have to praise me. They just smiled at their brother, who was just feeling himself when Cole spoke with his own smile. Cole, we were never going to praise you for that, you know. The siblings just laughed and went for the boat Henrik prepared for them. Victor, if father came here yesterday then he should have gotten to the island by now, so we should increase the speed of the boat and get to him before he gets his hands on the cure. Victor said while looking at the rest of his siblings, after which they looked at the original witch to do her thing. Freya just sighed and used magic on the boat, which increased their traveling speed a lot. A few hours later, they finally arrived at the island. Rebecca, don't you have some teleportation spells in that magic codex of yours? Freya, I haven't had the time to even check it out, so shush and let's go back to what we were doing. Niklaus, I smell him, he walked that way, come on let's go. Rebecca and Freya stopped their bickering and listened to Niklaus. The siblings moved at the direction Niklaus pointed. Victor, damn it, I now remembered that I'm also helping the Mystic Falls gangs on this journey. I must make sure to receive my compensation from them. How should I present myself in the initial part? Should I be a villain first or just go to them as a good fellow? Also, now that Niklaus will not have to go to Mystic Falls to break his curse, how am I even going to make him go to Mystic Falls after all? That's where he met Haley. Whatever, I have all the time in the world to think about that. The siblings paused when they felt someone gaze on them. Michael, so all of you have come just as she said you would. They turned back to face their father, Michael looking at them with his stern face. Freya was happy to see her father, whom she missed for all these years, while Victor was cursing himself for not seeing these. There is no way in hell Michael would come to the island to kill someone other than his targets, which is his children. He would not like to be told what to do or be controlled by someone, even if the agenda are the same, much less this one. Freya, father. Michael frowned when he heard her. He did not know her from anywhere, so who is she to call him father? Michael, who are you? If this is one of your tricks to distract me, then you all have failed, so speak before we start our fight, children. Freya, do you not recognize me? Can you not see the daughter you thought died years ago? Michael, you lie, how dare you try to use her against me? Michael became angry, thinking his children were trying to use his love for his daughter to weaken his resolve to hunt them. So he rushed at the supposed imposter to try and finish her off before facing of his children, but before he could get to Henrik, vamp speed to his father and pinned him to a tree. Henrik, father, listen to her. Michael, including you Henrik, what sorceries is this, trying to use your dead siblings against me, how dare you, how far have you fallen? The siblings ignore their father which could not break free from Henrik's grasp. Freya wanted to go look for a spell which she could use on Michael to make him remembered what happened but Victor spoke. Victor, I know a spell which could help us, since Henrik saw everything that happened after we left the settlement, then we could link his memory to father making him see what happened, that might trigger him to remember everything. Victor remembered Dahlia using this spell on Niklaus when she showed him event of her past. Freya, then let's give it a try. Victor cast the spell which made Henrik and Michael fall to the ground. The siblings picked them up and placed them in a cave they found nearby. Victor, well we just have to wait for them, while we are waiting I'm gonna take a stroll around the island. Victor said before he went out to find the tomb of Silas. 15. You are here. Nova Scotia. Victor, I told you all that I want to take a walk alone, so why are you following me, Niklaus and Elijah? Niklaus, well you know I don't want to be there when father wakes up and we need a brother bonding time alone, but I don't know about Elijah. Elijah, I wanted to take a breather also, so I decided to join you on your walk. Victor, sigh, I guess I'll just let it slide, but next time, I will break both your necks. The trio continued their walk through the island when Victor paused turned his head towards a cave. Victor, there is something there, be careful, we don't know what's with this island. Niklaus and Elijah both nodded and followed their brother into the cave. The cave was dark but for them it was nothing, they strolled through the cave looking around them. Victor, I guess this where the cure is, so there must be some kind of trap or something to prevent anyone from getting to it with an intent to destroy it. Niklaus, I don't understand how something that can cure vampirism even exist before the creation of the vampires themselves. Elijah, maybe a person foresaw it and decided to prevent it from happening but knew they would fail so they made the cure. Victor, I'm not sure that's what happened, but I am not sure what really happened either but I'm 100% sure that's not what happened. Elijah, how can you be so sure, brother? Victor, call it an intuition. Elijah didn't buy it but he just let it go. They continued searching the cave until they came upon a tomb. Niklaus, well, will you look at that? Back to the rest of the Michaelsons. The rest of the Michaelsons all gathered around Henrik and Michael. Cole, sigh, how long is it going to take for them to wake up? Freya, it won't be long according to what Victor said before he left, so have a little patience. Cole, I am patient, but it's taking too damn long. Finn, will you keep it down, it's not like you are the only one here, we too are here waiting for them and none of us is complaining. Rebecca, I think they are waking up. Rebecca said as she saw Henrik's hands move. Henrik, well, that was a nice experience, showing someone your memory from a third-person perspective. Freya, how are you feeling, is there any discomfort anywhere? Henrik, I'm fine sister, just a slight headache. Freya nodded and turned to her father who has a mixed expression on his face from anger, sadness and happiness knowing that two of his children whom he thought died were very much alive. He got up and looked at his children before saying, Michael, I'm sorry for what happened throughout the century. Freya, I'm sorry for trying to attack you. Victor, Niklaus and Elijah, where are they? Rebecca, they went out for a walk in the island. Michael frowned when he heard that, then he remembered how he was led here by an unknown woman spoke to him. Michael, we need to leave this island right now. Freya hearing her father started to get ready to protect her family, never intending for what happened to repeat itself again. Freya, what is the matter, father? Michael, during my pursuit of your decoys, I heard a witch voice in my head, telling me about what you did and that the only way to truly rid you from this world is through the cure. At first I thought it was Ayana, but later she said she was not Ayana but someone else. I refused her proposal at first not wanting to play her games now that I know of your whereabouts from her but she said you all will be here so I came here after she told me what she wants in exchange of helping me. Finn, what does she want you to help her with? Michael looked at his children as he turned to the direction Victor, Niklaus and Elijah went. Michael, she told me to force feed the cure to someone, then kill the person. Henrik, did she tell you who the person is and how is she hoping for you to win against us if the cure was to be used on some other person? Freya, I guess there is some other way for the cure to take effect once ingested by someone else. Michael, that can be discussed later, but now we have to get to Niklaus, Victor and Elijah and get off this island. I don't know her full strength but if she can communicate with me from God knows where, then she might be very powerful even more than your mother and Ayana put together. Cole, I guess you have to look into that magic codex of yours after we make it through, sister. Freya nodded her head and everyone followed the trails of Niklaus, Victor and Elijah. Back to the trio. Elijah, this place is used to bury someone. The three went closer and saw the corpse of a man with a mask on, holding a box clutched tightly in his hands. Victor, I'm guessing that's the cure we are all looking for. Niklaus, should we just grab it and leave because I'm having a bad feeling about this? Victor looked at the desiccated Silas and knew that he is aware of their presence but since he did not have any of their blood, he could not use his psychic abilities on them, and in order to take the cure from him, then they will have to feed him blood because the bastard won't let them take the cure away. Victor didn't even need the cure, he just want to make sure Silas is alive until Stefan is born and since everyone now know about the cure, he didn't want to take any chances and so he have to destroy the cure. Since she made it in the first time then she can make it again, also Freya has a magic codex in her head, so goodbye cure. Victor, I will have to burn everything thing here then. They moved back for Victor to do his thing when everything turned white and he felt a change of his surroundings. He found himself alone when he saw a woman walking to him. She appears to be a young and extremely beautiful woman in her 20s. She had long dark, curly hair similar in color to that of Bonnie in the TVD series. Victor looked at the woman walking towards him and could not help but smiled. She is more beautiful than her counterpart in the series, he thought. What do you think you are about to do? Victor, you are here. 16, Katsuya. Victor, you are here. Confusion flashed in her eyes as the man before her seems as if he knows her, but that was not why she was here. I'll ask again, what were you planning on doing back there? Victor, oh that, I was just about to set it ablaze before you brought me here. I have to say you are really powerful to be able to bring me here without me even being able to detect it. Victor said while wondering how she was able to pull that feat. He knows she is powerful but not to this extent. She literally pull him into another space when she is just a spirit. Then what if she came back to life? Victor, sigh. Is nature trying to find a balance due to our existence? It won't be a surprise if werewolves started having an extra abilities from their TV counterparts. Who do you think you are to ruin my plan for over a millennium? Victor Michelson. Victor, for you know my name but I do not even know the initials of your name. Now is that not rude? Victor said with a smile on his face while messing with her. I'm Katsuya, the one who made the cure that you are about to destroy and also the former lover of the man in the tomb. Victor forged surprised when he heard her and asked. Victor, I'm assuming since you are the ex-lover of the dead man in the tomb, then you are the one who killed him and placed him there, right? But what I don't understand is why is the cure with a dead man? Katsuya simply smiled at his words. Katsuya, who told you that he is dead? The bastard is very much alive and he is just starved. For you to understand what is happening then I will have to tell you the full story. She waved a hand creating an illusion showing Victor a scene he knew all too well. Katsuya, this is the beginning of everything. That man is named Silas whom I thought loved me dearly but all that was a lie, a facade to make me create an immortality spell which would have made us immortal beings but. The scene progressed as she was narrating what transpired to Victor which led them to the scene where Katsuya and Silas were to be wedded. He saw her create a big garden just for marriage and how she waited for the love of her life to come to her but didn't. Instead, she saw the garden she created wither, making her know that Silas was using the immortality spell. Devastated, she left in search of Silas and what she saw when she got there left her felt betrayed by the ones whom she trusted. Katsuya, Hylas did not love me but he loved my handmaiden, Amara, so out of anger I separated the two lovers. The scene changed to when Katsuya went to Silas and told him about the death of Amara and how he should take the cure and leave the rest of his mortal life with but he refused and tried to attack her to take his revenge for his lover which ended in his defeat. Katsuya, I sealed him in this island and placed the cure with him so that he could take it and die, then join me in the other side. Victor, what is this other side you speak of? And if you killed Amara like you said, then did that not mean if Silas really took the cure and die, he will be reunited with Amara? And also one last question, why did Amara and Tadia have the same face? Katsuya smiled at his question which she answered. Katsuya, I didn't kill Amara, I used her as an anchor and created the other side, a purgatory for the supernatural beings. And for your last question, nature tried to find a loophole for Amara and Silas to die as they became immortal, so it created a doppelganger to die in their stead. Victor still acting shocked spoke. Victor, who you created a whole dimension just to separate two lovers from ever meeting again. Woman warned me not to ever get on your bad side. Katsuya laughed at Victor's joke and continued. Katsuya, so now would you help me with my 1000-year revenge by killing Silas? Victor, no, I'm afraid I have uses for him. A frown appeared on Katsuya's face when she heard his words. Katsuya, and what might that be, Victor? Victor, you see, I have a divination about a doppelganger of his and I would like for him to be born after which I will personally send him to you. How about that? Do we have a deal? Katsuya, what do you want with the doppelganger to let him be born so badly that you wish to save Silas for him? Victor, a trustworthy ally and follower. Katsuya, I can be your ally, how about that? Victor, you are dead, so you can't help me in any way. Katsuya, you can use a resurrection spell to bring me back, so kill Silas and you have yourself a formidable ally. Victor thought about her offer, but he can't bring himself to deny Stefan's existence. He liked his character in the series and want him to be one of the few followers he will amass later on in his journey, so he will have to give Katsuya another offer. Victor, sigh, I'm sorry but I can't take your offer. How about this? I will torture Silas till I get what I want by denying him the right of meeting his true love in an illusion. Is that okay with you? Katsuya, why didn't I take of that? Sigh, you got yourself a deal but you will have to resurrect me since I can't appear to with like this once you leave the island, and I also know you will block me out of your head when I will try to communicate with you, so you must resurrect me once you leave the island. If you agree then you have yourself a deal. I've seen your pleas for more chapters. Well, to be honest, I've never done this before, but I will try. So, 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? 17. Resurrection. Victor and Katsuya agreed on what to do with Silas, but she still wanted a fail-safe in case Victor thinks of betraying her. Victor, I can see you do not trust me completely. Katsuya, oh please, I have trust issues, I'm controlling, paranoid and a little crazy, and that's working out just fine. If it was your brother, Elijah, I might have given him the benefit of doubt but not without a failsafe. Victor, so how do you intend to seal our deal, crazy witch? Katsuya, I will place a mark on you which will inflict pain on you if ever you have any idea on going back on the deal. Victor nodded as she placed a mark on him. Victor, if you have been watching me over the years then you would know that I can siphon magic, right? Katsuya, well that wouldn't work as I linked it to the other side and the other side is linked to Amara, which means you won't be able to siphon all the magic on that mark. Victor, what did you just say? Katsuya just smiled at him and laughed on how confident he was when she suggested placing the mark on him. Victor, you crazy witch, I will make sure to get back at you when I bring you back to life, mark my word. Now send me back. Katsuya, ha 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 ha, I will like to see you try. Katsuya said as she released the spell and also asked him a question. Katsuya, when will you bring me back? Which made Victor smiled. Victor, see you in a century. Before Katsuya could say anything, Victor already disappeared from her vision. Katsuya, don't you dare. Back at the cave. Victor could be seen on the floor surrounded by his family. After a while he opened his eyes and met the worried gazes of his siblings and father. Michael, how are you feeling boy? Victor, I'm fine and stop calling me boy, I'm old enough to be called a grandpa. This made the Michaelsons smile. Cole, welcome back brother, I see you haven't lost your touch. Niklaus, how could he? If it were so, I will feel embarrassed to have the same face as him. They all laughed as they helped Victor up, when Freya asked what happened. Victor, well, I don't know what really, but when I was about to set the tomb and the cure on fire, I saw a vision about the origin of the cure and the corpse holding it. Elijah, what is their origin, brother? Victor, I told you it wasn't what you thought, right? Actually the man buried in the tomb is not dead but actually the first immortal to walk the earth. Niklaus, if he is the first immortal, then why is he buried here and who would be so powerful to place him here? After all, if he is an immortal as you said, then he will be like us. Victor, that's where you are wrong brother, he isn't like us, he is not a vampire but a perfect immortal with a powerful psychic ability, but he was a new immortal when he was imprisoned here. Henrik, who could imprison someone like him? Victor, the same person who created the means for him to become immortal. A crazy, paranoid and jealous witch. Victor said while thinking of Katsuya as he was holding the hands which the mark was placed. Victor, I will have to tell you, brothers, never make a woman angry or play with her love, they could go crazy. Freya, hey, are you forgetting that you have two sisters who are also listening to you? Victor, oops, busted. They all laughed at that and decided to leave the cave, but Victor told them to go saying he has something to do first, but Niklaus wanted to stay with him but Victor broke his neck and looked around waiting for the next target. The Michaelsons decided to leave him alone and Elijah took Klaus's body and left Victor alone. Victor, well, this isn't personal Silas so blame it on her. Victor said as he touched Silas' head and cast the illusion spell which he modified to affect the mind. Victor, Phantomographia Decorum. After he was done, he took Silas' body and put him inside his shadow using his shadow manipulation and also the headstone which contains Katsuya's blood for her resurrection. After that, he went out to meet the rest of the Michaelsons. Victor, let's go, an adventure awaits us. Rebecca, what kind of adventure? They left the island and decided on where to go from here. That's how days turned to weeks, weeks turned to months, months turned to years, years turned to decades and decades turned to a century. A lot happened through the years as Victor gathered everything needed for Katsuya's resurrection, Freya teaching Cole and Victor spells, potion making, rune magic and rituals from the magic codex, which they absorbed like sponge due to their enhanced learning. Also Victor created a spell based on Minato's flying thunder technique for easy movement. Victor could be seen in the middle of a forest standing in the middle of a circle of salt. He placed Silas' headstone which had a drop of blood of Katsuya, since he could not get her ashes, then her blood will suffice, soil for her body and water for her blood. He began chanting the spell for the ritual he is performing. Victor, Fian en che en kanu. 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 As he was performing the spell, the veil to the other side weakened, releasing spirits of the deceased supernatural to the world, but Victor knew that it will happen that way, so he made a backup to lock the spirits in a confined space to be sent back after he was done. He didn't want some lunatics causing havoc. After a while, the soil and the water merged and started constructing a body which began to resemble the body of Katsuya, and after the body became whole and Katsuya's spirit returned back to her body, Victor released the spell sending back the spirits to the other side. Katsuya was naked when she was resurrected, which Victor savored as a payback for what she did to him. Katsuya opened her eyes and saw a man looking at her with a smile whom she recognized as Victor, which brought her to the realization that she has been brought back to the land of the living and currently she was naked. Katsuya, why am I naked? Victor, ha 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 ha, here take it, I prepared it for you and after you are done come remove the mark you place on me. Victor said as he handed her a dress he prepared for her. After she was done she came to his side and removed the mark that she placed on him. Katsuya, I'm guessing you also made me immortal when resurrecting me and my magic is still intact, how did you do that? Victor, well, a couple of tweaks here and there, and Viola, here you are. Kitsuya, sigh, forget it if you are not going to tell me. So what now? Victor, well, time to introduce you to my family. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I think I will be pairing Finn and Camille, what do you think? Currently participating in ongoing WPC contest. 18. Michaelson's meeting Kitsuya. Michaelson's compound. Elijah and Niklaus could be seen having a little fencing match while Freya and Cole were writing something on a piece of paper. Cole, why can't I seem to get this right, even with my enhanced learning speed? Freya, don't be hasty Cole, if you must remember it took Victor a decade to create this spell and we just started learning it a month ago, so let's not rush it. Freya and Cole were trying to learn the Flying Thunder God technique/spell. It took Victor a decade to master the spell because of the difference of energy. In Naruto world, they used chakra, but here they use magical power, so he had to derive a new method to use the technique as a spell before he became successful. Cole, seeing his new spell, begged him to teach him with Freya, so he agreed after much persuasion. Sometime later, Victor and an unknown woman could be seen coming inside the yard, making Niklaus and Elijah stop their fencing challenge. Victor, where is everyone? Freya, they went out for a walk. Who is she? Victor, oh she is the crazy witch I was talking about when we were at the island 100 years ago, remember? Kitsuya, my name is Kitsuya, it is nice to finally meet you. Niklaus, I'm Niklaus Michaelson, he is Elijah, Freya and Cole, the rest of my siblings are out with my father and it's also nice to meet you. Elijah, not to sound rude or anything, but how are you still alive if you are who Victor says you are? Kitsuya looked at Victor with a smile on her face when she thought of something. Kitsuya, what can I say, your brother here took a fancy to my humble self and decided to resurrect me. This caught the attention of all the Michaelsons present, making Cole use telekinesis to bring chairs for them to sit. Cole, of all my years, I have never seen my brother have any form of affection for any girl, making me take if he was interested. Before Cole could finish his statement, Victor silenced him by covering his mouth. Victor, don't you dare even think of completing that statement. Kitsuya, ha 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 ha, that would have been true if he did not meet me. Freya, how did you two even meet if you were dead as you said? Kitsuya recounted what happened from her time with Silas to her, meeting Victor to resurrecting her while omitting some things like her deal with Victor. Kitsuya, so that's all to it. Cole, you created a whole purgatory for supernatural being just by yourself, how powerful were you to be able to do that? Kitsuya, well, you can say I'm just too damn talented. Cole, forget it, I've just got myself another magic teacher. Freya sighed at Cole, he loved magic so much that he wants to learn everything related to magic. Freya, have you forgotten that we have not learnt the teleportation spell we are currently learning, right? Elijah, who are going to stay with us Michaelsons or live on your own? Kitsuya, I guess I will be tagging along, why do you say? Elijah didn't like the idea of an outsider joining them, but he couldn't tell her to leave, so he just nodded and walked away. Victor, give him some time, he will come around. Kitsuya, I know, even I wouldn't trust me on the first time. Freya, just so you know, if you ever have any thought of harming my brother or any of my family, what you did to Silas will be little compared to what I will do to you. Kitsuya, yes ma'am, I will never have any ill intention towards your family. Freya, good, then welcome to the family. Kitsuya, thank you. Cole and Freya went back to what they were doing while Victor and Kitsuya went out, leaving Niklaus all by himself. Victor, I have to say I'm impressed by the stunt you pulled back there. Kitsuya, I know you don't want to tell anyone about Silas being alive and all that, so I had to say that. Victor, should I thank you for that? Kitsuya ignored him and went to the room Victor prepared for her. Victor, sigh, I should start getting ready. Catherine from the TVD series will come to England in 1492 and I might have turned her myself, or if Elijah had feelings for her, then he might turn her. I should start making preparation for the future. Let me see, Lexi, Stefan and Damon, they will make good first bloods, and Catherine, if Elijah don't have feelings for her. Okay, who else? Malachi Parker, damn it, I've forgotten most of the characters in the series, well I still have a lot of time in my hands. Victor said as he decided to check his stats after 100 years. Status. Name, Victor Michelson. Title, Reincarnator, the strongest Michelson, original vampire, vampire progenitor. Age, 231. Species, original tribrid, vampire plus werewolf plus witch. Skills, 10 learning speed. Sword fighting, LVL max. Hunting, LVL max. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL max. Acting, LVL max. Blood manipulation, LVL 90. Shadow manipulation, LVL 50. Illusion casting, LVL max. Flying Thunder God, LVL max. Abilities, Werewolf transformation, Partial werewolf transformation, Fear inducement, Magic, Siphoning, Mind compulsion, Weather control, Animal control, Healing factor, Immortality, Super senses, Shape shifting, Super speed, Super strength, Super stamina, Telepathy, Telekinesis, the host can move objects with their minds, choke people without their hands and even lift people. The host can even go a step further to pull or push objects away, and some like throwing their blades towards enemies and then calling them back. Dream manipulation. The host can mentally create and control dreams of both humans and weaker vampires. It is easier to get into a vampire's head if they don't drink human blood or convince humans to become a vampire. Perks. 5 increase in strength every 10 years. Victor, blood and shadow manipulation are really hard skills to master quickly, but I have all the time in the world. Kitsuya, what are you planning, or should I say plotting? Victor wasn't surprised by her presence as he has already sensed her coming. Victor, is it that obvious? Kitsuya, of course, with the way you kept your face, anybody who did not know is a fool. Victor turned to her with a grin. Victor, I guess you have been busy spying on me these past 100 years to know me this well. Kitsuya had a hint of red shade when she heard him but quickly recovered. Kitsuya, humph, I have better things to do than watch you throughout the years. They both smiled and looked up to see the stars in the sky when Kitsuya remembered something. Kitsuya, I have a message from your mother, Victor. I hope you like it. Sorry of the late release, I had an internet issue so I was unable to edit the chapter earlier, so pardon me if there is any mistakes and do well to help me point it out. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I think I will be pairing Finn and Camille, what do you think? Currently participating in ongoing WPC contest. 19. Esther and Kitsuya. The other side, before the resurrection of Kitsuya. Kitsuya, sigh, he really meant it when he said that, what a bastard. Kitsuya was angry at Victor for truly going by his words, keeping her here for 100 years. Kitsuya, well, I've been here for 1,000 years, what's another 100 years, I just have to endure it for now and make him pay later. Thinking about someone there. Kitsuya was a little surprised by the sudden voice of someone. Kitsuya had lived in the other side in isolation, she didn't even pay her descendants a visit when they arrived as she didn't see the need to, but someone had taken notice of her presence here. She turned to take a look at the woman, which made raised her eyebrows when she saw who the woman was. She saw a tall, slim and beautiful woman in her mid to late 40s, somewhere between 45 to 49. She has long natural blonde hair and brown eyes. She had fine facial features, which testified to her Scandinavian origins. She wore a long, flowing dress that complements her pale skin. She is Esther Mikaelson, the mother of the original immortals. Kitsuya, what are you doing here, Esther Mikaelson? Esther, you seem to know me, miss. Kitsuya, and of course I know you, you were the one who used my spell to grant your children immortality. Surprise flashed in Esther's eyes when she heard the word of Kitsuya. Esther, you are the ancestor of Ayana. Kitsuya nodded and turned around to walk away from here when Esther followed her. Kitsuya, why are you following me? You know I left there because of you, right? Esther, I know, but I need your help, can you please tell me a way to cure my children? Kitsuya looked at her and wondered what was wrong with her. Kitsuya, as you know, your son has destroyed the cure for immortality if you are paying attention to your children. Esther saw when Victor put the tomb of Silas in his shadow, so she assumed that was him destroying the cure. What she didn't know was that he simply put away Silas's tomb for safekeeping. Esther, I know, that's why I am asking you, since you were the one who created it, then you should be able to create it once again, right? Kitsuya, sigh, woman, if you haven't noticed, then let me tell you, we are dead and we can't affect the living, and also from what I have seen, your children haven't done anything that should warrant you to look for a way to rid their existence, so why? Esther was silent for a moment, then continued. Esther, they haven't done anything, but what of the people they killed unaware to satiate their hunger, the people they turned to monster like them, they go against the very law of nature and I am the cause of that. To protect my family I created monsters. Kitsuya, sigh, nature has a way to even the fields, so I suggest you let nature take its course and live your life in peace and stop thinking about your children being monsters. Instead view them as the children you gave birth to, the children you watch grow up and put a smile on your face, then you might come to love them as you did before. Esther listened to what Kitsuya said and decided to reflect on it, so she left her alone. That was how Esther and Kitsuya become friends, with Esther always bothering Kitsuya's daily life, making the latter curse Victor for making her wait for 100 years, despite that she has come to enjoy the company of Esther. On the day Victor performed the resurrection spell, Esther and Kitsuya could be seen laying on a bare ground watching the stars in the sky. Esther, you know, I used to watch the stars with my children on a night like this and tell them bedtime stories. We made happy memories on nights like this. Sigh, how I wish to go back and stop myself from ever trying to hurt my children and also giving up on my daughter, Freya. After the talk with Kitsuya, Esther learnt the error of her ways and came to love her children for who they were. Kitsuya, you know you could communicate with them and tell them how much you regret your actions. Esther, no, I can't talk to them like that, I have to ask for their forgiveness face to face, that's the best way. Kitsuya, but you can't talk to them, you are already dead. Esther, I know, and let it be that way, let them hate me, after what I did, I don't deserve their forgiveness. Kitsuya, seeing the only friend she made in the other side, sighed and asked her a question. Kitsuya, what do you want to say to your children if you ever have the chance to speak to them once again? Esther told Qetsiyah what she would say if she has another chance with her family once again when the veil preventing the other side from interfering with the land of the living weakened. Qetsiyah knew her time has come. Leave the other side. Qetsiyah, I will make sure to pass your word to your family, my friend, and I hope to see you once again. Until then, goodbye. Qetsiyah said as she started to fade, leaving Esther confused and lost for words to say to her friend. Back to the present. The Michaelsons all gathered together and listened to what Qetsiyah had to say. Michael, what did she say? Qetsiyah, she said, and I quote, Michael, I'm sorry for not telling you about Freya. I was afraid of what you might do once you find out what happened to her, and I'm sorry for lying to you about Victor and Niklaus' birth. I know it would be hard for you to let go of your anger, but please don't take it out on them. Freya, forgive me for not fighting back my sister when she came for you. I was terrified when she threatened to also take little Finn and the unborn Elijah. I had no choice but to give you up. I'm sorry for being powerless as your mother and failing to be your mother. To the rest of my children, I'm sorry making you the way you are and also trying to get rid of you, especially both of you, Victor and Niklaus, for hiding the truth about your true heritage and giving you enchanted necklace to make you too weak and have no will to fight when your father hurt you, for lacking in some areas. Niklaus, you all must know one thing, I will always love you, always and forever. Freya held onto a crying Rebecca while holding herself from also crying. Michael walked to a corner of the room and sat there. The boys were silent, not knowing what to do when Rebecca spoke. Rebecca, Victor, you resurrected her, right? Which means you can also do the same to mother, right? Tell me you can, brother. Victor, I can, but. Rebecca, no buts, please just say you can do it and you will do it, please just say that. Freya, we can resurrect her and we do it, but we will need some ingredients and her body remains to resurrect her. Rebecca, then we will just go back to the new world. Cole, yes, but we have been traveling for years now, so it's going to take some time, sister. Cole consoled his little sister while petting her head. She is the baby of the family despite Henrik's presence. Victor, I promise you, sister, I will bring mother back. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I think I will be pairing Finn and Camille. What do you think? Currently in participating in ongoing WPC Cont. 20, England 1492. England 1492. The Michaelsons journeyed to England on behest of Victor, saying that they had stayed in their previous location for far too long. They came to England and compelled everyone to think there were nobles of the land. For the past centuries, Victor has learned a lot of things like magic combat from Freya to a myriad of life professions and different subjects he could get his hands. He has decided to go to Mystic Falls as a teacher at the school when TVD canon kicks off. Victor, Katerina will be coming to England this year. Let's see how things will be. Since Niklaus won't need her to break any curse, then things are going to change a little. Qetsiyah, plotting something again. Victor, don't you have anything to do? Stop sticking to me 24/7. Qetsiyah, as if, you don't enjoy my company, well I'm here to get you. It seems Niklaus is intending to throw a birthday party, so Elijah asked me to get you. Victor, oh, it seems Katerina is going to appear soon. Victor, I don't even remember my own birthday. It is quite funny, don't you think? So when is this birthday party? Qetsiyah, he said something about next week, and I don't think you have celebrated any birthday party these past centuries, so I don't know why he wants one now. Victor, well, I better get going, I have a birthday to prepare for. Victor walked out of his room and went out to meet with Niklaus and Elijah. A week later. Elijah, welcome everyone to this wonderful occasion. We the Michaelsons will like to thank you for taking time out your busy schedule to attend my sibling's birthday party. Thank you and also enjoy your evening. After Elijah finished his welcoming speech, he went down from the stand and joined the party and personally greeting the guests. Cole, don't you think Elijah is taking this noble stuff pretty personal? Finn, he is just living the life we wanted here. Didn't you hear the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do? Henrik, isn't that Victor's word? Rebecca, yes, recently brother has become poetic. I remembered when he said, you know you're in love when you can't fall asleep because reality is finally better than your dreams. That was so epic that all the noble ladies wanted to get in his bed if not for Qetsiyah. What they didn't know was all the poetic quotes said by Victor was from his previous life. Victor, is that the only thing you could get from my quotes? Rebecca. Rebecca, brother, when did you arrive and where is Nick? Victor, you know Nick, he always wants to make a dramatic entrance. Finn, typical Nick, so where is Father Freya? Freya, you know father, he does not like all this noble parties, it makes him sick as they are all pretenders and wolves in sheep skins. Rebecca, I think that's enough Freya, as you can see Elijah is also a nobleman, in fact we all are pretending to be nobles, so that seems a little offensive. Freya, as you said pretending to be nobles, we aren't actual nobles and that's father's word not mine. Qetsiyah, would you look at that? They all turned to look at Qetsiyah who had been silent the whole time. Victor, you have been silent all this while, what would attract your attention? Qetsiyah simply pointed at the direction of Elijah, which the Michaelsons turned to, and what they saw surprised them except from Victor and Freya who had no idea what is going on. Freya, who is she, that made you all surprised? Cole, she looks like Tatia, Elijah's first love. Freya, what, how is this even possible? If she is Tatia, then how is she alive? Henrik, he didn't say she is Tatia but looked like Tatia. The Tatia we all know is dead. Henrik said as he looked at Victor. He knew Victor killed Tatia and triggered his werewolf curse. Rebecca, then how do you explain this? Because of all our years walking this earth, we have never come across a lookalike. Kitsia, sigh, she is a doppelganger, even that Tatia was one. Remember when I said that I created the immortality spell for the love of my life but he betrayed me with another woman? Well, that woman is Amara, she is the first person to have that face. Cole, but that doesn't explain this. Why are they having the same face? Victor, when Silas and Amara took the immortality spell, they went against the very rule of nature and nature tried to find way for them to die. Kitsia, so it created doppelganger, copies of the originals to die in their stead. Victor and Kitsia explained to them. Finn, then why are there no copies of us popping out? Victor, that's because we died, before becoming immortals. Freya, what about me? I didn't die. Kitsia, I guess you are all different. Victor looked at Katerina and Elijah watching the latter if he has any feelings towards her. Victor, it seems that he is just curious as to why she bears the same face as his past lover. That means she will be the first member of Team Victor. I wonder if I can give her the werewolf bite. After all, it's been centuries and my abilities have experienced so many increase, so I should be able to bypass nature's will. You can give her the bite, but let me warn you, the moment you do that, then the werewolves of this world will receive a massive upgrade, gaining abilities from their book counterparts and some abilities from Teen Wolf, as you have most of the characteristics of the wolves of that world. Also your betas will be alphas, but they can't turn someone else into wolves. Victor, can't you speak a little low? My head feels like busting with your voice, but I will have to thank you for the information, but for the love of you, please stop doing that. You can use the system to communicate with me. Kitsia, are you alright? You have been staring at her all this time, is it perhaps you've taken a liking to her? Kitsia said when she saw him staring at Amara's doppelganger while thinking if history is repeating itself. Over the years, she has taken a liking to Victor, but she did not know if he will reciprocate her feelings for him, and she did not want to have another failed love story. Victor, is that a hint of jealousy I sense in your tone? The great Kitsia is actually jealous. Don't worry, I have no feelings for her as my dead heart belongs to another. There was hope in Kitsia's eyes but died when she heard him said his heart belongs to another. Victor saw the down look on her face, he went to her and held her shoulder and looked her in the eyes and said, Victor, Kitsia, don't be down, when I said my heart belongs to another I meant you. I don't know when this feeling started manifesting, but when I look at you, I saw that you were perfect, and so I loved you. Then I saw that you were not perfect and I loved you even more. You are my heart, my life, my one and only thought. I love you Kitsia and I want all of you, forever, you and me, every day. Tears could be seen flowing out of Kitsia's heart at the sudden love confession and was momentarily shocked, but she quickly overcame it as she kissed him. Kitsia, I love you too, you slow-wit bastard. Everyone in the party clapped for them and was happy for the two new couples. Rebecca, brother has raised my standards. If no man can beat Victor's love confession, then I will have to remain single forever. Henrik, as if, lover girl. Niklaus, Elijah and Katerina. Niklaus, you see that Katrina, that's my brother we were talking about, isn't he natural with his words? Katerina, he is, my lord. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I think I will be pairing Finn and Camille, what do you think? Currently in participating in ongoing WPC contest. You can find it by just searching for MIS. 21. Katerina meets Victor. Niklaus, brother, I am happy that you have finally found the woman whom you will share your heart with, and Kitsia, you have my congratulations. Kitsia, thank you. Elijah, brother, congrats, may you find happiness. Victor, thank you brother, but aren't you going to introduce us to our new friend there? Victor said as he looked to the direction of Katerina. Elijah, she is Lady Katerina from Bulgaria, she was invited by Trevor here to the party. Victor, remarkable, you bore an uncanny resemblance to someone we used to know, Katerina. Itaka, Kaki Prestoya 6v Anglia, so, how is your stay in England? Victor finished the last sentence in her native language. Katerina, Nakaga Nesm Znale, Che Shte Govrish Tokova do Blugarski, Milord Iaz Namarame Prestoya mi v Anglia za Prekresen, Stopozdroflinia za Tova, Che Spashilik Lyubovta Naz Hivita si. I never knew you would also be this fluent in Bulgarian, my lord, and I find my stay in England wonderful, also congratulations for having won the love of your life. Victor, I'm happy that you are enjoying yourself, if you need anything, just know our door is always open for you Lady Katerina. Katerina, thank you my lord for your generous offer. Kitsia, now if you will excuse us, we will like to greet the other guests. Kitsia and Victor left the group. Elijah, do you have a place to stay in England? If not, as my brother said, our door is always open for you. Katerina, I'm still looking for a place, my lord. Niklaus, then why don't you stay with us for a while before you can get your own place, what do you think? Katerina, then I will have to thank you, my lord. Elijah, I will tell the maids to prepare a room for you. With that Elijah and Niklaus left Katerina, who began to mingle in the crowd. Niklaus, do you perhaps have any feelings for her, brother? Elijah, I'm just merely curious, that's all. Henrik, then you should have come to us, we could satiate your curiosity. The rest of the siblings came to join their brothers. Elijah, what do you mean? Cole, you see. Cole and Henrik explained how Tadia and Katerina were doppelganger of the original, which is Amara, and how they came about. Niklaus, so Katsia was that badass, damn, brother won himself a crazy and powerful witch. Finn, yeah, I agree on that one. Rebecca, well, I am tired of this party, why not end it here and call it a night, Elijah? Elijah, nonsense, the fun is only beginning. Trevor, go get the performers. Trevor, yes, Lord Elijah. The party stretched through the night, and came to an end in the early hours of the next day. Victor's room. Katsia, what are your plans after now, seeing that we have spent quite a number of years here? Victor, well, I don't have any plan as of yet, but what I do know is that we might be spending more time in England. Katsia, you are still planning something, I just don't get it yet, but everything you do for a reason, so we staying here is for a reason, am I right? Victor, you know me well, but I can't tell you now. Victor couldn't tell her about himself being a reincarnator, that's an unspeakable rule of a reincarnator and transmigrators alike. He can't tell her he knows the future and that he has also changed some of the events that was supposed to happen. Katsia, see that face you are making, that's what gives out that you are cooking up something, but I won't force you to tell me anything, just know that I will always support you no matter what. Victor, thank you for understanding. Katsia, no problem. Katsia kissed him as she got up from the bed and went to wash herself up and prepare for a brand new day. Victor was still at the bed thinking about the events which he has changed and will also change. Victor, Katsia won't have to die anymore since she has me, the Mystic Fall gangs won't go to Nova Scotia to look for the cure. Katerina will not be on the run anymore, so she won't be an antagonist of the TVD series. As for Lexi, I don't even know where she was born, but I can look for her around 1679 to 1680 when she was turned, so that's out of the way. I won't be going to New Orleans as I will go to Mystic Falls for Stefan and Damon in the year 1846, the year Stefan was born. I will train him from a young age myself, including Damon, so that leaves me with Malachi Parker, which will be the first heretic in Team Victor. I should also take Cole with me so that he can take Valerie and the other siphoners as his first bloods. Niklaus can make his hybrid army. Well, that's it for now, but should I also turn Elena or not? Sigh, I guess I will think about it later on. Katsia, sigh, and you are always wondering why I always think you are plotting something. Victor, sorry, I was just planning for the future. Katsia, whatever, just go get ready and let's meet up with the rest of your family in the living room. Victor, okay, I will be right back in a second. Victor went to the bathroom and took a quick shower and came out before dressing in his noble outfit. Victor, let's go, love. Victor stretched his hands towards Katsia, who took it with a smile on her face. The living room. The Michaelsons could be seen sitting around a table with Katerina. Cole, well, look who finally showed up, the new couples of the Michaelsons. Rebecca, oh, they look so adorable together, when will I meet my better half? Henrik, with Nick and Vic around, I doubt you will meet him anytime soon. Niklaus, Henrik, we are just protecting our little sister. You know Rebecca has poor judgment when it comes to choosing the right man for herself. Rebecca, I don't need your protection, I can do that myself. Victor, we don't doubt you being able to protect yourself, it is your fragile heart we are trying to protect, sister. Rebecca, not you too, Victor. They all laughed as they sat down and began to eat what was prepared for them for the sake of Freya and the new guest with them. Victor, so Katerina, what do you want to do now that you will be staying here in England? I hope you enjoyed this chapter. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I think I will be pairing Finn and Camille, what do you think? Currently participating in ongoing WPC contest. You can find it by just searching for MIS. 22 Family Breakfast. Bonus chapter, 1/3. Victor, so Katerina, what do you want to do now that you will be staying here in England? Katerina, I don't know for now, but I am working towards it, my lord. Victor, you should probably meet Freya, Rebecca and Katsia to show you around the duchy, so that you can get used to your new environment. Rebecca, why do I have to be among her babysitters? I have other things to do, you know, brother. Michael, what other things than to gossip with those spoiled noble children, Rebecca? The siblings turned to see their father standing at the door of their residence. Niklaus, hello father, where were you off to yesterday? I didn't see you at my birthday party. Michael, boy, aren't you a little too old to still be celebrating birthdays? And if I'm correct, yesterday wasn't even your birthday. Niklaus, what do you mean I'm old? One can never be too old to celebrate their birthdays. Don't worry, one of these days I might have to throw you one, and before I forget, stop calling me boy, I hate it. Michael, I don't need you to throw me a party, boy. Before Niklaus could retort, Freya stepped and prevented a clash between them. They have been like this since the time Michael joined them, and only Freya and Finn can make them docile for a while. Victor on the other hand just keep quiet, knowing both Michael and Niklaus well, as both of them are the same kind of people who will never back down from a fight once it's started, even if it is a little squabble. Freya, father, welcome home, why don't you join us for breakfast? Michael looked around him if a human was with them, as they don't usually have breakfast as their diet is blood, except for Freya unless they have visitors. That's when he saw her, a woman who appeared to be identical to the one who wanted to drive a wedge between his two sons, Elijah and Niklaus. Michael, I see we have a guest with us. How rude of me to show you such an unwelcoming behavior. Katerina, no problem, Lord. Michael, call me Michael, don't add the Lord title to my name, I don't like all those noble titles. Katerina nodded her hand as she went back to staring at meal. Michael went to the head of the table and sat down before he looked at Katerina. Michael, I have to say you remind me of someone. Katerina, that's what I've heard from the lords, may I care to know who she was? Michael, that does not concern you, I just hope history doesn't repeat itself. As he said this, he looked at Elijah and Niklaus. Elijah, don't worry father, nothing of that sort is going to happen again. Michael, I hope so. After Michael joined them, they all started to eat their meals in peace. A few minutes later, Cole, Freya, come on, let's go practice some spells, including you, Katsia. Katsia, if you are forgetting something, then I will have to remind you that your brother gave us a babysitting job to do, so off you go, Magic Mania. Cole, then brother, care to join me? Victor thought for a moment and decided to join him. He has been thinking of creating some new spells and also in the process some magical items to strengthen his people, the team Victor. Victor, alright, I will join you, after all I was the one who deprived you of your teammates. Cole laughed at that and he together with Victor left the rest. Katerina, when they were talking about magic, did mean actual magic or magic tricks? Katsia, have you seen any real magic? Katerina, not that I know of. Katsia, then it is a magic trick they were talking about. Katsia didn't buy what Katerina just said. How can she say that she had not heard of magic when she have a hint of magic in her? Is it that the travelers had disregarded the Branch family over the years, making them oblivious to magic, or Katerina is just so good at lying that she could make such a poker face? After all, she is a descendant of that manipulative bitch, so it wouldn't be a surprise. Rebecca, alright, let's go and get this done with. The four girls left the Michaelsons' residence and walked around the duchy, introducing Katerina to the ways of England. Michael, I have to say, at first she gives me that Tatia girl vibes, but looking at her now, she is completely different from her. They just bore the same appearance. I'm still saying this, are you sure there is not going to be any problem with her living with us, boys? Elijah, I assure you father, you have my word. Michael nodded at Elijah's word and turned to Niklaus. Michael, what about you, boy? Niklaus, I swear call me boy one more time and I will snap your neck. Michael, that's not a way to speak to me, boy, so answer me. Niklaus wanted to rush at Michael but was blocked by Finn. Finn, father, I think it will be better not to provoke Nick anymore, and from what I see, there is not going to be any problem. Finn said as he took Niklaus away with him. Elijah, I think you should take it easy with Nick. Michael, what do you mean, boy? I and Niklaus do not have anything to fight about, that's just our daily routine. Elijah, sigh. I think I should listen to Victor when he says that the both of you are the same. Elijah said as he stood up and decided to attend a noble meeting held by the king. Michael, going to mingle with those despicable nobles, Elijah. Elijah, yes father, I will send them your regards, farewell. Michael, we should get ready to move soon, living a life of a noble isn't sitting well with me. Henrik, don't worry father, we will soon move, we spent a long time here, but don't you think we should find a place to settle down? Michael, in due time, boy, but right now I just want to leave this place. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. Currently participating in ongoing WPC contest. You can find it by just searching for MIS 23 Curious Cat. Bonus chapter, 2/3. Cole, what are you doing, brother? Victor, I'm thinking of creating some weapons. Cole, when did you learn blacksmithing to be able to create weapons, and why are you even thinking of making weapons when we can use our fists and magic? Victor, you will never know when it might come in handy, brother, and we should learn how to use some weapons in our fight to avoid staining our hands with blood, you know, hygiene. Cole, whatever, I have magic for that. Victor smiled when he saw Cole's nonchalant attitude. He is just creating weapons for the ones he will turn like Katerina to make them stand out from the rest, and maybe just make a sum for his family. Since he learnt some of the runes in Freya's magic codex, that's when he had this idea. Victor, so what do you want to learn, brother? Cole, that's why I like you, brother, you always teach me what I want. Victor, I know, so just tell me what you want and let's get things rolling. Cole pondered for a moment before speaking. Cole, that cloning spell you are working on, I want to take part in it too. Victor, sigh, You know I have not perfected that spell yet and I am only in the beginning phase, so I don't see how I will teach you that spell. Cole, I know you haven't finalized the spell, that's why I want to help you, like you said, 2 heads are better than 1. After Victor learnt the Flying Thunder God spell, he had been trying to incorporate most of the justice from the world of Naruto but failed in some aspects. The one he failed woefully was the reanimation justice, but he wasn't even intending to ever use that justice when he has a perfect resurrection spell, so he decided to use the famous justice of the protagonist, the shadow clone justice. He wanted to make it so that the rest of his siblings could also use it as either a blood clone or a shadow clone as they don't have access to magic. Victor, sigh, alright you are in, but you have to listen to my very words, you understand, brother. Cole, understood, brother, so where should I start? Victor and Cole began working on the cloning spell. Elsewhere. Rebecca, oh how do you find your tour of the duchy, Katerina? Katerina, it was a pleasant sight, my lady, thank you very much. Freya, no problem, we were just doing what was needed. Katsuya, Katerina, if you are satisfied with your tour, can we go back now? Katerina, yes, but I have a burning question I've been meaning to ask. Rebecca, ask away, Kat. Katerina, who is the person you are all talking about that I bear a resemblance to? Rebecca, oh that, I'm afraid I can't tell you that, if you want to know then you will have to ask her or the twins and Elijah, only them can tell you what you want to know. Rebecca said as she pointed at Katsuya when she said ask her. Katsuya, don't look at me, you won't get anything from me. Katerina was curious and wanted to find out who the person she bore a resemblance to, but seeing as the girls refused to tell her, then she will have to ask one of the brothers. Freya, since we are done here, can we go back now? They decided to go back as they were done here. Back at the Michaelsons' residence. Michael, come on boy, that's not how you fight with a sword, you can do better than that. Henrik, I'm doing exactly what you are telling me to do, so how am I not getting it right? Michael, you should be able to best your brothers when it come to sword fight as the current me is better than when I taught them. Henrik, if you don't know, let me tell you this, we all get stronger as we age father, so they are not getting rusty but instead they getting more better as they are still practicing their sword styles. Michael, stop making excuse boy, that's not how I train my children. Michael and Henrik could be seen training, as Michael didn't have anything to do as of recent decided to train Henrik as he didn't get the chance to train him before everything went south. Elijah, father, give little Henrik a break, you know he can beat you, so why bother trying to teach him anyway? Michael, that's where you are wrong boy, you must always be versatile always so that you can always be prepared. You don't know when a stronger adversary will come which your brute force are a little to nothing to him, that's when your skills will come to play. Elijah, you are right on that one father, but still, don't take your boredom on the poor boy. Michael, what are you even doing here, are you done with your noble stuffs? Elijah, yes, we are done, there is a prospect of war coming father, why don't you take part in it as that will take you away from here for the time being. Rebecca, where is he going? They turned to see Rebecca and the rest of the girls coming. Elijah, I was just telling father about a war which is brewing. Michael, if the war did happen, let me know, it been a long time since my hands hacked some things. Katsuya, where is Victor, is he not back yet? Henrik, I'm not sure, I was here with father all this while. Freya, sigh, it is Cole we are talking about here, he is probably squeezing Victor dry for his knowledge right now. Katsuya, I will go back to my room, see you later. The rest also disperse leaving only Michael and Henrik alone. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I will be releasing the remaining bonus chapter tomorrow as I'm not done with it yet. Currently in participating in ongoing WPC contest. You can find it by just searching for MIS 24 Family Meeting. Bonus chapter, 3/3. For the next couple of years, everything was normal for the Michaelsons. Victor and Cole are still working on the cloning spell with the aid of Katsuya and Freya, but they have not even gotten a significant result, which was making Cole frustrated. Michael has gone to the war a few months, which gave Henrik a breather. Klaus has become quite famous in the duchy for his paintings, which has spread all around England and beyond, which boost his ego amongst his siblings. Elijah, who took the role of the actual noble, made the name of the Michaelsons great as he made many achievement to aid England, marking his name in the annals of history. Finn and Henrik just moved around England taking in the wonders the world has to offer to them. Meanwhile, Katerina has already moved to the Michaelsons' residence on behest of Victor, which made the Michaelsons confused as they knew their brother very well to always have a reason for the things he does. Michaelsons' residence. Victor, how are you doing, love? Katsuya, I'm fine and good morning, where were you the entire night? Cole, well he was with me the entire night, sorry for stealing him from you but my curiosity got the better of me. Elijah, we need to gather around. They turned to see Elijah coming in with Finn, Freya, Henrik and Rebecca following behind him. Elijah, where is Nick? Cole, I think he is in that his art exhibition thing, I honestly think Niklaus has his head filled with art this days. Victor, I will let him know. Victor said as he used his telepathy ability to call Niklaus. Victor, Nick, Elijah has something to say to us, so we need you here. Niklaus, you can go on without me, the fun is just beginning here and you are trying to get me away from here, no way. Victor, are you going to come yourself or want me to come get you? Whichever one you pick is fine by me. Niklaus, sigh, alright, I will be right there, but if the reason Elijah called this gathering for is not reasonable, then all of you will have to compensate me, how about that? Victor, you got yourself a deal, Nick. Niklaus, great, I will be there in a flash. Victor turned to the rest of his siblings and lover as he said, Victor, Nick is on his way here, so what do you want to talk about, brother? Elijah, let's go to the living room first, also Freya, could you cast a silencing spell, I don't want our discussion to be heard by a certain someone. Freya cast the silencing spell as she covered the whole room with it. Before they could start their discussion, Niklaus appeared as he vamp, speed on his way here. Niklaus, so, brother, I'm here, care to tell us what made you call this gathering? They all nodded their heads as a sign of confirmation as they too were confused by Elijah's action. Elijah, the reason as to why I called this meeting is to talk about whether we should consider staying here permanently, what do you think of that? Niklaus hearing the idea was all smiles. Niklaus, I like that idea brother, we should stay here in England, you know I don't want to disappoint my fans here. Rebecca, we can't stay here, you all know that we will have to go back home to resurrect mother, right? Elijah, we have 4 witches who could teleport there and back, so that will not be a problem for us. Cole, you do know that, we can only teleport to places we've marked before, right? And don't take this the wrong way but I am not your fucking transportation means. Henrik, I don't think father will be supportive of that as he is already pissed off by our prolonged stay here. Niklaus, we take care of father when he comes back. Henrik, easy for you to say as you are not the one receiving the burnt of his frustration and boredom, brother. Niklaus, you do remember that I also faced the burnt of father's wrath right and that's also because of mother's doing, if she haven't made that starling's necklace, I would have gained father's approval but that will also be disastrous as I would have triggered my werewolf curse. But that does not mean that I will forgive mother easily as we are all a victim of her selfishness. Rebecca, don't drag mother into this Nick, even though mother did all that, she still loved us dearly. Niklaus, I don't buy what Katsia said, for all we know it might be one of her ploy to try and get rid of us again. Victor seeing as Klaus has diverted from the issue of Michael to Esther means Rebecca's word got to him when she talked about going back to home. He didn't want to resurrect her as he fears he will be hurt if she attempt to pull her previous stunt as he is a little trusting than his TV counterpart. Even Victor does not trust her completely but he will just give her the benefit of doubt as even if she tried anything funny, he will just have to put her in her place. Victor, enough, I too am against the idea of staying here in England as I've had my fun of living as a noble and also I might have to journey alone later in the next 2 to 3 centuries, so I suggest that when father comes back from the war, we move. Niklaus, why brother, you have to remember our vow, always and forever. We must stick together, so why are you going your separate way? Victor, it won't be permanent, brother, just for a few years and then I'm back, I just want to do a little research on something. Elijah, but why can't we just stay here brother? Finn, let's put it into votes then rather than all this bickering. Freya, you are right brother, so if you are interested in staying here in England, raise your hands. Elijah and Niklaus both raised their hands, seeing that they were outnumbered, they didn't even bother to for the other vote to be cast. Niklaus, alright, you all win, but let me say this, the next time I make a name for myself somewhere, we will have to stay there until I decide otherwise. Victor, okay. Victor agreed as he knew the next time will be the New Orleans flashback scenes. Hearing Victor's word, the rest also agreed. Elijah, it's decided then, we will be moving when father comes back, Sai and I was loving this place. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. 100 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday, check. 300 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 600 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday, check. 1000 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I finally done with all the bonus chaps. Currently in participating in ongoing WPC contest. You can find it by just searching for MIS. 25. What is it that you desire? Michelson's resident. Katerina could be seen laying on her bed. Katerina, what are they hiding? Everyone in the duchy are talking about them. What are they? Because from what I've been hearing is their long history here, how their ancestors came from a faraway land, fought their way to the rank of nobles but from Michael's tone, he seems to hate a life of the nobles and that is not something someone from a noble birth would think. Sigh, even that resemblance thing is still left hanging and nobody wants to say anything about it. Who should I seek help from? Trevor. He might know something. She made up her mind to seek help from Trevor as he is the right-hand man of Elijah Michelson's. After making her decision, she got up from her bed and left her room to look for Trevor which she saw after a while. Trevor, good day, Lady Katerina, how may I help you? Katerina, good day to you too, Sir Trevor, I would like your help with something. Trevor, and what is that, my lady? Katerina, I want to know more about the Michelsons, and you are the only one who I could think of to know about them more than anyone. Trevor hearing her words made his face changed. Trevor, why do you want to know? From my recent findings, you appeared to be more close to them than I. Katerina, seeing the frown on his face, knew he knows something that she didn't know, and she is going to make sure he tells her. Katerina, I just wanted to make a biography about them, so that, the later generation can know about them, so are you willing to assist me? Trevor, I'm afraid that I can't help you as I don't know anything that can help you with that biography of yours. Katerina, come on Trevor, I know you know something but you don't want to say it, what about this? Trevor, what is it that you think you can use to know what you want? There is nothing that will get any word out of me. Katerina smiled at him as he foolishly hinted that he knew something. Katerina, what about I give you what you've been desperately eyeing from afar but you can't approach? Trevor, and what might that be, Lady Katerina? Katerina, me, I know you have feelings for me. Katerina said with a smile on her face which made Trevor's body shake as to how she knew. Trevor, you are going to agree to my proposal if I can provide you with the information you want. Katerina only said one word in her head, which was fool. Because of his love for someone, he is willing to betray his masters. Katerina, yes, I will be yours, if you can give me what I want. Trevor looked around him to look if someone was watching them. Seeing no one around them, he brought down his voice as he said, Trevor, they are vampires. Katerina's eyes widened as she has heard of that name even before coming to England. The creatures of the night that feed on the blood of humans to satiate their hunger, ruthless, sadistic and last but not the least bloodthirsty creatures. Katerina, they are vampires, but how are they able to walk under the sun, and how did they even let you on their secret? She believed vampires to never work under the sun as they were described as the creatures of the night. Trevor simply raised his hands as he showed her his lapis lazuli ring which enables him to walk under the sun. Trevor, I'm also a vampire, so I would know if they were one, and this daylight ring helps vampires to walk under the sun. Katerina looked at the ring in Trevor's hands in fascination. Katerina, how is it made? Trevor, it is made with lapis lazuli by magic. Katerina, so magic is indeed real, and looking at it, it was given to you by them, right? Trevor nodded his head as a sign of his confirmation. Katerina, he got guts to go directly against his masters who made him live like a more civilized man, all for love. Katerina, but I don't see any rings on them except from Lord Victor and Niklaus, which are also different from this, as theirs has a wolf head on it. Trevor, oh, Lady Katerina, don't compare normal vampires to them, they are the real deal. Katerina, what do you mean by the real deal? Trevor, they are the original vampires, the first of our kind. They don't have any of the normal vampires' weakness, but possess even more strength than us. Katerina was shocked by this revelation as she couldn't believe that the ones she has been dealing with are people who could snuff her life at any seconds. Immediately she ran and left Trevor alone and ran to her room. Back at Kat's room. Katerina, what have I gotten myself into, living with the most dangerous family in the world and they act like a normal family. Sigh, should I try and run away from here? No, they will eventually get to me before I even know it. What should I do now? Sigh, forget it. As she was thinking about what to do, she then remembered her daughter and her parents who took her away from her. Katerina, those damn bastards, they didn't even let me hold my child even once and still banished me from my home. Should I ask them to make me like them, but would they even agree to it? That's when it hit her, Victor Michelson, the one whom all the Michelsons listen to when he says something. Katerina, should I ask him? If I give him a satisfiable answer, he might make me like them. Yes, I will have to go to him. Katerina left her room once again and went out to look for Victor. When she asked around, she found out that the Michelsons are all in the living room, so she made her way there. When she got there, it seems as if they were done with whatever reason that brought them together for a gathering, so she strolled to Victor and looked at him intensively, which made everyone look at her. Victor, seeing her like this, knew why she was here, as everything was seen by him, as he knew Trevor has feelings for her and Katerina would turn to him as he is an easy prey for her to manipulate, and when she finds out what they were, she will desire power so that she will never be hopeless ever again, so he asked her using the famous word of the one and only Lucifer, Bloody Morningstar. Victor, what is it that you desire? 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday. 600 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 2500 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? 26. The First Blood Hybrid. Victor, what is it that you desire? Katerina, I want to be like you, I want power, power to never again be weak, to never give in to what anyone says, and for that I want to become like you, a vampire. Everyone looked at her as she said the last word. Cole, who did you hear that from? Katerina would have just said Trevor's name and be done with it, but she wasn't a fool like him, so she kept quiet, which made Victor smile. Victor, well, she ain't a snitch, and I'm assuming that's because she knows her life isn't in danger. Niklaus, well, I could indulge you, since I haven't turned anyone for centuries now. Victor had warned the Michelson not turn someone into a vampire recklessly, as he didn't want too much vampires that are unkillable around, as to give the other supernatural creatures a chance. Even he has only turned one person into a vampire, and that was in southern France, 1002. Victor, no brother, I got this. Victor then looked at Katerina with a smile. Victor, well, do you know you might die from your transitioning? Victor asked, as he knew about the werewolf bite from Teen Wolf, a chance at death or rebirth, as the popular saying back on Earth, what doesn't kill you, makes you stronger, and no joint with the vampire blood in her system, only God knows what will happen to her. Victor, do you still want to proceed? Niklaus, wait, hold on, we all know that she is going to die, but when you meant dead, do you mean like actual death? Victor nodded as he himself didn't know what will happen as he is using a method never seen in either of the series. Elijah, but from all our years of experience, we haven't seen the few we turned die, so why is hers going to be any different? Victor didn't answer as he transformed, showing his true face, and not just an ordinary true face they all knew, but Victor appeared to have grown side hair, grew extra fangs, his ears elongated, claws came out of his fingers, and his eyes appeared to be blood red, different from his normal eyes of both his normal transformation as a vampire or werewolf. If it was any other people here, they would not know, but they knew or had an inkling to what he did. Cole, you finally mastered that transformation, Nick, and you have been trying for ages. Victor, yes, this is the completed hybrid transformation. Katerina took a step back when she saw his transformation. He was different from what was described. Rebecca, bloody hell, don't tell me, you are going to make her a hybrid. Everyone 1% there looked at Victor wondering what was going on in his head except Niklaus. Niklaus had always wanted an hybrid army, but he didn't like the wolves as he deemed them weak and were still arrogant on top of that, and he still held a grudge against them for the death of Henrik even when he is still alive and kicking and when the current pack of wolves has no hand in it. But now a possibility has arrived at his doorstep, even if he will be limited to a quota, he wouldn't mind. Niklaus, Katerina, if you don't mind, he said as he vamped speed to her and brought her before Victor. Victor, brother, please don't force her, it should be her choice. Victor said as he knew Katerina will not back down, even if she is a coward when it comes to her life, she is willing to risk it if she knows she will come out of it alive. Katerina, what is this hybrid thing? Victor, hybrid is a combination of two species in one, like Nick and I, we are werewolves and vampires, while Cole over there is a witch and a vampire, so instead of calling him a hybrid, we call him a heretic, the first and only known one. Niklaus, and my brother here is forgetting something, you see, Kat, my brother is not only a creature of two species but of three, can you guess what it is? Katerina thought for a while as she think for the answer. Katerina, a vampire, witch and a werewolf. A smile appeared on Niklaus's face when he heard her answer. Niklaus, you are smart, I like it, too bad you are not going to be turned by me. Yes, you got it right, Victor here is the very first tribrid. When Katerina heard Niklaus, she knew that it will be in her favor if she was turned to a hybrid by Victor, even if there is a chance that she might die. Katerina, I accept, turn me. Victor, this is going to hurt a lot. Victor said as he bit her while injecting his blood into her, which caused conflict between the two genes, that caused Katerina to scream in pain, but the noise could not pass the living room as Freya has already cast a silencing spell. Victor looked at the screaming Katerina, who was rolling on the floor when Katsia came to him. Katsia, do you think she will make it? Victor, still looking at Katerina, replied. Victor, she will, if she can't survive this, then I'm afraid nobody else will. Victor said as he knew Katerina that much, her will to survive comes first than anything else, she is willing to even sacrifice her friends, that's if she even considered them as one to save herself. She even managed to evade the big bad wolf for a whole 500 years, who could do that? Nobody. Niklaus, I hope she does, she is the key to everything. After some time, Katerina stopped shaking and screaming, which means, she has died. The Mykilson knew death was part of a vampire's transformation, so they waited for her to wake, but if she did not wake after some time, then they will have to label her as a lost case. Victor sent a telepathic message to Trevor to bring them someone because he believed in Katerina. After a few hours of waiting, Katerina finally woke up with red eyes, but not as intense as Victor's. Cole, welcome to the land of the living. Katerina, how do you feel? Katerina, thirsty. That was when Trevor walked in, but froze when he saw Katerina bloodied on the floor. He thought he was done for, but was relieved when he heard Elijah's word, but he was still scared. Elijah, Trevor, what are you waiting for? Guide her on how to complete her transition. Trevor, yes, my lord. Trevor took the human to Katerina and showed her how to feed properly, thereby completing her transition to the first ever sired hybrid. 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday. 600 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 2500 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? 27, Creed tab. Trevor, Lady Katerina, what is the meaning of this? We made a deal and now you are going to turn your back on me. It has been months since the transformation of Katerina, and to say she was pleased would be an understatement. She was over the moon. Victor and Niklaus, who wanted to watch over his experimental subject, trained her in how to use her newfound power, how to be a vampire and how to be a werewolf. Katerina learned everything needed to live her new life the past few months. That's when Trevor started to pester her about her promise to him, which she finds very annoying. Katerina, if you know what's good for you, don't you ever try to call me again, if you want to keep your life. Trevor got angry at the realization that he was used by her. She played with his feelings for her. He couldn't let this go. He will have to make her pay. Who does she think she is? A newly turned newborn threatened to take his life. How laughable. he will have to teach her a lesson today, even if he has to offend his masters, and so he attacked her hoping to teach a small lesson and make her pay for using him. He vamp, speed to Katarina aiming for her neck, but he didn't accept Katarina to be able to follow his movement and even have the strength to block his attack. Katarina, you fool, you never knew anything, do you? You are nothing but a 5th-generation vampire, whereas, I am of the 2nd generation, a first blood and not just a 2nd-generation vampire but a hybrid, so how did you expect to win against me? Katarina said as she broke Trevor's hands which were aiming for her neck a while ago. Ah! Trevor screamed out in pain as Katarina broke his hands. Katarina, just this and you are already screaming in pain, then what if I do this? Katarina said as she ripped his hands of his shoulder. Ah! Katarina, sigh, you are just a whiny cry baby, since you are alive after they know that you were the one who sold them out, I guess they need you alive, so thank your God for them since they are the reason you are alive. Trevor was still screaming as he laid there on the ground wondering why Katarina was this strong despite being a newborn beat a fledgling vampire like him. This doesn't make sense. He laid there not knowing what to do. He can't continue to stay with them, he has offended them, not once but twice, which will guarantee his death, so he struggled to get up and vamp, speed out of there. The Michaelsons' resident. Finn, I think Trevor is gone as I can't find him anywhere. Cole, of course he will, one might be a fool at everything, but not a fool when it comes to one's own life. Elijah, I never know you were into poetics, brother. Cole, what can I say, I learned from the best. Elijah, speaking of Victor, where is he currently? I can't seem to find he and Katsia around. Rebecca, you are too dense. Elijah, don't you know that when two lovers are away means two things, 1, they are on a date, 2, they are either doing something somewhere. Niklaus, and how do you know that? Rebecca, have you been having flings behind my back, sister? After the incident with Alexander, Niklaus has taken it upon himself to rid Rebecca of any untrustworthy men in her life as he deems her as a woman with a bad judgment in men, and so far no man has caught his eyes. Seeing as she did not reply him, Niklaus continued. Niklaus, seeing as you are not responding, I will assume that my guess was correct, sigh, now I will have more blood on my hands. Rebecca, why are you doing this to me? It's been years since that incident, so why are you still interfering in my life? Niklaus didn't pay her any heed as he left the resident to unleash a massacre. Rebecca, are you all going to let him just get away with that? Freya, we tried, but he won't listen to anyone, all he says is, and I quote, I'm only trying to protect our family and our little sister, as she falls in love with wrong men. How is that wrong? Rebecca, but I've learned my lessons to never trust anyone completely apart from my family. Henrik, he is just being an overprotective brother, he will get over it soon, just give him time. The rest of the siblings assured Rebecca in their own way. Elsewhere. Victor, now, we will have to leave in a few months as father will be back soon, I will send Katarina to look for her, as I don't even know where to find her, only with her year of birth and the day she turned, which is frustrating. Victor and Katsia lay on a bed with Katsia sleeping besides him. Victor, let me check my stats, it's been long since I last checked that. Status. Name, Victor Michelson. Title, Reincarnator, the strongest Michelson, original vampire, vampire progenitor. Age, 515. Species, original tribrid, vampire plus werewolf plus witch. Skills, 10 learning speed. Sword fighting, LVL max. Hunting, LVL max. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL max. Acting, LVL max. Blood manipulation, LVL max. Shadow manipulation, LVL max. Illusion casting, LVL max. Flying Thunder God, LVL max. Magic combat, LVL max. Abilities, werewolf transformation, partial werewolf transformation, fear inducement, magic, siphoning, mind compulsion, weather control, animal control, healing factor, immortality, super senses, shape shifting, super speed, super strength, super stamina, telepathy, telekinesis, dream manipulation, profession, doctor, grandmaster, teacher, grandmaster, author, grandmaster, architect, grandmaster. Perks, 5 increase in strength every 10 years. Creed tab. Victor, so I am over 500 years now, how time flies. And what is this new tab? Creed tab. He decided to check this new update that just came out of nowhere. Creed tab. Andrei Devereaux. Katerina Petrova. Victor, a list of people I turned, this is great and I have even forgotten about that guy, so his name is Andrei, should I send Katerina to get him before she goes to look for her? I should probably do that, after all, I was the one who turned him. 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday. 600 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 2500 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Everyone, I will be releasing a bonus chapter for Reborn in Originals with the extra chapters, all you have to do is add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest as tomorrow is the deadline, and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. 28 Eric. Come on boy, you can do it. A voice could be heard over a battlefield talking to a boy who was running towards the voice of the man who just spoke. The man is indeed Michael, the father of the original vampires. Michael, you are not fast enough boy, I giving you a grace this time, but there won't be a next time. The boy whom Michael was talking to is war survivor who Michael took pity on and brought him under his wings. Michael decided to train him as no one under him should be weak, but he didn't give him a extreme training like when he trained his children. I'm trying my best sir. Michael, did you say tried your best, boy? Even a cow can run more than that, and you call it your best. The young boy didn't know what to say and just lowered his head. He knew Michael was training him for his own good so he could not refute his words. Michael, I will have to increase the difficulty of your training, it looks like you are getting complacent. The boy knew that the days ahead of him are going to get more intense and dangerous. Michael told the boy to go back to his quarters and rest for the day. A year later, Michael trained the boy whom he now named Eric. After Michael increased his training difficulty, Eric has tried his best to meet up with Michael's expectations so that he might receive his praise, but all he got was more training, which Eric had no choice but to comply. Eric also became a formidable fighter and warrior in the battlefront. Everyone knew his name and also gave him a nickname, Michael's protege. Due to this reason, the military general also tried to ask Michael to train the rest of the soldiers, but Michael told him, if he tried to tell him what to do next time, that might be his memorial date, which made the general gulped in fear and never in his life would he try that again. The days passed as the war came to an end and Eric is now 18. Michael, boy, it is time to go back home, so I will ask if you will go back with me or live the rest of your life without me, your choice. Michael laid down options from which Eric would choose from. Eric weighed down his options and decided to follow Michael, which put a faint smile on Michael's face as he has taken a liking to Eric. Michael, alright, get ready, we will be leaving tomorrow, during the early hours of the day. Eric, are we not going with the rest? Michael, and why would we do that? The reason I came to this war was so that I get rid of the stupid nobles, but I still saw some of them here and you expect me to travel among them. Eric did as Michael said as he got ready for their journey. Mikhailson's resident. Elijah, I guess today is our last day here in England. Elijah said as he touched the exterior of their building for the last time. Finn, I'm afraid so, brother. Elijah, sigh, let's go meet up with the rest. Elijah and Finn walked to the living room where they saw the rest of their siblings gathered. Cole, how good of you to join us, brothers. Niklaus, what do you expect? We have grown attached to our lives here, even I am unwilling to leave. Victor, alright, Niklaus, Elijah, don't be so down, you will have a place to call home soon enough, so cheer up, we've got a world to explore. Freya, father should be here very soon, are all the things you all need packed? Freya asked as she used a locator spell on her father monitoring his movements. Henrik, yes sister, and I have to say, I'm loving this shadow power, more and more. Henrik said as he just recently figured out the storage ability of the shadow manipulation, as they didn't have an idea about it, as the only thing they knew was how to apply it in their fighting style, and Victor forgot to tell them about it. Rebecca, I'm ready as anyone can be, sister. Victor saw everyone ready and waiting for their father to come before they leave England that night. He called Katerina to assign her a mission to bring the first vampire he turned, Andre Devereaux. Victor, take this is a dagger I specially made, you just have to put a drop of your blood on it and it will be bound to you and you alone. Katerina took the dagger as she ran her hand through the surface, feeling the smoothness and fine craftsmanship of the dagger. She did what Victor told as she cut herself. Immediately her blood touched the dagger, she felt a connection to the dagger as if she could communicate with it. Victor, take this and this, follow the dot on the map and locate the person whom that dot is connected to, and after you are done, both of you should locate the woman on the painting. You might find her around the early 1800s, once you locate her, throw that dagger to a wall or tree and I will appear, do you get it? Katerina took the things Victor gave her and also processed the information that she was given just now. Katerina, yes, but I have to ask, who are they? Katerina didn't know who they were or how they were related to Victor or the rest of his siblings, as they were never mentioned. Victor, just do as I say, the one on the map will tell you who he is when you meet him, and as of the woman, you don't need to know who she is for now. Victor left as Katerina just looked at back before she speed out of there to carry on her mission. Back to the rest of the Michaelsons. The door to their residence swung open as Michael came in with a boy no other than 18 appeared besides him, which made the siblings confused as Michael was known for not socializing with anyone. Rebecca, who is he, father? Michael, he is a young lad I took a liking to, what's wrong? Victor, we never knew you to be someone who took care of anyone without a reason. Michael, I just like the boy as I saw potential in him, what more reason do you need to know? Victor just kept quiet as he went Katsia aside because he was just coming back from his discussion with Katerina just now. Niklaus, oh, I see that potential in him also. Niklaus said with a smile as he was looking for who to turn into a hybrid, and here, his father just brought him just the specimen he was missing, a worthy human. Eric had a very bad feeling when he saw Niklaus's smile. 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday. 600 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 2500 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Every one I will be releasing a bonus chapter for Reborn in Originals with the extra chapters. All you have to do is add to your collection, as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it. Thank you. 29. Andre and Katerina. Why are you looking for me? A man with a black hair, pale skin and a round handsome face said to a woman who is extraordinarily beautiful and has a seductive aura. She has an oval face with fine bone structure, a wealth of brown curly hair, and almond-shaped, deep brown eyes with thick dark lashes, as he sat down at the bar counter waiting for his drink. Katerina, my name is Katerina Petrova, I was sent to get you. The man looked to the woman before him and observed from her head to her toe, looking for any sort of sneak attacks coming his. Not that he was afraid or anything, but it will be bothersome if he has to ruin his clothes. May I ask who is this person that sent you? Katerina, Victor Michael's son. She has said, as she has nothing to hide after all. Who could go against him, if they know who he is? The eyes of the man flickered with a sign of recognition, but he quickly composed himself. I don't know who that is, so if you don't mind, he said as he stood up, forgetting about the drink. He ordered for Katerina. You know, if it was someone else, you would have succeeded, but me, you are going to try much harder than that. Katerina said as she showed him the map and the dot on it indicating his current position, and also she knew Victor wouldn't send her to a dead end. What is it that he wants? Katerina, good question, even I don't know what he wants from you, but seeing as you are trying to get away from him, I assume you know something. Sigh, I don't have to answer to you, so goodbye, he said as he vamped, speed to her back and snap her neck. Too bad, you are just a fledgling, he should have sent someone stronger than you. He took the map from Katerina as he tore it and left the bar after compelling everyone in it to forget what happened and take Katerina as someone who fell asleep over a drink. A few minutes later, Katerina, sigh, I lost him and he also destroyed the map, but he is underestimating me if he thinks that my last resort. Katerina said as her eyes turned red as she left the bar and ran into the wild, where she shifted into a wolf as she tracked down her prey. Few weeks later, Katerina, he should be around here. But before she could continue, a man with unnatural speed held her and pinned her to a tree. I have to say, you are really strong for your age, but I wouldn't be surprised as you were turned by him, Victor Michael's son, right? Katerina didn't answer him and just stared at him with a glare. But that wouldn't be enough, cause you see, I am the first one to be turned by him, compelled to live like him for centuries, and you expect me to go back when he calls me? Never, go back and tell him to come for me himself. Katerina laughed at the fool before her as she daggered him at his stomach, which gave her a chance to pour her frustration on him for what he did to her these past few weeks. Katerina, you are a fool if you think you can take him on. You are not even an ant to him. You might be stronger than me because of our age difference despite my advantages, but you lack something I never lacked, and do you know what's that? The man growled in pain as he tried to remove the dagger from his stomach, but the dagger didn't even budge. Katerina, the guidance and the training of the Mikhaelsons, that's what you didn't have, so if you know what's good for you, you have to comply with me, or else what you've been desperately looking for will come to you. Katerina said as she waited for the man's reply but didn't get one, as the only thing she hears are his screams of pain. Katerina decided to pull out the dagger but kept it in a striking position, as that was her only leverage against the man before her. What's that dagger? Katerina, a dagger made by the one you desperately seek, Victor Michael's son. What you experience is just only a small effect of the dagger. Katerina said as she smiled while holding her dagger pointed at him as if daring him to come at her. Sigh, I can't win against him, right? Katerina nodded as she knew nobody in this world can go against the original family and live to see another second, not even the evolved werewolves, as the last time they did, she heard that their entire pack was obliterated from the face of the world by someone who goes by the nickname Eric, the Red. Fine, you've won. I didn't even intend to stand against him in the beginning, I just wanted to avoid him for as long as I live. Katerina, what is your name? The man was shocked at Katerina as she didn't even know the name of the man she was sent to fetch. Katerina, don't look at me like that, he refused to tell me who you were, so don't give me that look. Sigh, my name is Andre Deveraz, the first ever sired vampire turned by Victor Michael's son, himself. Katerina looked at him briefly and knew why he was stronger than her, and if not for the dagger Victor gave her, then she would not have stopped him. Katerina, I see, now that you've agreed, then you have to behave yourself when you are around me, or else this dagger will go through your heart next time. Andre looked at the dagger and wondered what will happen if it went through his heart, but it won't ever find out, as he will never give her the chance to even do that. He was caught off guard the first time, and he wasn't a fool to make the same mistake twice. The only reason for him to even listen to her was because Victor was calling for him, and he will never in his undead life even think of messing with the original vampires. Andre, that's not going to happen, so which direction are we heading? Katerina, take this, we were tasked to find her. Katerina gave him a painting of the woman Victor gave her. Andre, what? I have not even reported to him yet, and I have already been assigned a mission. Katerina just ignored him as she started walking towards the next town. I will be uploading the bonus chapters tomorrow, thank you. 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter on Saturday. 600 power stones, 2 extra chapters on Saturday. 1000 power stones, 3 extra chapters on Saturday. 2500 power stones, 4 extra chapters on Saturday and bonus chapter on Sunday. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Every one I will be releasing a bonus chapter for Reborn in Originals with the extra chapters. All you have to do is add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. 30. Early 1700s. Extra chapter, 1/2. New Orleans, early 1700s. Cole, this place is wonderful, I can feel the magic surrounding every corner. Cole said as he stepped foot on the grounds of New Orleans. Niklaus, I agree with you brother, this place is like a home to us, supernaturals. The Michaelsons have been traveling from one place to another, never staying in a particular location for long. They recently just left their previous location before coming to New Orleans. Rebecca, why don't we go find a place to rest for now, before admiring our new environment? Henrik, I agree with Rebecca, my butt is aching from all the travels. Elijah, I will go to the leader here and process our stay here, why don't you all go find a place for tonight? Cole, typical Elijah, always the noble one, always trying to mingle with the higher-ups. Elijah, I'm just trying to have a peaceful conversation with the leader here, so that we could live a peaceful life without people trying to undermine us, which will lead to unnecessary massacre. Finn, by a peaceful conversation, do you mean, compelling him to do your bidding? Elijah, I don't see another way to have a peaceful conversation without compelling them. Victor, sigh, we should stop this stupid squabbles and find a place to rest. I will be joining Elijah to have a talk with the leader. Cole, alright, do your things, I will be going to introduce myself to the witch community. Freya, I will be joining you. Cole, I will like to see the witches here also. Freya said as she looked at Katsia whether she was going to join them. Katsia, you should go without me, I want to rest a little bit, I tired from the journey just now. Rebecca, Henrik, Katsia, Michael, Finn and Eric went to find a hotel to spend the night as Victor, Elijah and Niklaus went to meet the governor of New Orleans, while Cole and Freya went to the witches of New Orleans. Governor Mansion. A man who appeared to be of a small stature, with a potbelly, could be seen walking to group of maids and a butler talking to the man and writing down what he says. You should know that, this is very important to us, so we should make sure to invite her, so as to not lose any face that day. The butler nodded his head with contemplation as he did not know how he was going to do what his master is asking of him. That's when he heard a voice, which made him turn to see 3 individuals standing in their front. 2 of the 3 men had the same features, both one appeared a bit matured than the other who was smiling at them, but he knew that the smile of the man was dangerous. As he tried to call the guards to come to the hall, the one with a noble aura spoke again. Elijah, sorry, if I startled you, as my brother just said, we can help you with the person you are desperately trying to contact. The governor looked at the 3 men warily as none of them even sensed the presence of the men in front of them until one of them spoke. What is it that you want? As I know you are not doing this for free, tell me what do you want in return? Niklaus, you see, we just came to your town just recently and we would like you to know and also hope if you could accommodate our stay here. Niklaus said with a smile when he talked to the governor, which made the butler even more afraid as he knew that they were not ordinary. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to my town and tell me what to do? Why am I even talking to you, guards? The governor screamed for the guards when Elijah sighed. Elijah, sigh, I told you we should just compel him and get over with it. The butler saw their calm expression and suspected that they were about to see a frightening scene. Victor, sigh, not everything should be about compulsion, Elijah, we don't want a mindless puppet, who do not have a choice but to do anything you tell him to do. Sometimes, we need to use another methods. Let me show you how fear can make someone completely obedient. Victor said as he heard the sound of people running in their direction. Not long after, they were surrounded by guards with their weapons drawn pointing to them. Get rid of these fools and find the rest of the outsiders and get rid of them too, the governor said to the guards as they advanced to the 3 intruders. Victor, sometimes, you should get rid of some pests to make the other ants summit willingly. Victor said as he controlled the shadow under the guards advancing towards them as it pierced them, ripping their LVES in the process. The governor, the butler and the rest of the maids and guards were terrified when they saw this scene before their eyes. What is the meaning of this? Who are you people? What is it that you want? The governor became so terrified that he asked series of questions. Niklaus, you are right brother, look how he is willing to listen to us now. Elijah, sigh, I guess you've had your fun, right? If so, then let's continue with why we are here. Elijah said as he knew Victor's antics, which is to instill fear in people so that they will be willing to do his bidding as he finds compulsion boring. Niklaus, Elijah, you are no fun at all. So governor, what do you say about our stay here? You can stay here, in fact I have a free house that you can use, I can have my maids clean it for you and also assist you in your daily lives. The tone of the governor changed drastically compared to his arrogant tone before. Elijah, thank you, but before that. Elijah compelled the maids as well as the guards to forget what happened here. He wanted to compel the butler, but Victor stopped him, saying that the butler can help put the governor in check. Elijah, thank you once again, we will be staying here tonight, so you can order your maids to take care of the cleaning tonight, or is that going to be a problem? No sir, in fact, you are very much welcome. Victor, good, didn't I tell you? Elijah, look how obedient he is. By the way, what is your name? Frederick Romilly, sir. Victor, Frederick, nice name. Victor said as he joined his brothers as they find different rooms to stay. Victor, we are now in New Orleans, I wonder how events will turn out from here. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. 31. Life in New Orleans. Extra Chapter, 2 halves. Life in New Orleans have been really smooth for the Michelson over the years as they integrated with the general population of New Orleans. Cole became a mentor to the witches as he found it fun to do so, while Freya did not partake in it as she studied her magic codex looking for more advanced magic to learn with Kitsia. The rest of the Michelsons were living their lives to the fullest. There were some run-ins with the werewolves, but they were quickly put in their place by Niklaus and Victor as they showed them who the superior werewolves were. The previous governor of New Orleans has died and a new one was reinstated by the Michelsons, who became a major power in the political affairs of New Orleans. The new governor knew about them and also begged them to turn him into one, but Victor refused as they don't need him, but that didn't give the new governor even the slightest chance of betraying them. Victor and Cole even finally completed the cloning technique as they used blood as the power behind and not magical power, which means all the Michelsons can use it, including Freya, as she can never die, so she could use her blood when casting the technique. The clone technique has a limitation compared to its counterpart from the anime. After many years of trial and error, Victor finally limited it to 1 clone per use, as that will completely offset the balance of the world. Even at that, there were also benefits. The clones that they created cannot be destroyed by one hit. In fact, no normal individuals can even dream of injuring it, talk less of completely destroy it. Only powerful beings like the Michelsons can completely destroy their clones. Elsewhere. Cole, sigh. I remembered when I first came to New Orleans, your elders tried to fry my brain, but they couldn't, but now look at you all, coming to me for guidance, how ironic. Cole said as he reminiscent about his first time in New Orleans, when he and Freya came to introduce themselves to the witch community as fellow practitioners of magic, but what they got was an attack by the witches. That wasn't their fault. They heard a lot about you Michelsons as demons who hunt the nights, leaving disasters everywhere you go, so that was the reason they attacked you, when you introduced yourselves. Cole, ha ha ha, I like you, you are brave to be able to talk back to me. What is your name, child? Cole asked the girl who just talked right now. She is a very beautiful and gorgeous young woman in her late teens. She has blue eyes, full lips, rosy cheeks, lightly tanned skin and long, dark brown hair worn in loose waves. She stands at 5 feet 3 inches and her frame is slim and petite. If Victor was here, he would said she is the perfect copy of a certain harvest witch. My name is Beatrice Clare, sir. Cole laughs at the way she addressed him right compared to when she supported her coven elders. Cole, Beatrice Clare, what about I teach you a special kind of magic after now? Beatrice nodded as she could finally learn some spells from the renowned god of magic, a title given to him by the coven elders, but Cole always refuted that title as he did not deserve it and told the elders that he was not even close to his sister in terms of magic based on her magical power and the magic codex in her head. Of course he did not tell them about the magic codex part. He also told them that even his elder brother Victor was more of a witch than him, but the elders just based it off as Cole being modest as they never saw the others performing magic. Elsewhere. Kitsia, I wish there will be days like this, how nice it would have been. Victor, pretty nice and tiring. Kitsia, haha, you are not romantic at all. Victor, come on, how can you say that? Do you forget, I won your heart with my romantic nature. Kitsia rolled her eyes at Victor as she continued. Kitsia, oh please, if you were, you would have been able to win my heart on our first meeting, but it took you centuries to be able to do that. Victor smiled as he remained their first meeting and how she placed a mark on him as a leverage for their deal, which he made her give it to him again as that was a massive source of magical power, of course without the pain-inflicting effect. He wasn't a masochist. He was in his thought when he heard Kitsia words which made him pause in his tracks. Kitsia, say, what do you say about me being pregnant and having your child? Victor, what did you just say? Kitsia looked at him with an opened eye as she repeated what she said, which made Victor ask her if she is pregnant or showed any symptoms of pregnancy, which she said no, which made Victor sigh in relief as he was not ready to be a father yet, not until he goes to Mystic Falls as he does not want his child to travel about like him, until they are up to a certain age as that was his daily life back on his home world, where he traveled from his father's side to his mother's side, not staying at a particular place for long. Kitsia, why, don't you want one? Victor, I do, it's just that I'm not ready yet. Kitsia nodded as there is a possibility that what she planned will happen as she has already prepared a spell for that as she believed the Michelsons to not be able to produce offsprings of their own as they were dead. What she did not know was that, Victor and Niklaus, even the current originals are different from their TV series counterparts, heck even Victor, do not even know about that. Victor, I wonder if there is any way for them to get pregnant without the use of magic. Brat, it's been centuries, haven't it? Well, the answer to your question is that all your siblings are fertile, as you can all conceive your own children, but the chances of that happening is 1 in 1,000, like the dragons you used to read about in your web novels as they are powerful creatures, their reproduction rate were low, so are you and your siblings now, so good luck, till next time. Victor, damn it, I hate it when he does that, but I have to admit, he is friendly with me, is it that I'm keeping him entertained here? That's why, damn it, I'm going to demand compensation, the next time he speaks to me, as I know he will never reply me now. Satisfied with the answer he got, Victor held Katsia's hands as they disappeared from their location. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. 32. Looking for the girl on the painting. Elsewhere. Andre, we've been looking for the girl on this painting and we have not had any progress so far. Are you sure this is not a test just to test your patience? Cause if it is, then I will have to grade you as pass. Katerina, will you just shut up for once? I'm trying to think here. Andre, look here, I'm just stating facts here. The girl might not even exist as we speak. I will have to call it a quit. Andre and Katerina had been traveling everywhere searching for the girl on the painting and they have not even made a significant progress. Katerina, sigh, you talk too much, but you do make a point. I guess only one way to find out. Andre, what way? Going back to him, if is that, then I'm down with you. Katerina just ignored Andre as she has gotten quite used to his talks once he becomes frustrated with something. Katerina vamp, speed, disappearing from a current location, leaving Andre even more frustrated. Andre, sigh, there she goes again. Andre also joined her to God knows where. A few hours later, Andre and Katerina arrived in a bustling town. It appears that a festival or an event is being held by the townspeople, as they could see people dancing on the streets and some people selling things and also buying stuffs. Andre, what are we doing here? From the atmosphere, I bet the Michaelsons are even here. Andre said as he could smell the fresh air of the town, and if the Michaelsons were here, he would have known, as the air will be polluted the metallic scent of blood. Katerina, just shut it and follow me. Katerina said as she swerved through the crowd until she came to a store that seems to sell enchanted items. Katerina walked to the door and entered as well as Andre. Andre, all these items are fakes, I can't feel any magic in them. What are we doing in a crook store? Katerina, hello, anyone here? Katerina called out, hoping for whoever that was inside to answer her. Andre, you know I can hear your heartbeat, right? Andre said as he wasn't ready for another cat and mouse game anymore, as that was what he had been doing for the past years. What do you want? I have many ways to kill you, bloodsuckers. Andre just smiled at the young woman who came out of her hiding as she was speaking boldly of having ways to kill them. Even he does not know how he will be able to die, as even the normal ways vampires die does not attribute to him. Andre, I will like to see you try. Also I'm curious of your many methods in killing vampires, maybe I can learn one or two things from there. Katerina, nice try. If you are looking for a way to kill the originals, then you in for a hell of a drive. Andre had that thought crossed past his mind, but he quickly discarded as it is a fool's plan. Let's say that he finally have the weapon to kill the Michaelsons, then how is he going to confront them to even use the weapon? So that was a big no to him. I won't ask again, who are you and why are you here? Answer me. Katerina, fierce, but that won't be necessary. Which, I just need your help with a little location spell. You see we are looking for someone and we lost track of the person's location, so we came to you for help. Andre looked at Katerina in a dumb way. What does she mean by coming here when she could just go to the bloody original family and Viola, all their problems are solved? Is she that loyal to Victor that she is strictly following his instruction without defiance? I can't help you, you will have to excuse yourselves. When Andre heard that, all the playfulness on his face disappeared and he became serious, as he speed outside and came with a male human held by his neck raised up. Andre, listen here, little witch, since you refuse to listen to reason, then I have to use threat to get you to do what we want, right? Let me tell you this, I have had it up to my neck level with all bullshit and I can't take it anymore. I have been on this mission for years and I haven't even seen the one who gave us this damn mission, which is frustrating. Seeing as you think, you are our only resort, then you are wrong. There are many witches out there we could meet and they might gladly help us, but since we are here, then you must help us or else I am going to paint this town red and all their blood will be on your head. So little witch, which one will you choose, your stupid ego or the humans outside? Your time is ticking. Andre poured out all his frustration on the witch, whom is biting her lower lips as she was in a dilemma. Andre reminded her that she was on a timer and she might be running out of time as he tightened his grip on the young man's neck. Stop it, I will help you, but you have to promise me something. Andre wanted to remind her about her current situation as she was not in any way in the moment to be making demands, but Katerina stopped him. Katerina, go on, we are listening. You will never step foot in my town ever again after today. Katerina, you got yourself a deal. Andre signed at that, but he did nothing as he just wanted to find the girl and be done with. The witch prepared everything she needed as she also took the painting from Katerina and began the location spell, but nothing came up. I can't seem to find anything, and it does not appear to be a cloaking spell that is preventing me from finding, but it as if she doesn't exist. What is going on here? After Katerina heard her, that's when she remembered something Victor told her about finding their next target in the 1800s. Katerina, shit, I have made a mistake. If what you say is true, then I'm afraid that she hasn't been born yet. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. 33. Let's dance. Katerina, shit, I have made a mistake. If what you say is true, then I'm afraid that she hasn't been born yet. Bam. Andre, what did you just say? Katerina turned to see Andrei, who has shown his true face. She knew that he was going to go mad once he hears that, but she didn't know that it wound reached this extent. Katerina, hey, I know I was wrong here and I will take full responsibility for my action, but can you just calm down a little? Let's talk this out like normal people talking. Andrei, calm down. We wasted close to 50 years searching for someone that is not even born yet and you are telling me to calm down. What do you take me for? Katerina readied her dagger as Andrei is not in his right frame of mind. Andrei, you know, I won't let you use that dagger on me, right? Katerina didn't care as she was watching his every move waiting for his attack. Andrei rushed to Katerina, who also was ready for him as she blocked his attack, aiming at her stomach while trying to stab him, but he easily deflected it. Andrei, I have to say, I find it annoying when fighting you. You are a very tricky vixen. Andrei said as he broke a wooden chair in the store, making the witch shout. Hey, not that one, for fuck's sake, take your fight outside. Andrei didn't mind her as he threw a wooden stake towards Katerina, who stepped side the attack, but because of that she removed her eyes from Andrei, giving him the chance to vamp speed to her and gave her a jab across the face, making her crash to a wall. Andrei, I have to say, this dagger is something else. I can't seem to even lift it up. Sigh, since I can't take it, then I won't let you get close to it. Andrei said as after his successful attack, Katerina's dagger fell from her hands to the floor, but he could not even lift it up. Katerina, sigh, are you really going to go through with this? Andrei, there is no harm in doing so. I just want to release my pent-up frustration and you happen to be the scapegoat. It's nothing personal, love. Andrei said as he looked at Katerina with a crazed smile on his face. Hey, you do know that, you are in my store, right? You have already done enough damage already. Can you please just go away from here? I'm begging you. Andrei, don't worry, little witch, she will compensate you for everything that is damaged and also she will be assisting you here for a very long time, as I don't intend to leave here until the girl we are looking for is born. Andrei said as a matter of fact, he did not care what deal Katerina and the witch made, that does not concern him, as he was not part of the deal. Katerina, alright then, let's dance. Katerina said as she had heard Victor said this same phrase when he was sparring with his siblings. Andrei smiled as he rushed at her as she also followed suit. An hour later. Andrei, damn it, she is like a slippery fox. Andrei said as he looked at Katerina, who was staked to a wall. You killed her, just because of a small mistake. How heartless can you vampires be? Andrei, will you shut up, little witch? We are not your regular vampires that can die from just that. It didn't take long after Andrei said that, Katerina woke up and removed the stake from her chest. Katerina, are you satisfied now or should we continue, because I can do this all day. Andrei, I would love to indulge you, but I don't want to antagonize our little witch here. Andrei said as he looked at the witch, whose eyes were wide open at what she just saw, a vampire surviving from a wooden stake through the heart. That was not what she knew. She has not heard of anything like that. What are you? Who are you people? You are not normal vampires. You should have died there. How are you still alive? All this doesn't make sense. The witch asked series of questions as she held her head as if she has gone mad. Andrei, hey, you should go talk to her. She might be going mad. Andrei said as he stood up and went out of the store, leaving Katerina alone and the witch. Katerina sighed as Andrei has left everything here for her to clean up. Katerina walked up to the little witch and held her, but the witch shook off her hold on her. Katerina, sigh. I don't know what to say or how to explain all this, but all I can say now is we are not normal vampires. We are what you call first bloods. Just take us as a higher form of vampires, okay? Katerina tried to comfort the witch so that she won't think she is going crazy. I don't care anymore, just leave, get out of my town and never come back again. The witch said as she was tired of all the craziness that happened today. Katerina, sigh, I'm afraid that will not be possible right now. But we had a deal. Katerina, I know, but I don't think Andrei will be willing to leave as he's still angry about everything, but you can help me with something. What is it? Katerina, can you cast a divination spell and find out when she might be born? Sigh, alright, but this will be the last thing I will do for you, as either you leave this town or I will leave. Katerina nodded her head as she does not care for anything except to find the girl and be done with it. The witch readied what she needed once again and cast a divination spell to know when the girl will be born. After a few minutes of chanting, the witch's face changed as what she saw made her frown as what she was trying to avoid became her reality. Katerina, what happened? Why are you like that? The witch has no choice but to Katerina her findings. The girl will be born next month and she is born here, in this very town. Andrei, well, ain't that a pleasant surprise? I guess you will be accommodating us, little witch. They turned to see Andrei, who just came back from God knows where, standing in front of the door with a smile on his face. I made a musculation on the birth of the girl on the painting, so I just decided to just let it happen now as she was supposed to be born into the 1600s. I guess this is it for now. What do you think? Add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it. Thank you. 34. Victor meets the girl from the painting. Town. It had been 21 years since Andrei and Katerina lived in the town where the girl on the painting was born. They watched as the girl grew from a newborn to an adult and how her parents died when she was just 17 years old, leaving her and her little brother all by themselves. Katerina didn't want to interfere with her live, but Andrei didn't even mind her and assisted the girl, even though he did it from the shadows, helping in any way he can. The witch store. Katerina, sigh, I wonder if I should call him now. Katerina could be seen seated at a corner of the store while looking at the girl on the painting and how she resembled the grown-up child, 21 years ago. Who are you trying to call now, Katerina? The little witch, or should I say just witch, said as she was close to Katerina. Katerina, whoa, you are here, Annie. Annie, the name of the witch who helped them during their stay in the town, despite her refusals, just stared at Katerina with a deadpan look. Annie, I was sitting here for a long time while you zoned out, not even paying attention to your surrounding, which is not befitting of a vampire like you. Say, who are you trying to call here? I hope is not another one of your kind, because 2 of you are enough already. Katerina smiled at the little witch who has grown to become a beautiful woman. Katerina, that would have been better for you, but what I'm trying to call is more of a nightmare compared to Andrei. If you think Andrei is a demon, then the one I'm trying to reach out is the devil himself. Annie shuddered when she saw Katerina smile, as she wondered who could that be. During Katerina and Andrei's stay here, she has come to a conclusion that Andrei is a vampire nobody would want to offend. Even Katerina only has a leverage against him because of her dagger, or so she believes, but now, Katerina is saying there is someone much more dangerous than him. She couldn't allow him to come here. Annie, whatever you do, don't let him come here. I appreciate everything you've done so far, by keeping the peace in the town, but please don't disrupt that peace by calling someone more dangerous here. Ha 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 ha. Katerina laughed out loud when she sensed the fear in Annie's voice. Katerina, don't worry, he won't cause any havoc. In fact, he is more tolerable than any of the vampires I know, Katerina said as she was talking about the original family. Andrei, do you intend to call him? How are you going to do that? As far as I know, we cannot leave the girl here, so are we going to take her with us? Katerina smiled as she held her dagger and played with it before she looked at Andrei and threw it at him, which he dodged and looked at Katerina with fury with his eyes. Andrei, what is the meaning of that, Katerina? Katerina just smiled, which made Andrei even more angry that he moved to attack her but froze in his track, as he heard a voice of someone whom he had not heard for a long time. He turned to see the man himself smiling at him, the one who turned him, the one whom he acted as for centuries, Victor fucking Michael's son. Victor, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise, Andrei, long time no see. Andrei stared at Victor. He wanted to attack him, rip him to pieces, but he knew it was a futile effort as he will just be handing his ass to be hooped. Andrei, yeah, it is, after you turned me and compelled me to be you for centuries, I suppose, I will call it a long time. Annie, who was still in the room, has her eyes wide opened, as she heard the conversion between Victor and Andrei. It seems like they have known each for so long, and this Victor seemed to be the one who sired Andrei, and from what she heard just now, this Victor is so strong that he was able to compel Andrei, who was also a vampire. Just what is her world turning into? A vampire able to compel another vampire whom is so strong that he destroyed what she knew about vampires. Just who is this new vampire? Victor looked at the other party present here with them. Victor, a witch, and not just any witch, but a strong witch, I'm assuming. She is the one who helped in your little quest. Andrei scoffed at Victor when he said that, little quest. Andrei, if you call spending 50 years searching for someone that do not exist a little quest, then I wonder what will be a major quest to you. Katerina, sigh, he is still bitter at something I did, but no need to worry about it, as Annie here helped us splendidly. Victor didn't even regard Andrei's word and looked at Annie and said, Victor, we haven't been officially introduced. My name is Victor Michael's son, one of the first vampires to ever walk the earth. Victor said with a smile as he saw the effects he was looking for, fear and surprise about what was never known before. Victor continued as Annie was out of words to say, Victor, seeing as I'm here, I suppose, you have found her, right? Katerina replied as she recounted everything that happened since she left England, which made Victor sigh. He just asked a question and not for her to tell him her life history. Victor looked at Andrei and said, Victor, you and I have some talking to do after this. Andrei was slightly afraid because of the way Victor spoke to him just now. Victor, tell me where I will find her. They directed him to the girl's location, which he speed to. Victor appeared in an old-looking house but was not in a bad shape or anything thanks to Andrei's help, but when one see it, they will know that the house has a history. Victor knocked at the door, which was opened by a very beautiful woman. She had long blonde wavy hair. She was tanned and had hazel green eyes. She was also tall and had a curvy figure. Victor smiled when he saw her come out. She was just like how he remembered her in the series. She was breathtaking. What do you want, sir? Victor, you are what I want, Alexia. I guess this is it for now. What do you think? Add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it. Thank you. 35, Alexia, Lexi, Branson. What do you want, sir? Victor, you are what I want, Alexia. The girl whom name is Alexia, Lexi for short, was a little afraid of the man before her. Lexi, what do you want from me, sir? Victor, please, my name is Victor Michael's son. Stop with all that sir thing. Lexi nodded, but she still didn't open the door for him. Victor looked at her a little surprised as she didn't portray the confidence and boldness she possessed in the series, or is it something she built up along the way? Whatever, she is who he wanted to find. To say the truth, Victor has been fascinated by Lexi's character from the series, and when he was reborn, he wanted her as his woman, but along the way Katsuya came and she grew on him as the years passed, but he still had that burning desire to have Lexi as his woman. He did not like a polygamous relationship, but as someone who was a big fan of Lucifer, he has to follow what the devil himself said about desires. Give in to your desires. He decided to make Lexi his, but he did not know how to explain it to Katsuya for her to understand, but he knows he have to. Victor, you don't have to be afraid of me, it just that, I was passing through the town when I happened to see you and I was instantly drawn to you. I know I may sound insane or something, but I think I might have fallen for you, Miss Alexia. Lexi just looked at the man before her and wondered what was wrong with his head to just confess to someone he have never met before. Lexi, I'm sorry, but I can't reciprocate your feelings for you, so you will have to excuse me, Lexi said as she closed the door on him, which made Victor smiled and wanted to turn around and leave, but he stopped when he heard someone fall. He rushed into Lexi's home and saw her lying on the floor when a boy of 8 years old rushed out from one of the rooms who bore similarities to Lexi. Victor knew Lexi had a younger brother but died when the people of this town set fire on their house because Lexi didn't age a second after she became to a vampire. Victor, I presume you are her brother, right? Victor asked as he wanted to confirm his conjecture. The boy nodded his head as he was too uncomfortable talking to strangers. Victor carried Lexi from the ground and took her to one of the rooms in the house. Victor, when did she start falling down like this? Victor said in a way he would understand him. Since a month ago, the little boy said. Victor sighed as he remembered he read something about Niklaus turning Lexi into a vampire because she wanted to live for her brother, but he didn't know what led to that. Victor, maybe because she was sick and she had to take Niklaus' offer to be a vampire so that she could survive, so that her brother would not be alone, but her brother still died in the end. Victor looked at the boy who was on the verge of tears as he sighed and looked at Lexi. Victor, I didn't think I would have to turn her on the first day of meeting her. Well, what's happened has happened. Victor, don't worry, nothing will happen to your sister, not on my watch. The boy looked at the stranger with curiosity before he averted his gaze from him and back to his sister. A few hours later, Lexi's eyes flickered as she was trying to open her eyes. After a few attempts, she finally managed to open her eyes and found herself lying in a bed she has no idea of getting on. She wondered how she got here when she heard a man's voice in the room. Victor, welcome back to the land of the living, love. Lexi got up from the bed and looked around and saw the man that was talking to her before she blacked out and also her little brother, whom she immediately went to embrace. Lexi, what are you still doing here? Victor, come on, love, is that the thank you I get for taking care of you? Victor said as he acted a little hurt, which appeared convincing for Lexi because of his max level in his acting skills. Lexi, thank you, Lexi said as she was embarrassed by her outburst to her savior. Victor, no worries, love, I think you should send your brother away for what I'm about to tell you, Victor said as he wanted to tell her what's happening to her and also a way out. Lexi agreed as she sent her brother to his room. Lexi, now we are alone, what do you want to talk about? Victor, sigh, you are dying, Alexia. Victor went straight to the point and told her about her health condition, but he didn't get the reaction he was expecting from her. Victor, you knew you were dying and you didn't even care to tell Andre about it. Victor said as he was getting a little angry at her recklessness. If she had told Andre, he would have been here long ago. What if Katerina didn't call him over? That's how she would have died and he wouldn't even know about it. All these years of searching for her would have been in vain. Lexi was a little surprised as Victor knew Andre, her benefactor, the one who has been helping her in the shadows. She always thought of him as a mysterious guy and now someone else knows about him. Lexi, you know Andre? Victor, of course, I know him, he is one of my people and I know he has been helping you since the death of your parents. Lexi, it wouldn't have still mattered as I would have died anyway. Victor, who told you that you would die? Well, at least not when I'm here. Listen to what I'm about to say. Victor said as he told her everything about vampires and werewolves and also a bunch of other supernaturals. After he was done, he laid down her options, either take his bite willingly and become a hybrid like Katerina or he compels her to take it, her choice, because he is not going to let her die, not when he has come these far. Lexi pondered on the pros and the pros outweigh the cons. In fact, from Victor's explanation, she has no cons if she was turned by him and also she would live for her brother, so she made up her mind and said, Lexi, I accept, make me like you. Victor smiled as his hybrid true face appeared. Victor, I won't lie, this is going to hurt a lot. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. If you've watched the Friends series then you will find this appealing. 36, The Last Wish, The Merge. Victor looked at Lexi as she lay there dead and was in a deep thought when he heard a familiar voice. Hey brat, are you thinking of taking her in as your woman? If so, you have to remember who you are currently in a relationship with. Victor, I know, even I am considering my options now. Should I just compel Lexi and make her forget what I said earlier and move on with her life? Sigh, I can help you with that, just take it as a compensation for keeping me entertained. You are doing a good job. Also I will advise to use your last wish to acquire the knowledge from the TVD book series and I know that you won't stay long in Mystic Falls, as soon as Haley is confirmed pregnant, you would go to New Orleans. Don't don't worry as I will compensate you for that. The reason for why I asked you to do that is because you have drawn the attention of other beings who would try to merge the two worlds together as a means to find a way to kill you, and you might find that knowledge valuable. Victor, are these beings stronger than you? Hahaha, they are not even close, I just wanted you to be prepared and as a compensation I will grant you an omniversal magic codex. Victor pondered on the deal and it was in his favor so he decided to go with it as he did not even know what to do with the wish anymore. Victor, okay, use it, I have nothing to lose anyway. Good, IT is done and heads up, some weapons would be made when the merging of the worlds is completed as a means to kill you, but as I said before, they are not even close to me and in a few millennium, you all might even reach their power levels, so the weapon will just be like the daggers in the series, which will just put you Mikhailsons to sleep. Victor, sigh. I will have to gather that weapon as soon as it is made and find a way to get rid of it. I don't want that weapon to be made known to the supernatural world even if it won't kill us. That's for you to figure out, I'm out. You would receive a little headache due to the influx of information. Goodbye Gornow. Victor winced in pain as he felt massive information poured into his head as he fell down on one knee when Andre came to support him. Andre, hey, are you okay, what happened? Victor, is nothing, what were you doing here? Victor asked as he wanted to ask how Andre came to help him when he should be at the witch's store. Andre, I was just taking a stroll when I passed through here and decided to check on you when you fell down. Victor, sigh, forget it, since you are here, then take care of Lexi for me and make sure she completes her transition to a hybrid before I get back, after which we would be going back to New Orleans. Victor said as he teleported from Lexi's home to dense forest and looked through the information he just received. Victor, sigh, why is this even happening in the first place? Everything in the book series is largely different from the TV series, but good thing that it's just the powers and some abilities from the book series and also those pesky angels, guardians, original wolves pack and demons, also the devil and some other creatures when the merge happen. Sigh, I don't know why but, I am kinda getting excited just thinking about the possibilities of future events. Victor wondered about the future possibilities when he felt a massive surge of energy flowing in his body, his eyes changed from red to reddish-purple signifying his evolution from an ordinary werewolf to an original werewolf and also the energy that vampires utilized in the book series, power, which made them capable of even flying. Victor, I guess the merging has began and I wonder when it will be completed. New Orleans. The abattoir. Niklaus, you all felt it right. Elijah, yes, and I don't think we are the only ones. Cole, whatever is happening, I suspect the entire supernatural world is experiencing this. Cole said as he looked at the direction of the witch community. Freya, I think my magic codex is having new spells added to it. Rebecca, what in the world is happening? Henrik, whatever that is happening, I hope it is for the best. All the Michaelsons gathered together as they contemplated about the future. Katsia sat by the window and started wondering if what is happening has something to do with Victor, as it wasn't too long that he left, that all this started happening and if he has something to do with it, she hopes he is alright. Finn seeing Katsia like that walked up to her. Finn, don't worry about Victor, if anything he is the one who should be worried about you, you know, Victor is the strongest of us all, even if he never shows it or admits it, we all know what he is capable of. Katsia, thank you, I was just worried as his woman. Finn nodded as he and she joined the rest. Back to Victor. Victor finished absorbing all the information he got and was surprised at the ridiculously powers and abilities of everyone in the book series. The originals weren't mentioned but the first vampires were referred to as the Old Ones, the Michaelsons were never a family and the Old Ones' origins were never disclosed but what he knew was that they were older than the current Michaelsons. The werewolves also has their counterparts known as the original wolves which he is currently one of and presumably Niklaus. Also the werewolves from the books can turn humans into a werewolf through biting which was already introduced and through impregnating a woman. How ridiculous does that sound and that's how Caroline became a werewolf in the books as Tyler was the one who knocked her up unlike her TV counterpart who was a vampire. Then there is these dark dimension thing and the creatures who resides in them, which are, the angels and guardians, dragons, druids, ghost/spirit, kitsune, phantoms, psychics and sirens. Victor, what are they even trying to achieve by doing all these? They are just making more damage than what they are trying to prevent. Stupid gods. Sigh, let me just check my current stats first. Status. Name, Victor Mikhailson. Title, Reincarnator, the strongest Mikhailson, original vampire, vampire progenitor. Age, 736. Species, original tribrid, vampire plus werewolf plus witch. Skills, 10 learning speed. Sword fighting, LVL max. Hunting, LVL max. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL max. Acting, LVL max. Blood manipulation, LVL max. Shadow manipulation, LVL max. Illusion casting, LVL max. Flying thunder god, LVL max. Magic combat, LVL max. Blood clone, LVL max. Abilities, werewolf transformation. Partial werewolf transformation. Fear inducement. Magic. Siphoning. Mind compulsion. Weather control. Animal control. Healing factor. Immortality. Super senses. Shape shifting. Super speed. Super strength. Super stamina. Flight. Telepathy. Telekinesis. Dream manipulation. Omniversal magic codex. The host has knowledge about magic across the Omniverse and can use them regardless of the world's will. Profession. Doctor, Grandmaster. Teacher, Grandmaster. Author, Grandmaster. Architect, Grandmaster. Blacksmith, Grandmaster. Perks. 5 increase in strength every 10 years. Creed tab. Andrei Deveraz. Katerina Petrova. Alexia Branson. Victor, I guess Lexi is done with her transition, it's to go back to New Orleans and possibly Mystic Falls as Stefan might be born a little earlier than intended. Victor said as he went to Lexi's home. I will need help with some spells as I will appreciate your suggestions with the spells. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Add to your collection as I'm currently partaking in a contest and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. If you've watched the Friends series then you will find this appealing. 37, Governor's Birthday. New Orleans. Niklaus, welcome back brother, how was your trip? I see Katerina, you are also back. Niklaus walked up to Victor who has just arrived with the rest of his creeds and Lexi's little brother. Victor, yes, brother, where are the rest? Niklaus, oh that, they have gone to the birthday party of the governor and I was just on my way there too before I bumped into you. Victor looked at Niklaus' dress and remembered when he killed the son of the governor when he tried to court Rebecca but Niklaus refused which made him talk to Niklaus rudely which led to his death. During the governor's son burial, Niklaus met Marcel and that was how he took the little boy in. Victor remembered everything but he knew it should not be the time for that as they were still in the middle of the 1700s which made him sure that it was due to the merger and some things are going to be different. Don't worry, the reason why Marcel was even born now is because Stefan and Damon should have already been born by now in the books and Marcel was never in the books, but due to the merger and Marcel was older than Stefan and Damon, he had to be introduced early, but both the TVD book series and TV shows began in the 21st century, so there won't be major change anymore after this. Victor was relieved and thanked God for the information and faced Niklaus. Victor, can you wait a little so that we can get prepared? Niklaus, no problem, brother. Victor turned to the rest and said. Victor, Katerina, you should go to Rebecca's room, you might find a nice dress for both you and Lexi, and you Andre. Before Victor could finish his sentence, Andre interrupted him. Andre, don't bother, I won't be going, I will just stay here and wait for you guys. Victor nodded and said. Andre, if you say so, you should take care of little Alex here, since he won't be attending the event. Lexi wanted to interject but Victor stopped her and said that she need a little exposure in her life once in a while. After that he left to change his clothes leaving Niklaus and Andre with the kid. Niklaus, now I know why you look familiar, you are Andre Deveraz, one of the first vampires we all turned, right? Andre, yes I am among the ones you first turned and compelled to live like you for centuries. Niklaus, I see, you are still bitter about that, but there is nothing you can do to get your revenge, so I will advise to let it go and let bygones be bygones. I don't want to kill someone I have never seen in centuries after I meet him, can I? And speaking of which, how about the rest of your cohorts? Andre should have been angry by what Niklaus said but he knew that no matter how angry he is, he will never be able to even touch a single hair on his head, so he just had to swallow it and follow what he said by letting bygones be bygones. Andre, oh, they are fine and also pissed and I should also tell you this since you and her had some history together, Aurora has some of her screws unknotted. Niklaus' face changed as he never wanted to hear the name of that woman ever again. Niklaus, if you don't know, let me tell you this, don't you ever in your undead life call that woman's name in my present ever again or I will make your life a living hell. Niklaus said before storming out of the abattoir. A few minutes later, Victor came out and asked about Niklaus as he didn't see him, to which Andre told him that Niklaus should be outside waiting for them, so he went to him. Victor, why are you upset, brother? Victor asked as he saw his brother in a foul mood. Niklaus, nothing brother, I'm just remained of something, that's all. Victor looked at his brother for some time observing him before he knew why he was like this. Victor, damn, that Andre, why did he have to talk about her in his present? Victor just kept quiet and waited for the ladies that came out not too long after. Victor, I have to say, I didn't think about this when I told you to wear Rebecca's clothes, but she is literally going to kill the both of you. Victor said with as he began to head to the event with an already pissed of Niklaus. The governor's resident. Elijah, what is taking Niklaus so long? Cole, what else? If not to show off. The siblings laughed at that before they saw 4 people coming their way. Cole, oh look who's back, how was your trip brother? Victor, not going to lie, it was not what I was expecting but everything was still better than expected. Cole, tell me about it, every supernatural being received an upgrade earlier today and Freya's magic codex also received an upgrade, today was really crazy. Cole narrated their experience to Victor who just looked at Cole as if he was listening to him. Rebecca, bloody hell, are that not my dress on cat and who is this blondie? The siblings turned to see their sister with the governor's son holding hands like love-struck fools. Rebecca, I will get back to that, but now let me do what I came here to do. She looked at her lover with a smile before turning to her siblings. Rebecca, can I turn him into one of us? Elijah, we can't do that, the governor is already frightened by our existence and you think he will be happy if his son was to become like us. Elijah said as he knew the governor might do to his son what their parents did to them, creating rift in their family, and it will be their fault if it were to happen to the lover boy. Rebecca didn't like that answer and still pestered her siblings until Niklaus, whose mood was already sour from his earlier conversation with Andre, said, "Niklaus, Rebecca, if we were to turn every one of your lovers to vampires, we wouldn't have anything to eat, so just let it be." The foolish boy who did not know the difference between heaven and earth spoke to the moody hybrid. "You will not speak to your sister that way, that's not a proper way to treat a lady. Cole, whoa, I like your courage, boy, but you should know how to respect your elders." Cole didn't even have the time to even complete what was on his mind before they saw the governor's son flew from the balcony and landed on the ground floor, ending his life and marking the end of the governor's birthday party. "Cole, at least, you should have let me finish before you did that. I will need help with some spells, as I will appreciate your suggestions with the spells. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? Add to your collection, as I'm currently partaking in a contest, and also drop comments in case you read it, thank you. If you've watched the Friends series, then you will find this appealing." 38. Stefan and Damon, Esther, pregnancy. Niklaus, we are sorry for your loss, Governor. Niklaus paid his condolences to the unsuspecting governor. Cole, he was a bright and promising young man, but death took him away, and he also had to leave my sister behind all by herself to grieve his death. Sigh, what an unfair world. Victor, enough, Cole, you do know that she is not in her right state of mind right now. Victor used the telepathic link between them to speak to Cole. Cole, alright, I was just trying to lighten up the mood, geez. Thank you for your support, I really appreciate it. The governor said as he walked away and prepared to bury his son. Freya, he is taking it pretty well for someone who lost his son. Victor, what do you expect from power-hungry men? They are more vampires than we even are. Victor said as he looked around as they were walking to the cemetery, trying to find the little slave boy, the governor's bastard son. Elijah, you said you will be leaving after the burial, Victor. Elijah said as Victor has already told them about his departure to Mystic Falls. Rebecca, brother, you must take me with you, I can't stay here anymore. Victor, I would have loved to, but I can't. I only intend to take Cole and Freya with me, don't worry, I will make it up to you when we get back. Victor said as he did not want to destroy a possible love story. Niklaus, I'm still saying this, brother, you all can't just go away, who will we turn to when we need someone to cast spells for us? Niklaus, trying to find a reason for them not to leave, said. Cole, come on, Nick, if you want an excuse for us to stay, you should find a better one. As you all know, the witches here will be more than happy to help you. Niklaus, what do they do? No, they are not even novice when compared to you. Niklaus countered back. Elijah, enough with all this nonsense. Niklaus, let them be, after all we have enough time to meet again, so we should give them a break. Also, father isn't always with us, why does it not bother you? Niklaus, why should I care about him? Niklaus just ignored his brother and started walking faster to slow down when he saw a little boy, who has dark skin and a low cut, being whipped. The boy drew the attention of the hybrid because he was in pain, but he never showed it and instead picked up an apple and threw it at his punisher. The man whose apple was thrown at was angry and decided to increase the force of his whip and strike the little slave boy with when Niklaus vamped speed and picked a stone and threw it at the punisher's head, achieving a headshot. Niklaus walked to the boy while his siblings watched him. Niklaus, what is your name? The slave boy, who appeared to be unperturbed by the death of someone just now, spoke. Don't got one, mama wouldn't name me till I was 10, afraid that the fever will take me, but it took her first. Niklaus looked at the young boy and saw himself in him. Niklaus, you are a survivor, and survivors deserve a name. Niklaus looked at him, looking for a name befitting of him. Niklaus, what about Marcellus? Marcellus. Niklaus, comes from Mars, the god of war, and it means little warrior. Niklaus said as he stood up and stretched forth his hands to the slave boy now named Marcellus. The boy looked around him before he accepted Niklaus's hands. The Michaelsons looked at their brother, especially Rebecca, who wondered if this was her brother. Henrik, that's a first ever since we turned. The siblings smile as they watched their brother, who was also smiling as he looked at the boy. The next day. Victor, this is it, we will meet again very soon, brother, so don't be down. Victor said as Katsia, Cole and Freya with the rest of the Creed members behind him. Niklaus, you can go, leave before I change my mind, and don't worry, Blondie, I will take care of little Alex alongside Marcellus. Niklaus said as he held both Alex and Marcel with him like a loving father. Victor, Katsia, Cole and Freya said their goodbyes to their siblings before leaving New Orleans. Year 1785, Mystic Falls. It's been 5 years since Victor and the rest arrived in Mystic Falls and have integrated with the people there. Victor has already seen Damon and has already interacted with the little boy. He even went to Giuseppe Salvatore, the father of Damon and Stefan Salvatore, as he became the tutor of the young Damon. 2 more years passed and Stefan was born, which made the family happy. That's how Victor became a tutor and a master to the 2 Salvatore siblings. Freya and Cole was even wondering why they were even here in the first place, as Victor didn't even bother to tell them anything, so they just lived their life in Mystic Falls like normal people do. 10 years later. Victor, mother. Victor looked at the woman before him, a tall, slim and beautiful woman in her mid to late 40s, somewhere between 45 to 49. She has long natural blonde hair and brown eyes. Freya, welcome back to the land of the living, mother. Cole, mother dearest, how was life on the other side? The three siblings look at their mother who was looking at her children with joy in her eyes. Esther, I miss you all of you my children and you also my friend. Esther said as she looked at Katsuya who was smiling at her. Katsuya, I thought you will never notice me. Esther, I would never forget you my friend or should I say daughter-in-law. Victor, ahem, before you do all those things, there are few things that I would like you to know. 1. The only reason you are here right now is because of my promise to Rebecca. 2. You would have to earn my trust and the rest of us before we will acknowledge you as our mother again. And lastly, I placed a little spell on you to prevent you from using your magic. Victor said as even though she can't do anything to him or his siblings, he didn't want to unnecessary complications. Esther, I will take anything you throw at me, my son, I will make sure to earn your trust and forgiveness, my lovely Freya and my boy, Cole. The family has now been finally complete but that joy was short-lived as Katsuya fainted but Victor got to her before she could touch the ground and vamp, speed to their resident, while Cole took Mother Michael's son and teleported alongside Freya. A few moments later, Victor could be seen checking Katsuya's vital point to try to figure out what happened to her when he Andre's voice. Andre, what is wrong with her? I thought she was an immortal, so why is she sick? Victor hearing Andre said that calmed down as he tried to think what would make an immortal fall sick when Lexi spoke. Lexi, she is pregnant. Cole, what, how did you know that? Lexi, from her experience as a nurse and also using her enhanced hearing to pick up a second heartbeat coming from Katsuya knew she was pregnant. Victor also listened and found out the same thing and laughed out loud as he is going to be a father at last. Okay, time to vote. Now that Katsuya is pregnant, who should be the baby? Malia, suggested by Shizabarellafaf01, a reincarnator. Scott from Teen Wolf. Someone who died to be reincarnated as Malia in the originals as a Michael son. A normal child. Add yours, everyone is entitled to place their opinion. I will need help with some spells as I will appreciate your suggestions with the spells. I guess this is it for now, what do you think? If you've watched the Friends series then you will find this appealing. 39, The Guardian, The Birth. Victor, that's not how you throw a punch, Damon. Victor could be seen guiding two brothers as they spar with one another. Damon, I'm trying, the older boy said. Victor sighed as he proceeded to teach him how to properly fight with his hands. It has been 4 months since Katsuya was discovered to be pregnant and Victor knowing the reason on why she fainted, decided to give her mark just like the one she did for him but a bit different by drawing all the magic in the air towards her, so that whenever the baby siphoned magic from her, she would be fine as she will not be exhausted from lack of magic. Victor had already killed Silas and also removed the curse, the travelers placed on the doppelgangers of Silas and Amara. He decided to track down the rest of the travelers and finish them off as well as taking Amara from them. He would have loved to kill her but, because of her link to the other side, he pardoned her as binding another person to be the Archon of the other side is a curse rather than a blessing, so he sent Andre and Lexi to track down the travelers, bring back Amara as she looked exactly like Katerina which he told them and if possible or if she is there with them, bring her with you, Nadia Petrova, the daughter of Katerina Petrova. He then sent Katerina to follow Lillian Salvatore as he knew she faked her death, so that when she finds the siphoners, she should let Cole know, so that he can make them heretics. For him, he only wants Malachi Parker as the heretic in his creed. Back to the present. Victor, that's better, both of you should go wash up and take some rests. As the two brothers left, Victor turned and saw a familiar face. Victor, what brings you here, father? The man who Victor saw was naturally Michael and standing behind him was Eric. Michael, I was just passing by when Eric said he smelt a familiar scent, so here we are and I will like to ask you why you are here and the rest of your siblings aren't. Before Victor could reply, Cole appeared before them. Cole, I knew it, hello father, how was your trip? Michael ignored Cole's question and looked behind both his sons and saw two things that made him surprised. 1. He saw his dead wife coming with the second thing that made him surprised, a pregnant Katsuya. Michael, what in the name of Odin is going on? Victor sighed as he sat Michael down and explained everything for him to get the gist of everything that transpired throughout the time he was away which took almost 2 hours. Victor, that's everything that happened and before I forget, Niklaus is asking for Eric to go back to New Orleans. Victor said as Niklaus did not take it well when Michael took the boy whom he sired on some stupid adventure. Michael, I trained the boy. Cole, well he turned the boy and I think he should go as I don't see you going on any of your adventures anytime soon. Cole said as he knew Michael would stay here in Mystic Falls, after all, this where it all started. Michael, alright, Eric will go back to New Orleans, happy. The siblings didn't answer him as they just left the two-parent Michael sons to catch up. Michael, wife. Esther, husband. Elsewhere. I can feel it, a firstborn is about to be born again, after all this years, ha 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 ha. Esther, your plan failed, you think you turning your children into those monster will make them unable to bear children, I thought so too, but who would have thought that there is going to be such a miracle, ha 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 ha. I will be coming for my prize and also take back what should have been mine before she ran away. Said a woman who has brunette hair with brown eyes which appeared cold as a testament to her cruel and apathetic nature. She bore a slight resemblance to Finn, Elijah, Cole and Henrik. She wore different rings on her hands, an indicator for her love for rings with unique gemstones. You seem quite happy, What is the occasion all about? The brunette-hair woman turned to the direction of the voice as she wondered how someone managed to get so close to her, without her sensing the presence of the person. Who are you and why are you here? Woman, relax, you are asking questions when I haven't even answered the first one, not that I intend to anyway. So as to why I am here, well, we have mutual friends, we want to get rid of. A woman with short blonde hair and blue eyes with thin build. If you don't tell me who you are, then forget about any dealings between the two of us. You see, I hate things that will make matters unnecessary, so I will tell you what I am, but not who I am. How about that? The brunette woman pondered on what the blonde said before she agreed. Okay, do tell. I am a guardian, we keep the balance of the world, but recently, we sense something strange going on and happen to find out that it has something to do with some group of vampires, known as the Old Ones or some may call them, the original family, and whatever is happening, we can't let that happen, so we have to get rid of them, but we can't come to your plane, something or someone is restricting us from doing so, that's why I resort to this method, if not I wouldn't bother with a weak mortal like you. A frown appeared on the brunette woman's as she didn't like it when the woman in front of her called her weak. Why don't you do it yourself then, seeing as you are here talking to me, you should also do it yourself. What can a weak woman do for you? She said as she turned to leave but stopped when she heard what the woman said next. I can help you with what you truly desire, power, immortality, anything you need, will be given to you, all you have to do is just get rid of the old ones. What did you just say? You can do all that. The blonde nodded her head. The brunette pondered for a while as she has heard the tales of her sister's children, and to say that she can come out of a fight with them unscathed would be a lie. What she didn't know was that, she wouldn't even to come out with her life intact. Alright, you have to give me what you just said now before we can come to an agreement. Done. The blonde chanted something as a dagger appeared in her hand and a vial on her other hand which she gave to the brunette. This is what can help you stand a chance against them. I have to go as my time in this plane has elapsed. The blonde said as she started to fade away. Now I have another secret ace against your children, Esther. The brunette said as she started walking away. Elsewhere. 5 months later. Wah, wah, wah. Cries of a baby was heard throughout the house as 3 men entered the room where the cry came from. These men were naturally Michael, Victor and Cole as the women chased them out when Katsia was about to put to bed. Victor, mother, where is the baby and my wife? Esther smiled when she heard her son call her mother, but this isn't the time to be daydreaming, so she showed him where the mother and daughter pair laid. Esther, she is a girl. Victor smiled as he walked to his daughter and wife. Victor, shoo, you safe, my princess, your father and mother is here, don't cry. How are you feeling, love? Victor carried the baby and coerced her as he turned to Katsia and asked. Katsia, I'm fine and it seems something happened to me as I feel more power coursing through my veins. Victor just nodded as he knew that she has become a werewolf and her magic is still intact, so he was not worried as she said that. Michael, she was like you when you were born, curiosity filled those eyes of yours. Michael said as he remembered when Victor and Niklaus were born, Victor's eyes were just like this. As Victor heard that, he became suspicious and had an idea of what was going on when he heard a voice which made him sure of what happened. You are right, she is a reincarnator just like you. 40. Malia Michael's son. Before Katsia's delivery, there laid a body that floats through the void lifelessly. The body seems to be that of a lady. She is a beautiful, tall, athletic and lean young woman who possessed a dark, blonde hair. Nobody knew how long or when she was even in the void, even she did not know as she was asleep in the void. It's time to wake up, child. As soon as a voice sounded through the void, the lifeless body shook as the woman opened her black eyes as she wondered where she was when she felt a massive headache, which was caused by an influx of memories she knew and some foreign ones she had no idea of. Good, now you are awake. I know you have a lot of questions and I will provide answer for all your questions as I am generous today. The voice once again said as it made the young woman look around trying to discern where the voice is coming from. Who are you, and where am I? You have to know I don't like anyone playing tricks on me, so stop with your theatrics before I find you and rip your body apart in the most painful way possible. Ha ha ha, this is a first, nobody has ever dared to say that to me and now a young soul is trying to rip me apart and to top it up, by making it in the most painful way possible. You have guts, Malia. The young woman's eyes widened for a brief second as she believed that for someone to manage in capturing her and trying to act mysterious must also know her name. Malia, I don't know how you know my name but I'm guessing you did your research about me so you must know that my pack will not rest until they find me and trust me, I will make you regret what you did. Sigh, I knew you would be like this Malia, that's why I let a small portion of your soul to reincarnate in a normal world and made you a lover of web novels and movies, so look at your memories and you would know what happened to you. The voice spoke once girl making Malia silent as she also has memories that weren't hers but also hers at the same time because that was her in the memories. Malia, oh you are someone who could manipulate memories, you think I would not find out about it, you think by giving me some fabricated memories, that I will drop my guard around you, you are joking. Malia said as she remembered Talia did the same thing to Peter, messing with his memories. Sigh, you are a lost cause, I never intended to show you this, but you force my hands, child. The voice said again as a screen appeared before Malia and she saw a scene she prayed to never see again before she eventually succumbed to the embrace of Mother Death. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she finally realized that she is dead and the memories she reached was from a life she lived before now. One of the things she feared happened to her, she was abandoned and no one was here with her. Malia, so what now? I'm dead and I don't suppose this is hell or heaven from my last life, so what is this place? I would have loved to answer that but you have already wasted enough of my time, so we should go on to the next phase, your reincarnation. I will be sending you to the world of the originals as the daughter of a Mikhailson. Malia, hearing the voice, remembered the TV show he was talking about as she loved watching it, as well as Teen Wolf, Supernatural, Underworld and other mystical movies she could find. Malia, funny thing is I just remembered, someone else played my character in Teen Wolf and I have to admit, she was a flop, she can never portray my character well enough. Malia said as she remembered watching the Teen Wolf series and the person who played her character was a different person. Now it's not the time for that. Malia, sorry, I was just caught in the moment, so you were saying something about being reborn in the originals as a child of a Mikhailson. Yes. Malia, I'll pass, and I suppose you won't send me back to my original world, so just send me to hell or heaven if it even exists or whatever, as I am not cut out for that shit, always and forever. Malia said as she did not like how the originals ended, Elijah dying alongside his brother, because of some stupid oath or something, and the history behind the family, and if her guess is correct, then she would be born as Hope or a twin to Hope, as only Niklaus was able to impregnate a woman, and then the power-crazy aunt and manipulative mother. Nah, that family is full of dramas. What if I tell you that where I wanted to send you was a no, would you still not want to go? Malia looked around her and knew that her fate was sealed and to be reincarnated in this AU Originals world this being is talking about. Malia, there is no way out for me, right? The voice didn't reply as she took that as her answer. Malia, sigh, alright, I'll go. After all, that's why you sent me to my previous life, so what will I gain out of this? A loving family. Malia rolled her eyes as she knew that Mikhailson are always protective of their own, so she wanted something else out of this deal, but the voice beat her to it. If you are thinking about some cheats, then I will have to discourage you from your thought, as your new existence alone is a cheat in itself. Malia heard the voice said as she started fading from the void into her new life. She tried to say something but even she could not hear her voice. Present time. Malia, where am I? I don't remember a scene like this from the show, and as I thought, Niklaus is my father. Sigh, is he going to name me Hope now? God please, my name is Malia. Malia thought as she saw the man that held her and recognized him as the big bad wolf himself. But what made her even more surprised was the faces of people in the room with them. She saw Michael, Esther, Freya, Cole and Katsia, who was laid down on the bed, as she smiled when she saw Niklaus with her. Malia, don't tell me, this crazy witch is my mother. I am actually the daughter of two crazy people. Malia said, still thinking her father was Niklaus. She heard her father's voice, which made her happy as she wasn't named Hope. Victor, Malia Mikhailson, that will be her name. Victor said after hearing what God said. At first he didn't like the idea of having someone reincarnate as his child, but after much persuasion from God, he relented and looked at his daughter as he smiled and named her. Michael, you should have let me name my granddaughter. Boy, let me carry her. When Malia heard what Michael said, she started crying as she did not know what the destroyer is planning on doing. Cole, Victor, I guess your daughter really likes you very much to not go to father. Victor smiled as he held her and looked at Michael with a smug look. Michael, she do not know anything better, that's why. Malia was shocked to find out that the man she thought to be Niklaus was not actually him but a lookalike or twin or someone else. Malia, things are about to become seriously complicated. Victor, don't worry, nothing will get complicated, my princess. Malia was scared silly when she heard his voice in her head. 41. Dahlia. After the birth of Malia, Victor made a mind protection spell on Malia to prevent others from prying into her mind and finding out about something they weren't supposed to know. Also, Katsia isn't a werewolf like everybody thought but a were-coyote, which Victor attributed to Malia as she is a were-coyote and not a werewolf previously, which she still was apparently. Freya has called her other siblings in New Orleans, on the behest of Victor, as he was too busy to contact them with Malia around. Victor has even made a protection spell around the house to protect Malia from his power-hungry and vengeful aunt, as he might not be around when she attacks, but he also made a failsafe as he cloaked Malia so that no magical spell could locate her. Esther, you know she is going to come for her, right? Victor, let her come, I will just have to give her the death she is running away from. Esther frowned from his words as she knew her sister wasn't like this to begin with. She turned out like this because of her selfishness. Esther cursed herself for everything that happened to her family. First she let her sister down, then betrayed her husband and turned against her children. It is like the world is telling her that she was not someone who should have family as the ones she had, she was the one to destroy them, so she vowed to find her sister to correct her mistake and make her family whole again, always and forever. Victor looked at his mother and sighed as he knew what she was planning, and may God help her, as talking to Dahlia is like talking to a rock. May God help when she talks to Dahlia. If not, he did not mind adding another kill to his kill counts. Cole, what a surprising moment, and I hate to break it but the ceremony is about to begin and Freya has gone to get our siblings. Cole said to Victor before taking his leave. Victor, you do you, but if she does not listen to you, I will have to handle it myself. Victor said as he left Esther standing all by herself. Esther looked at Victor's back as he left and sighed and decided to get ready also for the big night. A few hours later, Rebecca, look who decided to show up, the man of the hour himself and his lovely wife and beautiful daughter. Rebecca said as she saw her brother, Victor with Katsia and the new addition to the family Malia Michael's son. Niklaus, I have to say, you look happier than any other day I've seen you brother, also congratulations on your little wolf. Niklaus said as he flashed his badass smile to little Malia who smiled back. Elijah, I see, she is already liking you, Niklaus. Niklaus, what's there not to like, brother, after all, I am her favorite uncle. Cole, hold that thought, I have been with her for a week now, what makes you think you are her favorite? Elijah, enough with all that, we are not here for that, we are here to celebrate her birth. Finn, he is right, stop with your nonsense. Rebecca, while they are arguing about who is the favorite uncle and whatnots, can I carry my niece for a little bit? Rebecca said as she went to carry her niece. Rebecca, isn't she adorable, seeing her like this, makes me want one of my own. Rebecca said as she saw how cute her little niece was. Esther, seeing you all gather together, brings me joy, my children. Elijah, Niklaus, Finn, Henry and Rebecca froze when they heard the voice of their mother, the one that was supposed to be dead, speaking to them. They turned to see their mother Esther and Michael coming to join them. Rebecca, mother, you are back, how long have she been here? Rebecca said to her mother and also to Victor who was smiling at them. Freya, 9 months ago, on the night we knew Katsia was pregnant. Rebecca, that long, and you all, didn't bother to tell any of us that. Cole, well, I wanted to inform you of Mummy Dearest return but someone said and I quote, don't tell them, we should keep it as a surprise for them, so surprise. Rebecca, so how long were you going to keep it as a surprise? Victor didn't answer that and just looked away as he walked to greet the other guests. Rebecca, whatever, I will get him later, so how are you, mother? Rebecca decided to catch up with her mother alongside Finn while Niklaus, Elijah and Henrik gave them some privacy. To Victor. Victor, thank you for coming Giuseppe even through your busy schedule. Giuseppe was a man with a tall stature and medium build, wearing fine suits of the time. He had blue eyes and brown hair with some gray and white streaks. He is the father of Damon and Stefan. Giuseppe, ha ha ha, what nonsense, how can I miss such a joyous occasion, I have to drop everything I was doing so that I can attend this ceremony, after all, you are the tutor of my children. Victor, ha ha ha, thank you for putting me in high regards, Mr. Giuseppe. Giuseppe, it's nothing, you deserve it. Giuseppe said as he took his leave to meet a potential business partner. Victor continued greeting the guests as the ceremony came to an end. Elijah, thank you all for joining us as we celebrate our new member, we will forever be grateful for tonight as we call it a night here, thank you and be safe. Elijah gave the farewell speech as all the guests started to disperse. Victor, well, that was one heck of a night, remind me to always leave things like this to you brother. Victor said to Elijah as he didn't want to do any of the stuffs he did tonight, it was tiring even for him as he talked to those inhumane humans who will call them beasts I'm the nearest future. Elijah, I would have very much appreciate that, but I won't always be here with you brother, as New Orleans is now like a home to us. Elijah said as he made Victor wonder how will it turn out if they stayed in New Orleans till the 2000s, he knew that's unlikely to happen as all he have seen so far throughout his immortal life is that some things can never be changed as they are Nexus event and he believed that the New Orleans incident is one and also the sealing of Niklaus werewolf side was also one but because of his intervention, it was avoided but now he can't do anything as he did not know what or who will make it happen. But he wasn't worried as he believed that they won't run away rather they will leave on their own accord as if a fight were to occur, New Orleans will be destroyed alongside the attacker. Victor, well, we see about that. The Michelson chatted around as they were catching up after separating for several years. As they were having their conversation, an unsuspecting woman walked in which made the family turn to look at the intruder. Did I miss the show or is it about to start? Esther, Dahlia. Malia who was in Katsia's hands sleeping, opened her eyes as she thought. Malia, the crazy aunt is here. 42, the prison world. Did I miss the show or is it about to start? Esther, Dahlia. Dahlia, hello, sister, did you miss me? I doubt that seeing as you are surrounded by people you choose to replace me with, but I'm not here for that, I'm here for my prize, as you know what I mean, then just hand it over. Dahlia said as she went straight to the point without twisting her words. Dahlia, also, the one who ran away hundreds of years ago, I would like her back too. Esther stood defensively in front of her family as she faced of her sister. Esther, I will not allow that, Dahlia, you should not direct your hatred to my children instead you should direct it at me, I was the one who broke our vow, always and forever, not my children. Dahlia, sigh, Esther, you should know that this has nothing to do with us, well a little but you made a deal which made this family of yours and a deal I intend to uphold, every firstborn of every generation of your bloodline belongs to me and I will not let anyone stand in my way. Katsia, you want my daughter, then you have to get through me, little witch, I will have you know that you are not the only crazy witch in town. Katsia said as her eyes turned purple and she grew fangs and claws after she gave their child to Victor. Dahlia, though you are the mother of the child, well if I were you I would forfeit as you have no chance of winning in a fight with me. Katsia, try me, this isn't my first rodeo with an immortal. Rebecca, if you want to get to the child you will have to go through us. Freya, I second that. Rebecca and Freya said as they stood beside Katsuya. Dahlia, ha 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 ha, I knew this would happen. Well, too bad for you lots, I made a deal with another person. Dahlia said as she brought out a dagger and pointed towards the Michaelsons. Victor, seeing the dagger she held, knew that it must be one of those daggers that would appear when the meter is completed. Victor, where did you get that? Dahlia, this was given to me by someone who wants you dead, trying to rid this world of your existence. Victor, you think that dagger can do anything to us? We are the Michaelsons, the original family, we are unkillable, what can a stupid dagger do? Victor said as he did not expect one of the daggers to appear so quickly and that, in the hands of Dahlia herself. Victor, alright, let's just say, the dagger do work as intended, do you think you can get close enough to us to even be able to use that? Seeing as you are blindly risking your life by putting your faith in some stupid being, I have decided to give you a way out. What about I give you my bite? I will turn you into a werewolf and you can still be able to use your magic and have what you have always desired desperately, immortality, or you can come at me, my daughter and any of my family, and I will grant you a painful death, your choice. Niklaus, there is no need for that, brother, I say we rip her heart out and make it a statement to whoever sent her that nobody messes with the Michelson and live to tell the tale. Niklaus said as he just wants to kill Dahlia and be done with it. Dahlia, well, I have to say, your offer is a bit tempting. If you had offered me this deal 5 months ago, I would have accepted, but now, I will have to decline. Dahlia said as she lunged at Rebecca, Freya and Katsuya while augmenting her physical strength with magic. Katsuya, fool, you should have taken the easy way out. Katsuya said as she rushed to Dahlia and punched her in her stomach, sending her flying. Bam! Dahlia, you are strong, I always knew that I will never be able to fight you all like that, but just wanted to give it a try. Anyway, time to get the fight started. Dahlia raised her hands as she cast a spell but didn't get the effect she wanted, and that's when she realized that she could not feel her magic anymore. Cole, you can't feel your magic anymore, can you? Dahlia looked behind her and saw Cole behind her, leading her to believe that whatever happened to her was his doing. Cole, as much as I want you to continue your farce, I will have to stop you here. You see, today is my niece's special day and I don't want any interruptions, so you will have to die now. Cole said as his true face appeared and he went for Dahlia's neck when Esther stopped him. Esther, stop Cole, don't kill her, please, it was my fault she turned out this way and only I can help her, so please let me save my sister from her darkness. Cole hesitated and looked at the rest of his siblings when Dahlia took the opportunity and daggered a distracted Cole, causing him to stagger and fall down as he started desiccating. Victor immediately created a clone of himself as he sent it to apprehend Dahlia, while Elijah vamped speed to Cole and pulled out the dagger, bringing colors back to his face. Freya, look at what you have done, mother, because of your self-guilt and trying to mend what was already broken, you endangered Cole's life. What if the dagger really did kill him, what would you have done? Freya said as she looked at her mother with anger and a little trace of hatred in her eyes. Michael, enough, Freya, you should be glad that nothing happened to Cole, and I think it is high time you let go of your hatred for your mother. Victor, father is right, Freya, you should let it go. Victor said as he looked at Freya before turning his sight to Dahlia. Victor, now, I never intended to do this, but, since you are trying so hard to redeem Dahlia, I will help you, but she will be imprisoned and you will have to go visit her and have your sisterly conversation. Victor told his mother his proposition, as he will not let walk around scot-free until he deems her so. He will create a prison world like the one the Gemini Coven used to imprison Kai Parker, but his own will be more powerful. Esther, thank you son. Victor only nodded as he went to prepare everything needed for the spell, as Freya also joined him. 43, a deal of a lifetime. 6 years later. Katsuya, look at how big she is, compared to when she was just a little toddler. Victor, that's the work of time. After a few years, she will turn into a beautiful woman and some stupid boys will be chasing her up and about. Katsuya, and you are going to stop them, I guess. Victor, of course, I can't just let anyone have my daughter, they will have to defeat me first if they want a chance to court my daughter. Katsuya wondered as she looked at Malia, who was having fun with her auntie Freya, how her life will turn out when she heard what Victor said. Katsuya, you were never intending to let anyone near our daughter, right? Victor didn't answer her and just looked at his daughter and sister. Cole, speaking of this relationship thing, do you know that Freya has been looking at that Stefan boy differently, like a maiden in love, and the little brat also seemed to be reciprocating her feelings. Cole said when he thought of how Stefan and Freya might have feelings for one another and wondered if something was wrong with their heads, as old was too old for the other to be having feelings for a 16-year-old. If it was a few years older, he wouldn't have had anything against it, and the other one was still in his teens to be admiring someone older than him. Victor, you should talk to her if you don't like it. As for me, there is nothing wrong with Stefan and he is a good lad who will turn out to be a great man for our Freya, and if you are forgetting something, then I have to remind you that Freya is our eldest. She can do whatever she wants unless you are looking for the silent treatment once again. Victor said his piece while Cole remembered what happened 6 years ago when Dahlia crashed his niece's ceremony. 6 years ago. Cole, damn, that hurts like hell, it's as if my life was getting sucked out of me. Freya, why did you do that? Cole, what did I do, sister? Freya, don't play games with me brother, what if you really died? What do you think we would have done? Did you care about how we would feel if you really died? why did you not dodge or deflect the attack aimed at you? Freya said, as she knew as well as everyone except from Esther that Cole would have not been hit by that attack if he had intended to dodge from the start. Cole, I was just trying to confirm if the dagger can really kill us, and besides I cast a protection spell before doing that and everything also turned out just fine. Rebecca, are you out of your mind? That was a risky move. What if the dagger had nullified your magic and rendered your protection spell useless, thereby leading to your death? This time, the one to berate Cole was Rebecca. Cole, I'm sorry, I just wanted to do something nice for once. Freya, you must be sick if you think that was nice, Cole. Freya said as she stormed out of the room. Elijah, you have some serious apologizing to do, but I'm glad you are safe, brother. Elijah tapped his brother on the shoulder before going to talk to Freya. The others just looked at Cole and did not know what to say, as everything has already been said. That was how Freya gave Cole a silent treatment before forgiving him after 3 years. Present day. Cole, that was a scary time. They laughed at that before they turned to see Katerina coming towards them. Victor, welcome back, Katerina. How was your journey? Katerina, successful. I've tracked them down and it seems Lillian sent one Valerie and Julian to keep an eye on Stefan when he was out of Mystic Falls. Katerina narrated everything that happened during her journey throughout the years. Victor, you did well, Katerina. Victor looked at Cole, which the latter understood, and stood up before walking off with Katerina following behind him to go get himself a coven of heretics when he heard Victor speaking to him. Victor, when you are done, meets us at New Orleans. Victor said as a certain Giuseppe is gathering a rally against vampires which will blow up in a few years. Kitsia, are you sure they are going to turn out the way you said they would and not give him some false hope? You know how he loves the idea of having a coven of his own and wanting them to be heretics like him. Kitsia said as she remembered when Cole tried to turn a witch into a vampire to create a heretic, he failed, which did not go too well for the coven of the said witch. Victor, of course, I know that it will work out well, that's why I even suggested the idea in the first place. Victor then went on to explain how siphoners are from the TVD series, how they can still retain their ability to use magic despite being a vampire. Kitsia, I hope what you say is true. You know how Cole is when he is disappointed. Victor, I know. Victor said as he knew a disappointed Cole is a ripper. Cole fro the original series. The couple watched as how Freya and Malia continued playing. A few weeks later. Cole, this is quite a nice place, don't you think so, Kat? Katerina didn't answer him as she just looked forward. Cole, TSK, you are no fun at all. I wish that Andre guy was here, he would have been a better company. Katerina, I would rather not be here myself. Cole, whatever. Cole and Katerina walked to a large building where he felt some supernatural presences. He entered the building without knocking, shocking the people inside and making one of them particularly scared, as he was just Lekate she last saw him. They wondered who he was and how he was able to enter their home without being invited, as he was a vampire, which didn't make sense. Cole, hello, Lillian, long time no see. Do you mind if you tell whose name was on the house deed to invite my little friend out there inside? Then it will save you all the problem of incurring her wrath, as she can get a bit crazy sometimes. Everyone turned their attention to Lillian and wondered how she knew the mysterious vampire before them when they heard her say to one of them whose name was on the deed when the house was acquired. Lillian, Valerie, invite her inside, they are guests. Lillian said to her trusted friend and confidant as she looked at Cole and continued. Lillian, I never knew you were also a vampire, and how were you able to enter our home without an invitation? Cole, oh, come on, Lillian, don't compare me with some lowlife vampires or to the likes of you. I'm not your everyday vampire, so let's cut the chit-chat and move to the reason as to why I am here. Cole said as he looked at the siphoners behind her. What do you want with them? A man who was handsome with a dirty blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with a signature wicked grin who appeared to be in his mid to late 30s. Cole, I'm here to offer them a deal of a lifetime. 44, the First Blood's heretics. Cole, I'm here to offer them a deal of a lifetime. Julian, and what might that be, Mr.? Cole, I have no reason to tell you my name if you didn't catch it the first time, and as for my proposal, well, it doesn't concern you, so shoo. Cole said as he turns his eyes back to the siphoner witches after ignoring an annoying pest in the person of Julian. Julian, how dare you talk to me that way? Julian said as he speed to attack Cole, but Katerina got to him before he got to Cole. She pinned him to the wall with a wooden stake she got from breaking one of the chairs in the room. Katerina, know your place. Katerina told the groaning Julian, who was in pain from being pinned to a wall but was glad that she didn't intend to kill him, but that did not mean he will forget what she just did to him. He will make sure to pay her back one way or the other. The siphoners and Lillian looked at the scene before them with open eyes, as they clearly saw Julian attacked first, but now he was the one who got his ass beaten in a mere second. Cole, ahem, if you don't mind, can you please lend me your attention here? Cole said to the surprised siphoners and Lillian in the room. Lillian, sorry about that, but she is really strong to defeat Julian with such ease. Cole, well, what do you expect from our little devil here? You could have been this strong if you had met the right people to turn you into vampires. Not that they would have, but you should have still asked, but you missed your chance. But them. Cole said, still looking at the siphoners behind Lillian. Lillian, I don't know what you mean, but seeing as your eyes never left them, I'm assuming you here for them, so why are you here, Cole Michelson? Katerina, stop asking useless questions and let him just do what he came here for. Katerina replied Lillian's question as she was getting tired of all their question and answer section. How can we help you, and from the way you are acting, is as if you are the one who is trying to help us here, no offense but, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, you came all the way from Mystic Falls just so you can meet us, so you must need something from us, so spill. An attractive young woman with blue eyes and long, blonde brown hair said. Katerina, Valerie, if you call him making you group of wastrel more powerful and even have a chance of getting revenge on those who wronged you as him needing something from you lots, then lady, there is something wrong with your head. Katerina said as she looked at Valerie like a fool who did not know any better. When the siphoners heard the word revenge, they fell silent as right now, they could do anything to get rid of those bastards who cast them away like some kind of abomination, a disease, all for what? Because they were different, a little special than the rest of them, witches. They all swore to have their revenge one day on their common enemies, the Gemini Coven. How can you help us? How can you make us strong to the point of destroying the Gemini Coven? An attractive young woman who has medium length, blonde hair. She also has green eyes and a pale complexion. Her name is Mary Louise, said. Cole, good questions, and the answer to all your questions will be. Cole said as he vamp, speed and came with a glass as he bit his hands and poured his blood into it. Cole, drink my blood and become a vampire, my vampires, and not just any vampires, a very special kind of vampires which I will tell you later on after your transition, so who is ready to step into the path of greatness? Valerie, hold on, if what you say is for us to become vampires, then can't Lily here just turn us into one? I don't see the point of you coming all the way here just for that. Cole just smiled as he looked at Valerie who just spoke and said, Cole, why don't you go ahead and get turned by her and let one of you get turned by me and see the difference? Katerina looked at the siphoners as they started to think about what Cole just said and sighed. Katerina, you are all fools, if you are really having thought of even doing what he said, then you are all delusional as one. He won't let any one of you get turned by Lillian here, as that would reduce your numbers and he is not going to like that. 2. He is just asking right now, but after his patience runs out, you won't even know how you all died, so just take his damn blood and turn into a vampire while he is being nice. Cole, come on Kat, you are scaring them by saying that, they will think I'm some kind of monster or something. Katerina just turned her face away from Cole as she stared at the pinned Julian who is losing his consciousness from too much loss of blood. After giving it much thought and from what Cole said earlier about them being as strong as Katerina, she decided to let them be sired by Cole, and maybe there might be a slight chance that he might be able to make her stronger. Lillian, alright, they will drink your blood, they will turn into a vampire, you're vampires. Lillian said D as she emphasized that the vampires are going to be his once they turn. Cole just sighed as he thought of how much he had to convince these bunches before him, just to them into a heretic, and not just any heretic but a powerful and stronger one due to the fact that he was the one turning them. Cole, Kat, release our friend there, let him get fresh humans for our aspiring members. Lillian, he will not be in his right mind to do that, he is going to cause a massacre if you let him go out like that. Lillian said when she saw the state of Julian. Cole just looked at the siphoners as they drank his blood. When they were done, he controlled their shadows and pierced their heart from behind, causing the siphoners to die in confusion as they did not know how they died. Cole, well, that was fun. Cole said as he looked at the bewildered Lillian, and more surprise was still coming for her. Katerina freed Julian who wanted to attack her, but she kicked him away and vamp, speed to him after thinking of a cruel way to torture the bastard in front of her. She compelled him to bring humans for the siphoners to complete their transition while he never do anything to satiate his bloodlust. This act destroyed the world view of Lillian as she saw things she never knew was possible before and after she become a vampire. Lillian, just who the hell are you people? Cole and Katerina just smiled at Lillian. 45, Founders Council. Extra Chapter 1/1. A year later. Mystic Falls. Giuseppe, those creatures must be sent out of our town. We can't continue to cohabit with vile creatures such as them. They are bloodsuckers, deceivers and demons in human appearance. I say we rid them from Mystic Falls for good. Giuseppe and a group of mature men were seated around a table, presumably the founders of Mystic Falls, as they discussed the situation about the vampires in their town. Before we continue this gathering, where is Victor and Freya? They are also part of the Founders Council, so why are we holding this gathering without them? A man who had dark brown hair, green eyes and had some facial hair. He wore a dark suit with a white shirt underneath. His name is Thomas Keeping Fell of the Fells family. He asked Giuseppe as this was never a thing before, as all the founding families are always present when they are having a gathering like this. Giuseppe, I suspect he and his family to also be vampires. Can't you all notice how they don't age and always look like they were in their prime? There is something fishy. There is nothing fishy going on here, Giuseppe, it is your paranoia that is wrong here. How can you say something like that when we all saw him take the vervain when we first brought it in? Have you ever seen anything or something like a ring? Well, apart from Victor, who still took it off one time and that too under the sun, and yet he was just fine. So I don't see any reason to throw allegations just based on your suspension. For all we know, it might be because of a family traits that made them look the way they did. A man who has had a tall stature and slim build, and wore refined gentleman clothing. He had short, dark brown hair and hazel eyes. He is Jacob Lockwood, the ancestor of the Lockwood family. Giuseppe, I know you all would not believe me but I don't care, my gut feeling says he is one of them or an even more dangerous one than the vampires we know of, he might even be the devil among them demons. Giuseppe still stands on his decision as he will always trust his gut feeling. Giuseppe, you have to know that he has a daughter and she just turned 7 not too long ago and we all know that vampires can't procreate, so all your accusations against the Michael sons are invalid. Moreover, he is the master of both your children. If he is what you say he is, then what about your children? A man who had short, dark brown hair and brown eyes, with a mustache and beard. He wore a dark brown jacket and a lighter brown suit underneath. He had a tall stature and slim build. He is Jonathan Gilbert, an ancestor of the Gilbert family. That was brought Giuseppe back to reality as he remembered about his children, especially Stefan, his favorite son. He immediately turned to leave but not without giving the founders a piece of his mind. Giuseppe, you will come to regret your decision when the truth is revealed or when he has killed you lots, then you will remember what I told you today. Thomas, sigh. I guess we have called it an end to our gathering today, but pay no heed to Giuseppe, he is just a little insecure, that's all. Jonathan, even at that, I still think we should look into it, as even in his nonsense, there might be a sense in it. The founders all stood up as they all went to their various homes while thinking of today's discussion. Michael son resident. Malia, father, are we leaving Mystic Falls? Malia could be seen sitting on Victor's lap as they started at the full moon with 2 dead bodies on the ground. Victor, yeah, we should just leave to avoid bloodshed. Victor said as even if Malia is an adult in the body of a little child, Kitsia would kill him if he did something like that and he is currently doing that but he can get out of this one. Freya, why don't we just stay here? After all, this is our home, you were born and raised here, so I don't see any reason to just give it up just like that. The father and daughter pair both saw Freya coming with 2 humans behind her. Victor, well, we have to join the rest of our siblings at New Orleans and we've done what we came here, so I see no reason to linger around anymore. Victor said as he looked at the 2 brothers who just woke up. Freya went to Stefan and cut open her wrist for him to drink. Freya, drink, you will have to drink my blood to complete your transition. Stefan, but I don't want to hurt you. Victor, damn, I knew you liked the boy but not to this extent and why did you bother to bring 2 humans when you could just have brought 1? Freya, well, I just wanted Damon to have a feast, that's all. Victor looked at Stefan who was still hesitant, so he gave him a little push. Victor, Stefan, you can drink from her, don't worry, she is immortal, she won't die from just that. Stefan obliged as he drank Freya's blood from her wrist. Victor looked at the 2 siblings who he had just turned after telling them what he was and if they wanted to be like him, which the 2 brothers agreed to immediately, due to similar yet different reasons. Women. Stefan agreed because he wanted to be with Freya while Damon agreed because of Katerina, which just made Victor and Malia sigh at the love-struck brothers. Kitsia, why are you letting Malia see all these bloody mess? Kitsia said as the first thing she saw was her daughter's curious eyes on the feeding brothers. Victor, well, you see, this is something she will come to do one day, and I see no reason to refuse my little princess when she makes that face. Victor said as he ruffled Malia's hairs which made her smile cutely. Kitsia, sigh, both of you will be the death of me. Oh, and before I forget, Giuseppe is coming here looking for his sons and I'm guessing he might be unto us. Damon, let him come, I will handle him. Damon said as he and his father never see eye to eye in anything, they always argued at the smallest disagreement. If not because of Stefan, he would have left Mystic Falls a long time ago. Victor wanted to say something when he heard the door to the courtyard open revealing Giuseppe. Giuseppe, I knew it, I knew you were a vampire and seeing my sons here with you, you must have turned them into vile creatures like you and no children of mine will live like that. Giuseppe said as he readied his weapon and aimed at his sons. 46, ready or not here I come. Giuseppe, I knew it, I knew you were a vampire and seeing my sons here with you, you must have turned them into vile creatures like you and no children of mine will live like that. Giuseppe said as he readied his weapon and aimed at his sons. Victor, drop the weapon. Giuseppe, you don't want to go down that route. Giuseppe, are you threatening me now? Too late because I will eradicate your kind from the face of the world, starting with my sons. Giuseppe said as he fired the wooden bullet in his musket at his favorite son, Stefan. But before the bullet could get to Stefan, Freya destroyed it mid-air turning it into dust. Giuseppe seeing as Stefan was completely fine frowned as he knew that he just shot at him just now and from the looks of it, his target was never hit which surprised him greatly. Freya, thinking of what happened, if so I was responsible. Giuseppe looked at Freya and shot at her but the same thing happened before. Giuseppe, what are you? You are not a vampire, no vampire can ever do whatever you just did. Freya, of course not, I'm not a vampire but that does not mean you can look down on me as that will be the very last mistake you will ever make in your life. Freya said as she conjured a fire in her hands and burned the bodies Damon had feed on as a show of power. Giuseppe, so you are another kind of monster. Well, this changes everything we have planned but that does not mean we have lost our will to eradicate you monsters, you are not meant to walk the same world that we inhabit. Giuseppe said as the founders appeared behind him and also the forces they have prepared. Victor, this is going troublesome, you know, father. Michael, I know, a trouble I will love to handle, boy. Michael appeared with Esther in his hands while he stared at the fools invading his home. An hour ago. Wait Giuseppe, I will join you, I too have my suspicion against the Michael sons. They are unusual since they arrived in Mystic Falls and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Giuseppe turned to see a tall man with a medium build, wearing dark-colored cloth of the time. He has short, blonde hair and blue eyes. He recognized him to be William Forbes, the sheriff of the Mystic Falls. Giuseppe, so you are the only one to have a brain among the rest of those fools. William, me coming to you does not warrant any insult to the council. For all we know, we might be wrong about the Michael sons and we will become the fools, so save your judgment for later. Giuseppe looked at William before he said. Giuseppe, all right, whatever you say, but I will have you know that my gut feeling is always right. William, we will know about that later, but for now, we have somewhere to be. Giuseppe, yes, but before that, when we get to Mikhailson's home, you will have to sneak in while only I will go in openly, so that if they were indeed vampires, you can inform the others. Giuseppe laid out his plan to take down the Michael sons. William, okay, but don't do anything rash while I'm gone. Both Giuseppe and William went to Michael sons' residence as William sneaked inside the compound unaware that his actions were already seen by Michael, who chose to let him be as he is going to have fun with them later. When Giuseppe entered and saw his sons feeding off blood from humans and Freya by Stefan, he was angered at the monstrosities he called his sons. William also saw the scene and he didn't wait any longer as he has gotten what he needed, so he left to get the other founding members. Some moment later. Thomas, are you sure of what you are saying? William, of course, I saw it with my own eyes. How can you ask such a question? I saw Stefan and Damon feeding on blood. They are now vampires and the Michael sons were there watching them doing it. He even held his daughter in his arms, whom I'm now doubting if he is even the father of that child. Thomas fell into a contemplative state as he thought of what he should do. This a founding member they were talking about here. They can't just go and try to kill him, but he is what they are trying to kill here. Thomas, Sai, Jonathan, gather your gadgets that can make a stand against Victor and his family, while you, William, mobilize your forces and equip them with wooden bullet and have them join the rest of us at the Mikhailson's residence, the rest of you with me. Thomas immediately gave out his orders as everyone went to do what they were assigned to and the rest followed Thomas. Present time. Victor, I see, you have thoroughly prepared yourself. Victor said as he faced the founders and the mini-army they brought against him and his family. Victor, what I've been desperately trying to prevent has happened. Victor handed Malia to Katsuya and turned to Freya as he continued. Victor, take them to New Orleans along with mother and father. Victor called Michael because he was the one who let this happen in the first place and he won't let him to do what he intended from the start. Michael, don't you dare listen to him, Freya. I want to join in the fun, no. Michael didn't finish his statement before Freya got to him and they teleported to New Orleans. Seeing as Freya just transported the others with her made everyone start to second-guess their decision in coming here, but they had a strong will so they remained firm in their earlier decision. Giuseppe, where did she take my sons? Victor, you don't need to know that as you will be dead in a matter of seconds and there is this popular saying, dead men tell no tales, but since I am generous today I will give each and every one of you a chance to live. All you have to do is just to lay down your arms and I will make sure you don't remember this night or stand against me and die, your choice. Victor laid down their options for them as he just want to make tonight a little crazy. Thomas, you do realize that you are outnumbered, right? Victor, yes, by a bunch of ants, so that's no problem for me. Jacob, your overconfidence will lead to your demise. As you know, even an elephant can be brought down by a colony of ants, so what makes you different? Victor ignored him and said, Victor, seeing as none of you accepted my offer, just know there is no second chances after this. Victor said as his eyes turned reddish-purple, which scared the living daylight out of everyone as that was not the normal eyes of a vampire. Victor, ready or not, here I come. Victor's voice became chill when he said that as it sent shivers down their spines as they started raining gunshots on him, but he easily dodged them. Victor, you fools, coming to my house and acting all high and mighty, who do you think you are? I have to show you your place, if not, my name will never remain Victor Michelson. Victor was furious at Giuseppe and the other founders as they dared to attack him even when he was just trying to leave peacefully. Screams filled the courtyard as Victor went on a killing spree as he mutilated the men brought by the founders. Victor, now your turn. Victor faced the founders and walked slowly, instilling fear into the founders who tried to run away but found out that their exit was sealed. Giuseppe, hire at him, I don't believe that he can't be killed. Giuseppe said as he shot at Victor while the others also joined in shooting at Victor. William, it's not working, he is no ordinary vampire, he is something else, the devil. William said when he saw that Victor didn't even flinch from the injuries he received from their gunshots, but instead they saw that he was healing at unnatural speed. Even when they shot at his heart, he was still fine. Jacob, what are you? Victor smiled. It was time to leave a mark in Mystic Falls and he must do it in style. Victor looked at Jonathan, the only one that might survive the ordeal due to his Gilbert ring, and also Victor for going to let him use it so that he might spread what he was about to say and do. Victor, you can call me La Bte Mystique Tum. Victor said as he transformed to his new transformation form after the upgrade to an original wolf, a bipedal werewolf form. He stood at a terrifying height of 8 feet 5 inches. He looked like a combination of a Lycan from the underworld and the beast from Teen Wolf. After his transformation, he stared at the founders and bared his fangs at them. Please, for those of you who have been following this novel, I just want to say that it is finally released and you all can support me by adding it to your collection as I'm currently participating in the ongoing WPC, thank you. 47, Sage. What happened? I heard screams coming from everywhere throughout the entire night and then it suddenly stops. Didn't you hear? Someone said they saw a big animal running through Mystic Falls and killed a lot of people before the founders got to it at the Mikhailson's courtyard, but they were unable to stop it and instead it killed almost all the founders including the entire Michelson family in Mystic Falls and only Jonathan Gilbert survived. What tragedy, that poor girl Malia just died like that, she was such a lovely and beautiful child, sigh, she was the princess of Mystic Falls, what kind of animal attacked Mystic Falls to cause such a bloody mess? Nobody knows but only the one who saw it and survived could tell us. But they say that Jonathan Gilbert hasn't woken up since they saw him, but what they know is that he is alive as he is still breathing. The entire Mystic Falls was talking about what happened last night as after Victor finished with the founders. He went on a killing spree on all the vampires in Mystic Falls and other supernatural creatures that appeared during the merging of both worlds, so that this night will go down in history books as the night of a bloody massacre, the night where an animal went on a rampage in Mystic Falls. This night would bore the story of the Beast of Mystic Falls. After he cleaned Mystic Falls of their supernatural problem with the exception of the Bennett witches and the untriggered Lockwood werewolves, he left to join his family at New Orleans, at the peripheral of Mystic Falls. Whatever that was stopping us from coming into this plane, it is no longer doing so as we are now able to enter freely, so I say we should use this opportunity to put an end to the old ones once and for all. If Dahlia was here she would have recognized the woman as the one who came to her some years ago. I don't see any reason for us to attack them, they haven't done anything wrong, they are just a family living their lives, they have not commit any offense to warrant us to raise our weapons against them. Rhiannon. A very tall and strikingly attractive, beautiful, with a finely curved athletic figure. She has dark red shoulder-length hair. Her name is Sage said to the blonde guardian which name is Rhiannon. Rhiannon, what about what one of them just did in this town, what do you say about that, Sage? Sage, that's not even something you should bring up. Rhiannon, let me ask you this, what will you do if someone tried to attack you and your family because you were different from them and you have the power to get rid of them? Now, will you let them walk over you or will you show them their place? What will be your answer? Sage asked Rhiannon wanting to hear her answer. Rhiannon, well, I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about the other people he killed, they were innocent, they didn't deserve his wrath. But he still decided to kill them anyway, so what are you going to say to support him? No, Sage. Rhiannon deflected the first question she was asked as she did not know what to say about that. Sage, about those guys, I won't say they are innocent per se, you do know that he killed vampires and the other creatures that escaped the dark dimension and when looked from another perspective, he was doing our job for us. Rhiannon, what did I expect from the devil's spawn? Rhiannon said as she stared at Sage with contempt as she is the daughter bore from the devil with a human. The devil is a fallen guardian, he was among the celestial court before he rebelled and was cast out of the celestial court into the deepest part of the dark dimension, where he created his own court, the infernal court to take his revenge against the celestial court. But ironically his daughter is now a guardian of the celestial court. Sage, say whatever you want, but I'm right, your hatred for the old ones are unjustified. Sage didn't mind what Rhiannon said when she made reference to her father. Rhiannon, are you going to let her have stupid believe about the old ones? Oh, now you know that we are here. Rhiannon looked at the brown-haired guardian with a look as if saying, really? Whatever, Sage is right, we can't just go have a fight with the old ones when they did nothing wrong or something that would warrant our wrath against them. Rhiannon, seriously, are you also siding with the devil's spawn? Susura, what about you, Idola, are you going to also side with them? Susura is the brown-haired guardian while Idola is a red-haired guardian. Idola didn't answer and just looked at the sky which gave out her answer. Rhiannon, seriously, you too, fine then, do whatever you want, I am going to destroy them myself, I don't need your help, I can get rid of the old ones myself. Rhiannon said as she willed her wings to appear and flew off. Sage, you should have told her that she might die or worse, captured by the old ones and believe me, death would be a better option. Sage said. Sage, go with her, I don't care what will happen, but make sure she is safe or else, the old ones will be the least of our worries, as the old ones and the demons including your father might join forces to rid us all. Sage, yes, Mylia. Mylia is the leader of their group, she is blonde with golden blue eyes. Sage flew away as she followed Rhiannon. Mylia, we have to go back to the dark dimension and prevent any more creatures from escaping. New Orleans. Malia, Daddy. Malia ran to her father the moment he appeared and good thing Victor already took care of his bloody clothes, if not he would have gotten an earful from Katsia. Katsia, you are back, so how did you handle things over there? Katsia who was with Malia all these while as they wait for Victor together. Victor, well, I just had to etch my name in the annals of history as the only known Michelson who handled a situation peacefully. Victor said with a smile. Katsia, as if that could ever happen in a million years. Whatever, just so you know, Michael is very pissed off by what you did back at Mystic Falls. Victor, well, I wouldn't have done that if he didn't let William leave to inform the others. Michael, and I explicably said that I will handle it. Michael said as he walked into the room they were when he heard Victor is back. Sorry for the late chapter. Please, for those of you who have been following this novel, I just want to say that it is finally released and you all can support me by adding it to your collection as I'm currently participating in the ongoing WPC, thank you. 48. The original pack. Michael, and I explicably said that I will handle it. Victor, well, I just love her what you prepared for me. Michael, you damn boy, I get you back for what you did today. Victor, I will be waiting, father. Victor smiled as he saw his father walking away but stopped when he saw the others walked in. Niklaus, brother, how wonderful to have you here with us once again. Elijah, it is indeed great to have you back and making our family whole again. Cole, how is the family whole without me? They all turned to see Cole also arrived with a raven on his shoulder which appeared to be enhanced greatly with magic. Finn, Cole, you are also here, what a coincidence. Victor, I won't call it a coincidence per se. Victor said as he looked at the raven on Cole's shoulder. Cole, I just made it my personal pet and for scouting for me which I used to spy on your arrival before coming here also. Cole and his heretic were wandering the world picking up new things along the way until Victor and the others went to New Orleans and Cole decided it was time and compel Lillian and Julian to go their own way. Elijah, let's go in, I prepared a feast for your arrival. The Michael sons went in to go inside when Victor noticed someone was missing. Victor, where is Rebecca? The four brothers that were in New Orleans with their sister, Rebecca froze and became silent as they did not know how to explain what happened with their sister to Victor. Finally, Henrik said after gathering enough courage to voice out what happened which did not sound really funny to the newly arrived members. Henrik, she is daggered and currently laid in her room. Malia, so the daggering has began. Victor, what did you mean she is daggered? I know I took the dagger from Elijah, so was there another dagger in your possession and who amongst you daggered her? Victor said as the playfulness on his face disappeared. Elijah, to tell you what happened will take a long time, so I will show you instead. Elijah said as he opened up his mind to Victor see what happened. 3 years ago. Finn and Elijah was playing a game of chess, Niklaus was trying out a new art idea while Henrik and Rebecca were having a chat and Eric, Alex and Marcel were having a little spar lesson. Marcel and Alex are still humans currently as they have not been turned yet. As they were doing that, they heard footsteps of people entering the abattoir. Elijah, who would dare to barge into the abattoir like they own the place when the real owners are here? Elijah said as he went to see who these uninvited guests were. Niklaus, you know, it is very rude to come into someone's home uninvited, right? Niklaus said as they finally saw who the people were. We mean no harm, we are just a pack who were just looking for a place to call home and we happened to come across New Orleans and decided to stay here and call it home, but the supernatural community as they called it to meet the ruling family of all supernatural in New Orleans here, that's why we are here. Niklaus, isn't that wonderful, they finally knew who the overlords of New Orleans to send you to us and here I thought of beating more sense into them before they know their place. Niklaus said as he stared at the new pack of wolves in town. Elijah, I believe what my brother was trying to say was, you've come to the right place, but to stay in New Orleans, you have to answer to us, are you still unwilling to stay here? We are willing. Finn, you do know that we are vampires and your kind despise us. Niklaus, come on brother, don't say it like that, there are hybrids among you. Niklaus said as he was referring to himself and Eric. We are not like the other wolves who bore hatred over your kind, we are a different breed of wolves, show them. A woman named Sai stepped out of the group as she started to transform into a partial werewolf form. We are different but we still need to kill to trigger our werewolf curse and from then on, we learn how to control our transformation with or without the influence of the full moon. Niklaus, interesting, you are certainly a rare gem and we can't let you live in any other place other than New Orleans, what do you say brothers? Elijah, well, they are indeed different, so there is no harm in letting them stay. Finn, Henrik and also Rebecca agreed to let the original pack stay in New Orleans. Niklaus, you can take the compound close to the abattoir, we can't let you out of our sight, can we? Niklaus smiled at the original pack as he pointed to them their new compound. Thank you and to express our gratitude, we will like to present this dagger to you. The smiles on the faces of the siblings disappeared when they saw the dagger the alpha of the pack brought out. Rebecca, where did you get that dagger? This dagger magically appeared in my hut through one our travels, we tried to figure out its source and what its uses are for but nobody knew anything about it and since we are here and have no use for it, we would like to gift it to you as you are the only one who could figure out the use of the dagger. Niklaus vamped, speed and took the dagger from the alpha and told them to leave the abattoir. Finn, now, the daggers are magically appearing around the world now. Finn said as he looked at the dagger which was exactly like the one his aunt brought 4 years ago. Niklaus, we have to find out if there are any more of these daggers out there and take it away from them. Elijah, that will have to wait for now, it's not like the dagger can really kill us anyway. The siblings nodded to that as they had other things to do than to look for some daggers they don't know where to start from. Present time. Victor saw how after that, Rebecca and Marcel couldn't hide their feelings for one another which led to result in Niklaus finding out about it which he tried to put a stop to, but they were adamant about it, so Niklaus gave Marcel an ultimatum, either he takes his bite or live the rest of his mortal life with Rebecca, but the fool chose the bite making Rebecca daggered herself as that was the only way out of her heartbreak. Seeing all that, Victor true face appeared as he vamped, speed to Niklaus and punched a hole into his chest and pulled out his heart, then he looked at Marcel and took out a dagger from his shadow and also vamp, speed to him and daggered him. Victor, that's what you get for choosing immortality over my sister, Victor said as he looked at the desiccating Marcel who looked at him with wide-opened eyes. Esther, then what about him, son, why did you have to do that to him? Esther said as she ran over to her lifeless son, Niklaus, and held him. Victor, he deserved that for causing all of these to happen in the first place, mother. Victor said to her, after which he went to Rebecca's room and found her daggered on her bed. He walked into her room and sat beside her as he created a dream to talk to her. Dreamscape. Rebecca, this brings back memories, Rebecca said as she appeared in their previous home before they became vampires. Victor, that's where I created it to be so, sister. Rebecca turned to see her brother as she ran to him with tears in her eyes. Rebecca, you are back, brother. I've created a Patreon, but I won't be able to post advanced chapter for this FIC for now, but I will start making advanced chapters starting January on my Patreon. I will only be able to make advanced chapters for Reborn in Friends and maybe post my new fics there. You can support me on my Patreon. Patreon link. patreon.com/adamsworld504. Please, for those of you who have been following this novel, I just want to say that it is finally released and you all can support me by adding it to your collection as I'm currently participating in the ongoing WPC, thank you. 49. The Daggers. Rebecca, you are here, brother. Victor, I'm sorry, I was late. Rebecca, no need for that, it was I who fell in love with the wrong person and Niklaus for being well, Niklaus, so no need for you to apologize. Victor, I understand you loved the fool, but what I don't get is you daggering yourself because of him. I mean, this isn't your first rodeo with a failed love life, so why go so far as to dagger yourself? Rebecca, you wouldn't understand, you had a family with the first woman you loved whereas I had to deal with countless failed relationship. First was Alexander with his betrayal and then the list continues and now Marcel, and you expect me to be fine and move on with my life as if nothing happened. I tried, brother, but the pain of knowing that all my life I have never been loved as a woman and is like the world is telling me that I will never find someone who could tell me he loves me and would like to spend the rest of my life with. So I decided to shut myself and bury the pain with the only way possible by sleeping, so I daggered myself. Victor looked at Rebecca with a solemn face as he knew how hurt she were. None of her relationship had ever worked out throughout the centuries. She is bound to be hurt, despite being a vampire. She has a weak heart when it comes to love. Victor, don't say that. You are lovable and will one day find someone who would love you for who you are, Rebecca, and we are always going to be there for you, always and forever, but for now, you need to wake up. Rebecca, oh brother, I can't. Victor didn't let her finish as he pressed his fingers against her lips. Victor, shhh, that was not a suggestion, sister. Victor said as he left the dreamscape into the real world. He opened his eyes back in the room as he reached for the dagger and pulled it out and placed it in his shadow space. He teleported out of the abattoir and he didn't take long as he appeared back with 2 women for Rebecca to feed on when she wakes up. He compelled them to be in their best behavior and be obedient until Rebecca wakes up and left the room to see his family in the courtyard with an already healed Niklaus. Michael, how is Rebecca, boy? Victor, she is alright, she just needs a little more time with herself. Niklaus, I'm sorry for my inference in Rebecca's life. I thought I was just looking out for her after what happened with that Alexander boy, but I was causing more damage to her than the good I was intending for her. Victor, that's what you should say to her, and Rebecca is old enough to take care of herself in her love life. Nobody should interfere until she asks. We don't want incidents like this happening again, do we? Victor said, not wanting any more of this drama. Freya, that's enough, since Rebecca is alright, we talk about the daggers magically popping out of nowhere. First it was Dahlia, then the original pack also had one. That's making 2 of the daggers which we are currently in possession of, and we don't know if there are any more of this out there. Freya said as she brought an even more important matter than the love story of her sister, their family's weakness. Cole, we could simply use a spell to locate if there are more of them. There is nothing magic cannot solve. Victor, it won't work. I have tried before and from my findings, I don't think anyone who could be able to do something that can weaken us will let it be easily traceable and that someone is out to kill us. Victor said as the first time he got the daggers, he tried to locate them but he was blocked, and no matter what he did, he couldn't trace the daggers as it was the handiwork of a powerful being and he is still not strong enough yet. Niklaus, since we can't find it, then we should look at the pattern at which the daggers are appearing. Niklaus made that suggestion as if magic can't work, then there are other ways to get things done. Elijah, the pattern at which they appeared. Victor, first, it was Dahlia, she said someone gave it to her, then the werewolves, they said it mysteriously appeared to them. I think I've gotten it. Victor said after much thinking. He knew that the dagger was given to Dahlia by someone which he knew to be a guardian, and now the wolves. Victor believed that the daggers was appearing to the major supernatural creatures in the world, for examples, the guardians, the werewolves, the devil, the witches and the hunters, and since they are the ones the daggers was made for, it will be unlikely that they will have won, so his best bet for the vampires, will be the very first vampires they themselves sired, Lucian, Tristan and Aurora and the rest that were turned by his other siblings, they will be the ones with the daggers. Victor told the rest of his family what he thought while omitting things related to the Guardians and the Devil, as he should not know anything about them yet. Cole, so you are saying that there might be one of these daggers with the witches? Cole said after hearing what his brother said. Victor, yes, but I doubt it will appear now, and if indeed they do have it, we can't just go to them and demand they give us the dagger, and we can't ask them peacefully either, as they will think we are onto something and the dagger might be a threat to us, making the supernatural world go crazy over it. Niklaus, so what do you say we do? Let them keep it, even if it can't kill us, we can't let it be with them. Elijah, let them, it's not like they could even be able to get close to us to use it, and sometimes, the best way to destroy someone is by destroying every shred of hope they have when they think they have an advantage against you. Elijah said, as he knew what Victor was trying to do with the fools with the daggers, coming to try and kill them but instead have their lives taken from them, and also they will be bringing the daggers to them. After a while of discussion, the Michelson dispersed and went about their day. Sorry for not uploading yesterday, we was so busy throughout the day and was tired to do anything, that was why there was no chapter. You can support me on my Patreon. Patreon link, patreon.com/adamsworld504. Please support me by adding it to your collection, as I'm currently participating in the ongoing WPC, thank you. 50, Nadia Petrova and Amara. Hey everyone, I'm currently partaking in the WPC for Dec and Jan, so I would like you to support my novel, by adding it to your library, and also when you are bored or just feel like reading something you can check it out and tell me what you think, thanks. 10 years later, 1817, New Orleans. Status. Name, Victor Michelson. Title, Reincarnator, The Strongest, The Original Tribrid, Michelson, Original Vampire, Vampire Progenitor, La Bte Mystique Tum. Age, 736. Species. Original Tribrid, Vampire plus Werewolf plus Witch. Skills, 10 Learning Speed. Sword Fighting, LVL Max. Hunting, LVL Max. Hand-to-hand Combat, LVL Max. Acting, LVL Max. Blood Manipulation, LVL Max. Shadow Manipulation, LVL Max. Illusion Casting, LVL Max. Flying Thunder God, LVL Max. Magic Combat, LVL Max. Blood Clone, LVL Max. Abilities. Werewolf Transformation. Bipedal Werewolf Transformation. Partial Werewolf Transformation. Fear Inducement. Magic. Siphoning. Mind Compulsion. Weather Control. Animal Control. Healing Factor. Immortality. Super Senses. Shape Shifting. Super Speed. Super Strength. Super Stamina. Flight. Telepathy. Telekinesis. Dream Manipulation. Omniversal Magic Codex. Profession. Doctor, Grandmaster. Teacher, Grandmaster. Author, Grandmaster. Architect, Grandmaster. Blacksmith, Grandmaster. Perks. 5 increase in strength every 10 years. Creed tab. Malia Michelson, daughter. Andrei Deveraz. Katerina Petrova. Alexia Branson. Stefan Salvatore. Damon Salvatore. The Abattoir. Victor laid on the rooftop of the abattoir as he looked at his stats and saw how old he was, and also the new title on his stats, which made him to guess that whatever they are known as, it will reflect on the title tab. As he was in his thought, he heard Katsuya and Malia in one of the rooms having their usual squabble. To Malia and Katsuya. Katsuya, that's not how you should do it, Malia. Katsuya and Malia could be seen in the room where Malia was being taught some spells and potion making by Katsuya. Malia, I'm not cut out for all these magic stuffs, I just need my claws and teeth and I am good, no need for magic. Katsuya, sigh, you are the only person who has potential for magic and is really good at it but don't want anything to do with it, why? Malia, like I said, I prefer using my claws and teeth for fighting than chanting some weird language and whatnots, I just don't see myself doing that. Katsuya just looked at her daughter and sighed. She didn't understand why Malia never liked using magic despite having access to it. There are countless people out there who would do anything to be in her place, and she is just going to forsake her magic, hell no. Katsuya, at least, just learn the basics of magic, spells, rituals, runes and potion making, so that you might be able to get yourself out of crazy situations that requires magic when we are not there with you, okay? Malia, but I already do know the basics, what's more to learn there? Katsuya, alright, that's it lady, sit your ass down and let's get your lesson started. Malia immediately sat down, she did not want to incur the wrath of her crazy coyote, witch mother. Katsuya, good, we wouldn't have resorted to using force if you were this obedient earlier. Katsuya smiled as she saw Malia sitting down and said as she began teaching Malia. Back to Victor. Victor, ha ha ha, they are going at it, sigh, seeing those two like that, it's making me remember those two bastards. Victor said as he thought of his two best friends before his death in his original world. Over the years here, Victor had been getting glimpses of his past life, and recently he recovered all his memories after performing some spells. He remembered that he had two best buds who he could say were his brothers from another parents. They went to the same high school and also planned to go to the same college, but he died before he could achieve their goals. Victor, I wonder how those two bastards are, damn it, why didn't I have my memories back then? I would have used one of my wishes on them, I just hope that they are living well. Victor said as he could not do anything to help his past friends and just hope they were alright. What he didn't know was that caused series of actions across 2 universes in the vast multiverse. Katerina, Victor, Andre and Lexi are back. Victor was brought out of his thought as he turned to see Katerina talking to him. Victor, that was quick. Victor said as he thought they would take at least close to a century to get to the travelers as he knew that they were tricky people. Victor, let's go. Victor said as he got up and went to the abattoir's courtyard where they saw Andre and Lexi and an unfamiliar vampire and a large box with them. Victor, welcome back. You were a lot faster than I thought given the nature of how elusive those travelers are, and I see you managed to find both of them, and why did you still leave our little friend there in the box? Victor said as he could hear the heartbeat of someone in the box and he knew who that is without being told. Andre, well, it was all thanks to Nadia here who helped us, and that was after we offered her something. Andre said as he looked at Nadia, who he almost killed when she was acting all high and mighty because they needed something from her, but stopped when he thought of Katerina, her mother, who was an associate of his. Victor looked at the Nadia and knew she was one hell of a bitch like her mother from the series. Victor, hey, I'm Victor Michael's son and I'm happy that you assisted my people in their mission, so I will reward you anything you need as long as it is within my reach, but for now that will have to wait as I have another matter to take care of, so why don't you and your mother have a chat? Victor said as he turned to look at Katerina, who looked at before realizing that she was the one Victor was talking about. Katerina, what do you mean, is she my? Andre, yes, Kat, she is your daughter and we help you in looking for her, and I have to say, she exhibits some of your traits. Katerina and Nadia both looked at him with a fierce look, but that did not stop Andre, instead made him smile even more as he looked at both mother and daughter. Victor, I would have loved to see you go at each other because I am getting quite bored as of late, but I have to attend to our boxed-up friend over there, so I would like you to seize your impending bickering for later. Andre stopped as he walked to a far corner of the abattoir as if saying that he heard Victor, while Katerina looked at Nadia unsure of how to approach her. Victor looked at the box and snapped his fingers as the box disintegrated into ashes, revealing a trembling Amara. Katerina was surprised to see someone who bears the same face with her, and she knew that she was not born as a twin, so that was not her family. So who was that? Victor, Amara Petrova, am I right, or just Amara, you tell me. Victor said as he was uncertain if she was truly the ancestor of the Petrova family or just a relative to the ancestor, thus making her one. Amara looked around her, still trembling from the recent pain she was feeling as someone just passed through her to the other side when she saw someone she dreaded, the one who caused her to suffer this much, Katsuya. Katsuya, what a pleasant surprise, Amara.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.